Welcome to the update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Arkangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Arkangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Arkangel, Miramar, and Destiny. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast-paced and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Arkangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast-paced and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in.
Welcome everybody, welcome to the show once again. This is day number 4, the PUBG Asia Super Cup Summer 2023 edition. This is the grand finals here, and we have 2 more days of matches to go here. My name is Victor Cax, join me here at CERBERUS once more, and we're going to be bringing you guys all of the action.
2 days, 10 games to go, and someone will be crowned the champions. But so far, looking good for T5, I must say. They haven't let go of that number 1 spot for the longest time.
Exactly. I mean, again, winning that chicken dinner yesterday was like pretty much the way they're going to be able to keep themselves on top the whole time. And, you know, the fact that they haven't even dropped that many games even since then, it's just, they're still the team to beat. Unbelievably, we're already 4 days in this competition here, and Theerathon FIVE still not under threat. It's not under pressure at all. So I can only imagine that, like, now this is where, I mean, it's definitely going to be like high pressure from this point on, I feel, because there's only 10 matches left, you know. If the Theerathon FIVE's like lead is such that they can still afford to drop like massively on one game and still stay in the lead. So I mean, that's such a safety net they have right now.
Absolutely. I think. But we all like Cinderella or comeback stories, right? Who knows if Daytrade Gaming could be the one to do it, because right now they're on the rise.
Yeah, yesterday was probably one of their like outstanding performances after quite a while, you know, because the first couple of days were rather disappointing for Daytrade themselves. They've been stuck in the second page of the leaderboard for the longest time. But yesterday's back-to-back performances, after they got the chicken dinner, they got 2 back-to-back top 3s, and after that point on, they found themselves immediately shot up to the second place on the leaderboard. Granted, after the last match yesterday, they're now dropped it down to 4th place, but I still feel that like these boys, they're back in competition now.
Oh yeah, this is the thing about PUBG, right? It's a marathon. So you always want to be consistent if you want to stay on top, right? You don't want to be like looking back at those games where you felt like, oh, we could have done better if only we didn't drop those points, those unnecessary knockouts or something like that. So you always don't want to put yourself in the kind of position. So whichever game that you're playing, you always have to take it game by game and always do your best and get as many points as possible.
And what we're seeing so far is that a lot of teams, especially guys at top, have now settled into their specific rhythm for this competition here. So I don't expect to see much deviation for their game plans. I still think we're going to see the same type of hot drops that we've seen like all like a week long here. We're still going to be seeing the same kind of battles unfold. We're still going to see more or less the same kind of preferences these teams have. Some teams will naturally always aim for the high ground in these like circles here. There's some that, you know, will always try something a little bit new, trying to always like be reactive to the situation at hand. But now that we're already like past the halfway point in this grand finals here, you know, to bring back the analogy you're bringing with like the marathons and stuff, you know, this is the part where the real race starts, you know, like in amateur races, it's often that the most inexperienced kind of like racers will often push very hard in the beginning, but lose a lot of steam towards the end. But the really good teams, you know, they've been conserving their potential, conserving their energy to bring it all out in these final 2 days.
Alright, so speaking about our schedule and our final 2 days, of course, we were done with the group stage last week, and then we moved on to the last chance qualifiers over the weekend last week as well. And right now we are at 27th of May. So the last 2 days, like what you mentioned, and tomorrow is going to be the last day, and we will crown our champions for the PUBG Asia Super Cup 2023 Summer. And that is it. It's locked and loaded. You can do nothing about whatever happened in the previous games.
I know, that's why, like, you know, the efforts for the last 3 days was really to get themselves into this kind of position for these weekends matches here. So let's talk also a little bit about the journey these teams have gone through, because when we started this journey here, 24 teams all across Southeast Asia as well as some parts of Asia competed together in this group stage, splitting themselves into 3 different groups of 8 teams each, and then we just shuffled between these 3 groups as we played the 3 days of group stage, after which, you know, we took the top 8 in terms of points, and they will automatically be qualified to the grand finals. For the rest though, the bottom 16, they will have to go through the last chance qualifier stage, where they'll still have to fight it out for points once more, because only the top 8 from that LCQ stage will also join the other top 8 into the grand finals here. So now we only have 16 teams left. We said bye-bye to 8 teams in this PUBG Asia Super Cup already, but then now it's all about placements. It's all about position. Who's going to be number 1, who's going to be number 8, who's going to be number 16.
Yeah, and the prize pool, of course, is going to vary depending on what their final placement will be. But for our teams, this is what they need to go through as part of the new point system, that is the super rule. And for the point system, winner chicken dinner will only receive 10 points this time around. It dwindles down until a 7th to 8th place, whereby up to 8th place you will still receive something from placement points. But other than that, 9 to 16, they will not receive any points at all. And from what we have seen so far from teams who are successful, they are able to gather as many elimination points as possible.
Yeah, this new standard universal PUBG Esports rule set has been introduced since the first PUBG Global Series, and will be the new format that will be running for all regions here for PUBG competitively. And this also means that, not only you have the new maps like Tego added in the pool, that's also a highlight, I think, for this competition here, but you also have new items like the Blue Zone Grenade, the M79, the foldable shield, and of course the emergency pickup. All these new items have offered teams a lot more tools at disposal, and we've seen plenty of them make full use of it during the tournament itself.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll make full use of the money as well.
Oh, definitely. I would think.
I mean, $20,000 for the champion to take home, and it dwindles down to at this stage of the tournament, it's going to be a bare minimum of $2,000. Look at the difference. It's a difference of 10x as compared to number 1 and number 16. But for number 12 to number 16, it will be the same 2,000. But looking at the numbers so far, it's still possible for even like the number 16 team currently, who is E36, to actually climb out of that and actually get the potential of getting a higher prize pool.
That's the thing. The top 3 positions are still I think the most contested ones out of everyone else here. And the thing is that with T5 having taken the first rank and just stayed there for the last 3 days, it's really been teams just tripping over each other to get the second spot. We've seen plenty of movement from that second rank even to the 5th rank. Just a constant different rotation of teams match after match here. So I expect that the same thing will still continue here today, although I will also want to see whether or not T5 Theerathon FIVE will be able to maintain the consistent lead that they've been able to keep, so now there's only 2 days of matches left here. It's going to be a lot of things that could still go wrong here, I think.
Yeah, it could still, and it could still happen that, a comeback could happen. But, we're getting a preview here today on how the trophy might look like. So the Summer Champion Trophy, and wow, I mean, this is a very interesting design. It's not like your usual trophy where it just goes all the way up, but this has a pattern to it.
Yeah, the trophy is going to be 3D printed as well, and it's going to have all the details you're seeing here on screen. I love it. This is going to be something that I think the teams that will earn it will certainly treasure for quite a while, because it's again the first tournament in PUBG PC under this brand new format. It's been a reorganizing of the whole competitive community itself, and I think it is vital for some of these organizations, particularly the ones that have been long running in this community since the early days of PUBG, to still vie for that recognition that they are still on top when it comes to the Asian region here.
Yeah, I wonder how big the actual trophy is. Is that helmet a size of an actual helmet? That'd be really cool.
Dude, if it's the actual size of the helmet, I will just wear it. If I win on the grand stage, I'm just gonna wear it and then just walk out stage.
And sleep with it. Just flexing it out, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So here are the top 16 teams in the PUBG Asia Super Cup. From the ones who qualified from the group stage itself were the Expendables, QConfirm, Daytrade Gaming, Generation Esports, CERBERUS Esports, eArena, Made in Thailand, and Arkangel Predator.
And also we have a new Generation Esports, Theerathon FIVE, Unicorn Venom, Enter Force 36, One Call, Global Esports Xsset, Attack All Around, and Purple Moon Esports. A lot of Thai teams in the grand finals here, and out of the top 5 teams, 3 of them are from Thailand.
I mean, it just goes to show how strong that region is, right? Because none of the Thai teams were limited in this tournament. Even from the last chance qualifier, you still had Theerathon FIVE, Attack All Around, and Purple Moon Esports still make it through. But we conversely still also have representation from all the other regions here too. I mean, Vietnam being another powerhouse region, I would say, for PUBG PC here in Southeast Asia. But you also have representation from the Philippines, from Taiwan in the form of Gex, with Indonesia in the form of One Call, and of course, Enter Force 66 is as the two regions from Japan. Then map-wise, it's still the same rotation. We've been running this all throughout since the group stage itself. It's 2 rounds of Miramar back-to-back, then 1 round of Tego in between, and then we go back to eArena for 2 back-to-back rounds, and that is basically how every single day has rolled here.
Yeah, don't expect this to change throughout the entire tournament, including tomorrow as well. So do keep in mind, if you're watching one of these rounds, maybe you can ask the question of like, oh, what match is this? So in order for you to not have that question in your mind, you got to watch every single round, then you know all the flow of the entire story and who excels in a particular round. So far, we can see that Tego is one of the messier maps. A lot of very, very quick fights, early fights, even from the get-go as well. Naturally, because it's smaller map, and I'm really enjoying the fact that it's in that kind of a situation or the kind of setting, so that we can get a lot more action as the game goes.
It's always interesting because a lot of teams are very familiar with the Miramar map and eArena itself. Granted, the new super rules have changed I think the pacing of these maps a lot, because it's now been standardized across all these 8x8 maps here. But frankly, teams that are still struggling to, there's not really one team specifically, I feel, that is wholly dominant in Tego itself. It's even to the point where teams that are dominant in Miramar or eArena can sometimes find themselves knocked out very early on in Tego itself. And I think that's fantastic, because it makes it a bit of, it adds that level of like unpredictability, I think, to each of these teams' journey in this competition.
Yeah, so I think this is a great addition here, coming in by putting in Tego, because for Miramar and eArena, we've seen it time and time again that it's being played. So I guess for these teams as well, it's pretty much like knowing the map like the back of their hand. But okay, so coming to the numbers, this is where it matters, right? Theerathon FIVE still very strong on top. They have a 27-point gap with the second place team. So with a 27-point gap, well, they can afford, like what you said, right? They can afford to lose one game, and it still doesn't matter for them. They'll still be at number 1.
Yeah, this will be a number 1, and with other teams still kind of like pushing each other down every time they move up as well. We've seen that happen with like teams like Generation Esports and New Generation, weren't in the second spot, to begin with in day number 3, but found themselves going all the way up there thanks to brilliant performances they've ran in their chicken dinner rounds. And I think the biggest mover out of all of them, though, is actually Daytrade Gaming, because for the first 2 days of Grand Finals competition, they struggled to get themselves into the top 8. Then finally in day 3, it all came together so well for them, because after getting a chicken dinner in, if I recall correctly, Tego, that allowed them pretty much to get a lot of momentum for the subsequent eArena rounds. We got like 3rd place and 3rd place again, and that pretty much kept them back in contention now. So that's certainly going to be good news for the boys from Thailand.
Yeah, but speaking about the boys from another region, so we have New Generation Esports coming in from Vietnam, and so far they're at the second place with 72 kills and a total point of 114. So they have a 27-point gap with T5. But then again, here's the thing about like the second place onwards, right? Even like from day 1, the switch is just insane. Like they're just climbing on top of each other and just cancelling out each other, allowing teams like a T5 to just go all the way and just laugh at the top.
And I think it's also worth pointing out that yesterday was just a constant upward trajectory, for New Generation Esports. It's only the final match of the day, which they earned that chicken dinner, but even before that point, they got a 2nd place already in the first eArena round. They started the day off actually fairly weak, actually, because they got only a 13th placing in that first match of day number 3. So for these guys now, it's up to them to maintain this sort of prestige here coming this, because GS Esports, another team that is also just like their counterparts in New Generation, are also out there finding really good fights. Got themselves a really good round in the first eArena match of day 3, and pretty much has not looked back ever since.
Yeah, and for them, their gap between the number 3 and number 2 is not that wide. It's about, say, 8 points difference. Yeah, it's 8 points difference. So with 8 points difference, again, it could still swap between all these teams, and they've been swapping with each other for the longest time in our tournament. The biggest question that I have is that, how are they going to take out T5? What does it take for T5 to drop out the number 1 spot?
I think it's like, again, like for them to like drop one round where they get no points at all, and the other the new generation Genius Esports taking the chicken dinner, the bulk of the kills. I think that would be the only way to have an instantaneous movement in that direction. But nevertheless, let's have a look again at some of these highlights from yesterday's matches itself. I think like I'm still seeing largely a continuation of the type of pacing that we've seen even from day number 2 as well, where teams mostly take a lot of that fighting from phase 3 onwards, and we see them tend to crowd around inside this circle, making it like basically a very difficult kind of battlefield for a lot of these teams. So it's really a battle of survival from that third phase on, and then once you get to that like the final 8 teams, that's where things start to tend to slow down a little bit. Teams will be very tactical about where they decide to move and stuff like that, but you also conversely see teams just really keep the pressure going, sending so many frags, grenades. I think kills have been like abundant pretty much even since day 2 itself, but in day 3, you know, all these kind of like angles were very hard to take, especially on Miramar, and the lack of complexes in some of these final circles as well make things really hard. Hasselwatt had an amazing double knockdown he had here. Unfortunately, that didn't help the T5 at all towards the final part, because he still was the last person standing. Belmov, of course, frag grenade kills yet again. He timed that so well to get Zixi and Lyrics out of the car, and unfortunately he got caught out just like that. A good angle on where he placed that frag grenade.
Yeah, what I noticed as well, saw some of the visuals of Purple Moon Esports. They are the team in the middle bracket that has the most kills so far. And we have seen their potential during the LCQ, that they have a lot of focus on the kills, they have a lot of firepower, hence the potential of them gathering those kill points very, very high. And they are still showing it now. It's just a matter of like they need to find a little bit more balance onto getting more placement points so that they can push themselves up higher in the overall charts. But that will also mean that it's a trade-off of the rankings for the number 2 onwards for the most part.
I think Purple Moon also as well, I think in yesterday's matches had quite a bit of like bad luck on this side as well. I think they also, I don't recall them even having a round where like the final phase circles landed on top of them. So they tended to have to fight it out with other teams around the borders of the circle, and tend to lose out when they can't find like a good fight against the other squads. So I think today is going to be definitely a day for them to try to make up for that. Now they're looking like they're sitting in like literally the number 8 rank right now. So currently. They will definitely be looking at day 4 as a way for them to make a climb once more, trying to get themselves further and closer and closer to the top 3 here. But nevertheless, you know, still plenty of games to have that done here. But as time goes on here, now the teams are already fully settled into their own rhythms, fully settled into their own game plans. I think it's high time for some of these teams to start to show a newer, like shifting basically into a new gear, changing up their strategies, seeing what they already know kind of like what works and what doesn't. And I think it's now just kind of like going for the plans that they know will ultimately lead them to the greatest success.
Yeah, so let's see, but still, T5 being the big boss. How many teams can actually pull off like a Daytrade Gaming to actually come back here today? That's for us to see as well. And will Daytrade Gaming continue on their pursuit for that number 1 spot? Will they be able to do it? If we look mathematically, it's still possible. Okay, if I look at the numbers between Daytrade Gaming and T5, it is a 30-point gap. So you gotta think about it, a 30-point gap, 10 more games to go, and if they did whatever they did yesterday, today and tomorrow, I mean, they could sprung out a miracle.
I know, I think like, especially when I look at Theerathon FIVE, I think maybe day 2 might have been an outlier for them, because I think day 2 they didn't get any chicken dinners. Or I could be wrong about that, but nevertheless, I think like if Theerathon FIVE doesn't get a chicken dinner here today, that could potentially threaten their lead somewhat. Again, like most of the teams, whenever they have the potential to get into like the last 4 teams of the match itself, it usually means they can accumulate a lot of kill points. And what Theerathon has done is that even in the rounds where they can't really contest for the chicken dinner, they still rack up plenty of kills. So that strategy has allowed them to just maintain the lead that they had, you know, since the beginning of this grand finals here. So now, you know, it's going to be the last 2 days. I feel is also where some of the teams that have been hanging around that midfield will also want to make a really hard and concerted final push here with this final weekend of matches. So it's not exactly definite, but I feel that T5 should, in these couple of days here, have to put maximum focus because every other team now knows exactly what they are capable of, what T5 will always tend to do, and it wouldn't be surprising at all if some teams opt to instead just go for counterplays against T5 specifically, just to make sure that they wouldn't be able to run away with the lead anymore.
Yeah, what I realized as well for T5 is that out of the many games that we have played, they only have 2 rounds that they got nothing. Other than that, they will at least take home something from that particular round. So that is an amazing record to recognize as well. For attack all around, heading from Thailand, they are currently at 101 points, actually the same amount of points with Daytrade Gaming. So we only have 5 teams so far getting the 3-digit mark in terms of points collected, and AAA happened to be one of it. And being in the bracket of the 100 point above bracket, they are sitting at number 3 in terms of the most kills gathered overall in these grand finals.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking flight right now to bring you guys the first match of day number 4 here. We're going off to the desert, dusty dunes of Miramar itself. It's a flight path coming from the north part of the map all the way down south, headed towards the prison island just off of Val de Mar. So that's a nice little split here. Still closing up Picado that I still want to watch out for AAA, where they're going to be dropping off here. Are they still going to be going for another hot drop with CES once more? Looks very likely though. They jumped off at literally the same time, so another Picado. This is like what, round 4 now for them here?
I'm starting to lose count, honestly. Yeah, starting to lose count, but not gonna lie, Picado is a good spot because it's in the center of the map. It's an entire city, so loot is definitely enough for 1 squad. For 2 squads, arguably it's a little bit tight there, but I guess that's the interesting part is that these 2 teams, they still don't want to let go of each other.
That's the thing, like the Picado loot, I think is just too tempting for these guys right now, or rather, you know, they both had started this grand finals with the same game plan, have not changed off of that at all. But they know that at least for AAA from yesterday's matches, knew that if they win the round here against CS, Lucia jumping in the middle here, he picks up a gun immediately, gets down that solo Z now, tries to go on Haizaki, but Haizaki takes him down before he can do any more damage there. But that could have been bad here for Cerberus though, unfortunately. But Haizaki is still watching out for other members of AAA encroaching into the stadium here. Jedi and Otis Grit is covering all the exits right now, so even if CS wins this fight, they may not be able to get out in time. Haizaki now knocked down by Otis Grit around the outside. Jedi 1% still gets to kill the Himas at the end of the day. No, Cerberus gets eliminated, and now AAA, wow, it's going to be a lot easier for them from here on out.
I mean, okay, this is arguably one of the fastest eliminations so far we have seen in the grand finals. Of a squad? Yeah. One of it for sure. Equilucia,
what a mad lad, jumping into this one spot together with the 2 members of CS. Again, like I think they also knew that Cerberus, especially Haizaki, will always take that stadium part of Picado every single time. So I suppose that Equilucia, having watched the previous matches, realized that, yeah, if I take control of that early on, Cerberus doesn't have an anchor anymore once he takes out Haizaki. Now granted, that still forced Jedi as well as Jankutuov to come in as well to clean things up, but that's a massive disruption there to Cerberus' game plan for sure.
And he was kind of lucky as well. The moment he landed, he got a suitable weapon as compared to his opponents, where we saw them still running around, so they didn't have weapons to loot and to fight back. So all they could do is just try and run, but if you run, you will turn your backs on your enemy, and that's where it makes it easier for them to shoot them down. I mean, you gotta think about it, right? Cerberus is currently at number 15 in the overall charts, and for many rounds that we have played Miramar, if you kind of realize that, okay, we're not really winning the fight inside Picado, you might as well drop somewhere else. I mean, you have the entire map to still play with.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like this circle, even though it's like down by the south western part, it's still very much inside the mainland itself. So I think that still going to be a lot of these teams, just especially the ones that jumped out in the middle of that flight path, are still in a strong position actually coming into this circle here. So it's not exactly going to be that crowded right now. The teams that did jump out late though are certainly going to be enjoying most of the time farming now because they really aren't going to be any pressure to rotate or make any movements here. In fact, like especially for teams like Daytrade or eArena, this is the fantastic way to start off the day here for them because now they can just pretty much focus on their own kind of like game right now and doesn't really have to worry too much about engagements coming in from the north because you got other teams basically to head them off before they're able to reach even into the inner reaches of the circle itself. New Generation Esports is one of those teams currently that's biased towards the northern side, starting to encroach under the position where where Genius Esports is currently set up in. QConfirm in the meantime starting to move down southwards to try to avoid I think E36 as well, but you also got the Expendables who are already set up and around the graveyard / La Bendita area that are in position now to maneuver down south towards Los Leones. So that could be a point there where they could potentially gatekeep QConfirm or even E36 coming into this next safe zone.
Yeah, so far for what we saw earlier, I really like the position of eArena because they immediately took the high ground just below Chumacera because those are really one of the key positions. And if anyone wants to go up to that high ground, it's going to be hard because as long as eArena is there, they can always defend it with the high ground advantage. Same goes for Daytrade Gaming as well because they drop inside Chumacera. Access to them onto the high ground is easier as well, so they can make that choice of going up there faster. Looking at this current circle, there is a possibility that the circle will end up on those high grounds. So whoever holds on top first will have that huge advantage.
Yeah, oh, Hakai finds a care package right in the middle. Just seems like it was wrapped and ready for him there. So picks up a Car 98 there. Can't see what scope he exactly picked up yet, but nevertheless, that's going to be very important now for NGE because they're getting very close to Genius Esports' area here. You also got one call on the opposite side of this mountain, starting to put pressure on the Genius Esports at the same time. Trick, in fact, does have a 4x scope that he's using on his Mark 12 that should be able to give him the decent, good range as well as ability attack. Although now he's under fire though, I think from Zest's side. They popped the tire off of his Jeep though. Ooh, he's not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, at least the good news is that it's the front tire. If it's the back tire, then that vehicle is pretty much unusable. So the front tire, still not too bad, But then again, Trick is not going to take the risk. Probably he thinks that, okay, if he hops into the vehicle, he could still be headshotted. So he's going to let that go for now.
Gex, I think they just spotted Arkangel Predators coming in over the road, but haven't quite opened fire on them yet, letting the rest of them pull in first, giving that false sense of calm and security. Leo is just popping energy drinks now. Now they see the tail end of that convoy, which is going to be Nan, and Xavier is actually putting him under fire here. Evil Patrick is also trying to keep Xavier suppressed though, but then you got Alec right now trying to turn around to try to head off this attack that Gex is putting onto them, hopefully to help rescue Nan and Evil Patrick out the way. And here's the thing though, that as good as eArena's position is, I think that if Arkangel Predator takes control over the cliffside on the western part of this circle here, that could actually beat their position quite handily because there's actually two tiers of high ground they could use.
Okay, someone's going to get a surprise here. 13 knows, 13 heard,
Yep.
13 goes in, and 13 gets it with an AK.
13 knows all, unfortunately. So very unfortunate for poor Bots there, having to find himself in the facing the wrong end of a gun barrel that time. So 13 now going for seconds actually to find Fluky trying to run away with the Mustang over there, but unfortunately will not have the range actually, in spite of the fact he has Mark 12. But I think Fluky's way too far away for him to actually potentially get a knockdown here.
Yeah, so he's going to get away to safety for now, but unfortunately for the rest of the round, Purple Moon Esports, a team that has a lot of firepower, able to gather elimination points, unfortunately will be playing the rest of the round with only 3 players, so that would dampen their firepower overall, and with that, they might be playing this round a little bit more safer.
The thing is, for Purple Mood, if Danawa and Thunder decide to push down south and try to pressure Surtees' position, that could actually make it easier for One Call and NGE to pressure the rest of Genius Esports, because they were really relying on Surtees' position there to provide some sniper support. But if he's going to be tied up by Purple Mood here, that's going to be one less person who can help them in this pincer fight that both the Indonesian and the Vietnamese squad is doing onto Genius Esports here. Attack all around. In the meantime, they've already found themselves in the outskirts of Shumasera itself in a very secure position actually within this compound. That's going to allow them as well to get some shots onto attack all onto E36, although the Expendables also spots Jakutuov trying to take those shots, and the Jedi has just been knocked down, so Jakutuov is now forced to come here to get a revive. Should be able to do that within his compound now, but they will also know that it's not going to be that easy for them to try to take these long-range fights, it seems.
Yeah, it's one of those long-range warning shots from the Expendables somewhere else. I believe it's from the other side of the hill. So it's going to be a-okay for them to revive. If it gets eliminated from that kind of a distance, well, it's considerably big for the Expendables. So right now for the rest of the other teams, you can see that Purple Moon Esports taking the lower ground compound and just getting some awareness of about the other teams that surround them. And they know that they're surrounded by other teams. So for them to have an exit plan when the circle shifts away, it's something they need to plan right now.
Yeah, so as of right now, Purple Moon is in a very secure spot there. They've actually moved down from like the mountain to take up 2 complexes just down south of Monte Nuevo. There's a care package nearby where Purple Moon is though, but I doubt they're going to be able to go out there unless they're going to risk getting shot upon by One Call as well as Genius Esports. So probably going to have to leave that out unless they will try to assault one of those positions there. Then perhaps it will open some space for them to pick up whatever loot is inside the care package. But now the blue zone is starting to close in here on this first phase. Let's see where the next one lands. Goes a little bit southwards, right on top of where Myth has just entered into this safe zone here. So that's actually working out well for them. They're now on a pathway down the road here. Should be in the collision course with QConfirm, who are looking to actually take onto the Expendables location because they're under fire heavily from that side now, trying to turn tail to take a complex. But Myth is also racing against them to try to take the compound too.
Yeah, Myth is just behind QConfirm, so might bump into each other, but Myth is not really interested to take that fight head on just yet. Jacob doing a little bit of a scouting while sending a message back to his teammates, and they immediately turn around, not interested to fight just yet. Probably not in their plan to take on fights at phase number 2 yet.
The thing is, the south part of the circle is actually very, there's no other squads there, so Myth can actually wrap around down south and take control of other complexes just south of where QConfirm is. Hakai, in the meantime, finds Star-Lord, so it looks like E36 attempts to try to get into Chumasera might be incurring too much losses here, because now they're going to be stuck in this compound while NG is still bearing down onto them here. Van is going to be going down in front here. Leon's Q is still going to try to spot from a distance there to make sure the Myth doesn't keep them too surrounded. Fob in the meantime already up against E36 here. Frag grenades blowing off all around. The cars are still coming in, but the window is still too big. That's allowing SK1 to take down Fob. So now that assault has just been stopped in its tracks here.
Ooh, Enter Force 36 now seem to be in a dire position. They're losing the fight, but they're not going down without a fight. Yeah, that blue is there to take him down. Nice. They're gonna get a double. Triple knockdown. That blue. He is that guy to do the job.
He is that guy indeed. The man, the plan, that one-man army here for NGE, taking over the compound that E36 was in just now. So that's a brilliant assault from them. I don't think they took too many losses per se in that one. Only they lost out Fob mostly in the opening of that fight there, but a good recovery nevertheless.
Ooh, now long range coming in from eArena. They had the high ground just on the southern side of Chumasera, so this is where this area is really, really good. You get to see all the rotations coming in from the other teams, but we gotta enjoy the replay here from that fight, from that blue, with Scar L taking down 3 team members from E36, just shattering their hopes and dreams of not being in number 16.
Yeah, Daytrade Gaming lurking on top of the cliffs overlooking NGE's position there. We also have like UV set up on the western part of Chumasera itself, so it's not exactly an empty town here. NGE certainly will be realizing that right about now, hearing the gunshots coming off on their end. Other teams are already piling in from the northern side as well. Myth has taken solid control over the southern part here, not being contested too hard by QConfirm actually, who are still deciding to hold on onto their own compound they found in the middle of this circle here, and doesn't seem to be letting go of that anytime soon, and still keeping the pressure going onto the Expendables while that is all happening. eArena in the meantime though, they see it's Arkangel Predators within their backyard here, and they're starting to think about taking the fight here.
Here we go.
Oh, lining it up right now, but very patiently just feeding information to his team right now. So was Inside Lyrics and KM99 are certainly thinking about what are going to be the tactical options here, because taking over Arkangel Predator's position means they will have effective control over this west part of the circle.
Eva Patrick saw him on the high ground, so they know that someone's there. But ZZ's not making the big moves yet, and Circle looks like it's going to go towards Chumacera. The high grounds around Chumacera, where eArena is still within the circle, but considering that it's by the edge of the circle, there's a high possibility that the circle will ship away from eArena's location, and that is where they need to start to plan on getting down from the high ground.
Yeah, Zixi is going to have to be very disciplined right now, because if he decides to take the fight here before the rest of his squad is ready to meet Arkangel Predators, that will be an easy way for Arkangel Predators to take over the compound should they knock down Zizzy too early. Surti, in the meantime, he is bleeding out right now as Global Esports Xsset collapses on top of NGE right now. Surti will be removed by Leo here as they continue to assault onto this compound here, trying to flush out the other members of NGE, but they seem to have already pulled out of this compound itself and started to stay away from Global Esports Xsset here, but it's still scanning around, making sure that the coast is clear before they will go ahead and reap the rewards of taking over this compound.
Nice, beautiful angle shot there. Gotta admire the skill level for Genius Esports. A little bit out in the open, especially for Zest. Global Esports Xsset on the other side, and when the circle closes, they might bump into each other. So we have 3 teams at least so close by each other that when the circle shifts, a 3v fight might happen.
Oh, okay. T5 has decided to go assault up from the southern part of the circle here, and actually cuts right through eArena's position here to try to get themselves south of Chumacera, and it successfully found themselves a nice staging point actually within these dunes and hills. So eArena not able to react fast enough to stop T5 in the tracks. So this could be another interloper in this 3-way battle now forming between eArena, Arkangel Predators, as well as Theerathon FIVE. While at the same time, still the NGE is still attempting to try to remove GE from their area here. Zest under fire from the frag grenades that Blue is sending out of the window here. Is he going to be able to get another kill here for himself? Just a little bit. Yes, he will. Zest is out of the game.
And that's going to be 4 kills for Blue all alone. 5 kills for his team as a total score as of now. eArena still has a high ground. We can see that inside spots out Arkangel Predator. He saw them from the previous occasion.
Oh. And things are getting bad for worse now for eArena, because Purple Mood has decided to join in onto their compound here. So Inside and Lyrics are under pressure here from the south, while KM99 is still trying to head off T5, and at the same time Zixi is still keeping Arkangel Predators within his sight. So eArena is actually very spread out right now. They thought they would have the advantage here. I felt, they should have taken over AAP's position, but it seems like it's a little bit too little too late. Now it's Tanawat takes out Inside here. Things are falling apart now for eArena.
Oh, Lyrics in the compound all alone, and he might be seized down by Purple Mood Esports. Purple Mood Esports saw Arkangel Predator on the left as well. Long range coming in from Tanawat. That's gonna but not able to take anyone down just yet.
T5
now in action.
T5, they moved up into Chumacera now, trying to push Daytrade Gaming out of their position here and keeping their pressure, and that's actually working out well for them because the next circle lands on top. So now they just have to finish off the rest of Daytrade here, and they will take control over this sector. So Norin's still hanging around the outside, sends a smoke grenade out to try to head off any attempts to flank him around his building here. He opens up through the garage door and finds Hasawat, but now he's going to try to wrap around the other side. Actually, he's going to get onto the rooftop here, trying to get some high ground against T5, who are all set up inside this ground floor. They will remove whoever they find inside. That's going to be Chills, unfortunately, to be taken out to the lobby now. But T5 still has control of this floor right now, even though Hasawat is down. And the rest of Daytrade, Belmov and Flash is still lurking around the outside, though. They're still letting Norins still trying to hit things off. He does get the frag grenade kill against, knockdown against Hasawat right now, so at least is able to cover his tracks.
Yo, beautiful nade there. Now T5. Hasawat is still down. They managed to pick up one of the teammates earlier on, but they're still being sieged down by Daytrade Gaming. Daytrade Gaming is still on the outside of the building, probably waiting for T5 to actually come out and bring him out to the open area. At the same time, we can see the Upchen shot down somewhere else. Triple A taking a fight.
Yeah, still trying to take this fight here. Another fight is breaking out on the northern side, by the way, between AAA as well as Gex. We're going to be having a look on that right now as the knockdown is already on the uptrend, as we saw from the kill feed just now. Jacketoof and the rest of AAA are still able to hold steady in their compound, though, because it's Gex really that has to collapse onto position before they can actually take the assault. But yeah, at the same time, you got Genius Esports, Utah, and Chloris taking fire onto Gex as well, removing uptrend from the map here. So Gex now having to fight with 3 men. Are they still going to try to take on AAA's position? It's going to look worse for them now, as Zendan has just been knocked down.
Oh, here we go. The fight on the outside of the circle. AAA versus GEX. They need to end the fight quickly before the circle puts pressure onto them. At the same time, Belmont later down by RJ Boss for Arkangel Predator. Arkangel Predator butting in onto Daytrade Gaming's fight.
Yeah, it's now AAA is going to try to make the move now to undercut Gex here, while the Genius Esports is also moving in onto Xavier there. So there's a potential for them to try to pick up some scraps here from this fight, but might be a little bit slow to try to stop AAA in the tracks. Unfortunately, though, J-Dye has just been knocked down, so that could actually work out well here for GE as they start to move in here. Xavier shadowing the other 2 members there, also sends some frag grenades down. They want to try to use this opportunity to finish off AAA for good.
Oh, Global Esports Xsset trying to find their way in, but now we move forward to New Generation Esports. They're kind of busy, but we move forward again. There's just so many fights happening all around the map.
Yeah, all in the northern part here. Chumacera is the biggest staging point right now, but just in the outskirts here, the fight between GE as well as AAA is still ongoing here. We already have NGE under massive pressure for one call at the same time. Elimination is already done. On that side, Sakai knocks down one call's Trick. Chloris in the moment, having taken control of the schoolhouse here, is keeping an eye out onto AAA. As soon as any of them pops up within his view, he will be in the position now to take them down.
Oh, Chloris spotted out by his opponent. He needs to move himself. He needs to reset quickly before they come in. Eclaricia is still around the corner, trying to find his target. Yura is on the other side, but Chloris is inside the building. Right now we can see that Trick gives himself to the zone, denying his point away. Yeah,
unfortunately, one call will be stuck in that blue zone thanks to New Generation Esports' efforts here. But AAA is still under pressure right now as Ecolucia is watching out for anyone coming from the schoolhouse here. Chloris now going from classroom to classroom. He finds Ecolucia on that side, but still isn't able to get a knockdown, though. He's going to back around to the back here while AAA now uses this opportunity to try to move up forward here. Chloris now in a fight for his life here as his teammate still isn't able to come in on the inside yet. Chloris coming outside. He takes out O2 Squid. Utah still around the outside too. Covers his back, takes out Ecolucia, and that will be the end of AAA.
Yuda wins the fight, but this compound is not clear yet. We still have Zennan around the corner. Zennan can still come in and wipe them all out. Zennan resetting himself. He does have a first aid. He's still A-OK. But he still needs to find his target. This wall isn't helping him.
Not at all, but well, it does cover his movements though compared to GE here because they're still Utah still focused on trying to get his teammate revived now. But Zennan peeking through the bars here. Oh, he finds a headshot. He finds it onto Chloris. That will be the end of Genius Esports.
Beautifully done by Zennan, and Zennan nicely done. And now he can move into the circle. It's quite a distance for him. Hopefully he'll be okay from there. Sapau naded down by Larix. And at the same time on the southern side we can see there are 2 teams fighting over each other. But look on the left side, the amount of teams there.
Yeah, UV, still 2 members remaining, but they're able to keep a lot of pressure going to EA while T5 is using this opportunity as well to send whatever frag grenades ahead towards EA's direction, thus cutting down their ability to assault the compound right now. So under fire from 2 teams here. EA not in the best of spots right now. Zixi is going to be isolated now by Unicorn Venom, so that KM99 is now trying to pick up his own teammate there. Pantomime and the rest of Theerathon FIVE now still not under pressure quite yet until Daytrade Gaming moves in from the north side, which they are actually doing right now. Both Flash and Norins are starting to move in and also are trying to take the fight to Theerathon FIVE.
Ooh, the fight's not over yet. On the left side of the map, we can see they're all stuck within the same area. Larix coming in from behind, shoots onto his opponent, but Larix being countered by opponent. T5! Who wins the fight? What does it take to take out T5?
A lot. I think a lot more than just that, though. Daytrade is finding themselves in the quandary, too. They tried to take the assault into T5, but now the Rossi is already cleared out of the south. Now they can focus on the north here. So Norins is still down. Flash is going to be able to get a revive onto him, but Tantapong and Tanadol also have control over the other wing of the building here, and that's not going to be a good a good situation for them, I think.
Oh, T5 still standing strong though after all those fights, but now the blue has come in and Tanadol is there, waiting for Flash. Managed to take him down, then Flash will be finished off by Hatsawan. But Nuris is not done yet. He managed to take down Patapong. Kana will be taken down as well. Looks like around the corner as T5 finally eliminated. It took so much to take them down.
It took 3 different teams to take down this one squad here, but that's going to be excellent for everyone else because now the final 8 does not involve Theerathon FIVE right now, so points are certainly going to be up for grabs here. UV is still going to have to get themselves in recovery position, but you got Arkangel Predator already taking over the compound that both Daytrade as well as T5 were in just moments ago, and they're using that successfully to push UV further down south. They're still outside of the safe zone for now, though. I think the Expendables are still in a good position compound-wise to keep pressure onto Myth, but unfortunately the spine of that mountain there makes it hard for them to pour any fire on top of them. They can only focus on Jacob right now, who is currently trying to bring the assault onto Purple Moon. They already have a knockdown onto Fluky there, and attack all around just gets the assault done onto UV, eliminates both Smell as well as Silhy.
Well, looks like Seymour is not going to move from his area because he knows the moment he shows himself, he will be taken out. So he's probably considering the option of eliminating himself using the blue. Speaking about the blue, that blue still in the compound, is still on the outside of the circle as well. But here it is, Hawkeye spots him out as Seymour not going to deny his own point.
Yeah, thing is, NG is still a little bit split up, and Arkangel Predator still has 4 people inside Chumasera itself, so they're now flushing out the other members of NGE here, who are still attempting to cut off the main road access out of this town here. Elgin Boss still gets a headshot to Hokkaido, knocks him down, and he's going to be out in no man's land.
Oh, here we go, Nate. Toss out onto the other side, but the long range coming in from Pet. We'll take out Hawkeye. Hawkeye is now down on his knees and his teammates are just too far away to save him.
The compound that QConfirm is in as well will keep give them very good control over the east side here, so they can continue to pour fire onto the north there, onto both Arkangel Predators as well as NGE. Algebra Boss will finish off Hokkaido, so that leaves only 2 members of NGE left. Dat Blue currently overwatching the road right now as Myth now moves up north in order to take control over the circle here, trying to cut off the Expendables, who are still in the compound just on the outside of this next safe zone here. Arkangel Predator is also moving in here, but they're currently under fire from TE. Nan is attempting to try to pick up some vehicles here, hopefully maneuver them inside. But with Elgin Boss taking out that blue, though, that's going to be NGE. 4 teams still remain.
Wow, all 4 teams still with a full squad. We don't get to see that all the time. Evil Patrick could change that very, very soon, and he tries to take out his opponent for the lower ground. And it's going to be Tanbu being knocked down by Nan from somewhere else. From a different angle. Not only Tanbu, but Duck Hughes too. Looks like yeah, in a big trouble, but the nade will not reach onto his opponent. But that's going to be Ninja 2K. Really slipping it by like a ninja.
Just sneaking on by, but that's still very heavy sort of like damage they've taken there from those grenades nevertheless. And Arkangel Predator is going to use this opportunity to move down, tries to finish off the rest of TE here. It's going to be a killing spree right now for Evil Patrick as he takes out Ninja 2K, so no more members inside the safe zone here. Only 777 is still outside the blue zone, still trying to tank it out. He still has 4 more health kits, so is he going to be able to get in time? Just barely, but the blue zone being this painful, how long can he actually last here, especially with Arkangel Predator continuing to breathe down his neck?
Yeah, he's probably going to deny inside the zone at this point, only finishing up his first 8, and that's going to be the last one in his armory, and that is it. He's just going to wait it out right now, trying to secure any kills, but nope. The blue is going to deny that, so it's going to be number 4 for the Expendables.
Yeah, 3 teams still remain. All of them are still having full stacks here. Arkangel Predator has now taken swift control over the eastern side. Now they've eliminated, have already eliminated QC just now. But Myth is still within the circle here, and they're trying to cut off Arkangel Predator from being able to come in. QConfirm is still on the other side. Have not moved out of the compound yet, but will soon have to, with the circle already moving further west of them now. But that will put them in the line of fire for Myth, in fact. So now they're just trying to use this whatever remaining time that's left in this phase here to hopefully get some knockdowns onto Myth so they can open up a path for them to start to get into the safe zone.
Well, Circle favors Myth, but we have seen it time and time again. The team that moves last will have the biggest advantage, and that could be QConfirm. Arkangel Predator has no choice as well. They need to move further forward. They're playing by doing a circle, putting pressure on the QConfirm. QConfirm making them move into the circle. They might be able to make it safely, and so far so good for them.
Yeah, QConfirm literally just have to make the move right now, or it's going to be never. And fortunately for them, Arkangel Predator didn't exactly have a good angle to hit them off. So now they're going to try to send some frag grenades a little bit far off, I feel. So that's not going to connect at all into QConfirm. And the whole time, Myth is still standing their ground, staying in their positions. Duckman is already very far forward of his position here, and he's going to try to keep the pressure onto Arkangel Predator. But in the meantime, though, I think it's already a knockdown already on 1 member of QConfirm there. So that's certainly going to bog them down a little bit.
Long range from Algebos with the MK12. Now putting pressure on the QConfirm, trying to get the members of QConfirm, but can't land those shots. Right now we can see all three teams within the circle. Still a full squad though, but that could change quickly as Darkman
Nice.
tosses the nail on the side of Arkangel Predator, taking down Alec.
That's already half of his health taken down by that another frag. So Duckman is still having to climb up this hill though. So he'll surf along the side of the blue zone here in order to avoid being backdoored. But he's in a perfect position now to assault AAP. It's just that the rest of his team is also being bogged down by QConfirm at the same time. Nan spots Duckman. Now he's going to be over the chase, and that's bad there for Buck Duckman. He lost his opportunity and will pay the price.
Oh, Duckman's taken out by Nan. Arkangel Predator, because of their high guard advantage, they have it against Myth. But for QConfirm, they have the circle, but can they hold on to the circle? This will be the bigger question. Right now, we can see that Pons is on the outside. He needs to crawl back to safety for his teammates to revive him.
It wouldn't make sense for Arkangel Predator to move from the position though, because it's still a high ground that allows him to take shots against both QC as well as Myth. So if anything, they want to try to get the knockdown, to confirm a knockdown here onto QConfirm. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to happen until just now, so they're already finally taking the on the back. They will remove him as well, so that's a little bit of pressure relief though. But nevertheless, Zapalui as well as Betred continues to pour fire onto Elgin bots, so they can't exactly move up north even if they want to. And the whole time, Xsset is also making maneuvers up the cliff side here. So certainly Myth is now sensing an opportunity to try to cut off AAP. Have not actually beaten them to the punch though. As they get on the vehicles, they're going to collide straight into QC here. Unfortunately, Nana will get knocked down. Even Patrick does as well. Alec is able to slip by, but can he get a return fire done here? The knockdowns are still happening though. As Alec gets himself out of the blue zone, he will be knocked down instead. This is bad here for Arkangel Predators.
Oh, it's bad. There's on the outside of the circle as Aljin Bond now in a critical situation. He needs to reset quickly. That's his last first aid that he'll be using. At the same time, we can see that Al Pons will be taken out by Rogue. Rogue will take out Nan as well. Arkangel Predator down to the last man, and Myth has the best advantage.
Yep, Myth right now still has more people standing and ready to fight here. Zapalui is going to have to get himself revived very quickly, and Predred's in position to try to do that. While that's happening though, Myth is starting to move in onto Arkangel Predator's position now. Still keeping Elgin Bots under pressure here. He's still trying to get a shot. Does get a bit of a ping onto Jacob, and unfortunately, Jacob will get the last laugh though as he takes out Elgin Bots from the map.
Oh, that is it for Arkangel Predator. We have to QConfirm and Myth, who will take up this chicken dinner. Elgin Bots still managed to get a knockdown to Rogue. Okay, I guess it was a delayed knockdown, but anyway, it's going to be QConfirm now, moving up. Circle no longer exists. This 9th phase will close entirely.
Yep, a nice headshot there into Jacob as he tries to move up. There's still a little bit of a dune here that Pedret can use as cover, and that's keeping most of Myth's shots missing him right about now. He still has a couple more frag grenades. He's going to try to send one to Jacob, but Zapalui finds him nevertheless. Will knock him down. Maybe the frag grenade will be able to finish off for good, but Zapalui takes some even higher ground compared to his teammate there to try to head up both Duckman as well as Exquisite. But with the circle going to be collapsing around them, it's still QConfirm who is still in the center there. Pedret in that position. So if anything, Myth still needs to move up. They still need to try to get overcome QConfirm's position here.
Okay, Myth now. So far it's 2v2 unless they can pick up Jacob, but it's going to be hard to pick him up at this point. He's out in the open. He's used as a bait by QConfirm. They're not finishing off just yet, focusing on the ones that's still alive. Zapalui tries to get one on the right. That's going to be Duckman's, but Duckman's managed to duck it out and evade those shots.
Yep, so far so good though for Myth, but unfortunately they still haven't forced Pedret out of his position yet, and that's still putting them at a disadvantage here because they're still taking fire from two flanks here, and that's making it hard for them to actually maneuver out of that position. Nevertheless though, Zapalui now taking a bit of fire force to duck down. This could be an opportunity here for Exquisite as well as Duckman's trying to move up, but unfortunately Exquisite gets caught out by Zapalui. He finishes off the last remaining members of Myth and takes the chicken dinner for themselves. QConfirm with the win.
And this is the first chicken dinner in the grand finals for QConfirm, a team during the group stages. They were superb, so glad to see them back here with this chicken dinner, and with the chicken dinner this will bring them at least onto page 1.
It's actually the second chicken dinner. They earned one during round 4, so that was in day number 1 itself. But that was such a long time ago, and I think since then it's been fairly inconsistent for this squad itself. They had several trials and tribulations they had to go through, but finally taking this chicken dinner is certainly a good statement there to show everyone else that they're still not out of this yet, ladies and gentlemen. They're still in this game here, and hopefully with the points hauled here, hopefully to be able to get themselves into that top 8 by the end of this.
Yeah, but I guess the highlight is still, honestly, T5 is still the show stealer in this round. Like, it took so many teams to try to take them down, up to like 3 teams to go into the same compound to take out T5. I mean, T5 is just, they're almost indestructible.
I know it took 3 separate squads to finally take them down, but again, like T5 did a little bit something a little bit different this time around by trying to approach the circle in from the southern side. Oh, I also want to apologize. Actually, QConfirm, yeah, this was their first chicken dinner, by the way. I thought mistaken theirs for Unicorn Venom's one, but nevertheless, I'm actually also surprised. I thought that QConfirm would have had like at least another chicken dinner here in this competition, but nevertheless for T5 though, yeah, I guess like we just got our question answered just now. It takes 3 separate teams to overcome T5's position, and frankly, it just shows the amount of like kill potential that this team has.
Yeah, I thought when they were taking the fight against Daytrade Gaming, they would have lost a couple of players, but no. When we went to another team and then we panned back to them, it's like, oh, they still maintain as a full squad. Imagine what they could do if they had the circle. They didn't have the circle, so they were forced to move anyway. But if they had the circle with still that compound, with multiple teams coming onto them, I think they would still win those fights.
And I think this is also another difference for T5 in this fight is that this is one where they had to come into a city that was already held by other squads. So I think that naturally still puts them in a bit of a disadvantage too. Although, like, I think their ability to fight within these houses are still fantastic. Even with the pressure coming from Daytrade from the north, and then with I think there was eArena from the south, they were still able to head off both of those teams quite well. But nevertheless, I think for AAA though, this was definitely what allowed them a lot of momentum in this round by getting elimination done onto CES, and Surti, had a good position up on this hilltop to watch out for Purple Mood coming up, and I think they didn't quite capitalize on that even, because if they actually assaulted onto his position, that would certainly make things a lot harder for GE to control the rest of that Chumacera sector.
Oh, I noticed that E36 Starlord was actually needed by his own teammate, so there was a little bit of a friendly fire happening between them, and that kind of gave the advantage towards NGE to take the rest of them out. But NGE, we got to give it to that blue as well. 1v3, and I don't think he reloaded, or maybe he reloaded once, gotta check that again. But pretty much with a single magazine, he eliminated the entire squad.
I wonder if like he will get that achievement for like killing the enemy with the last shot from the magazine. I know that's achievement in CS:GO. I'm not sure if it's an achievement in PUBG itself, but certainly an achievement for that blue to not only take the 1v3 but also to get the frag grenade kill against GE's Zest as well. So that's certainly a highlighted performance here for New Generation Esports for sure. Unicorn Venom, they tried to sweep in from the western side and found themselves in the battle that eArena and T5 were bogged out in, but Rossitead Jr. came out of the gates like swinging, took down 2-3 members of eArena and pretty much secured that sector of Chumacera for themselves. And even Daytrade Gaming tried to come in from the north there, was giving them quite a hard time, but they still got the eliminations done. Eventually it was another team, which I think one call, that actually went in and sweep that side anyway. So nevertheless, T5 were not able to hold on until the final phase here. That was mostly a battlefield here for Arkangel Predator, who took control over the western side compared to like other teams that I thought would be able to control that sector. Like Arkangel Predator actually took full advantage of all these other chaos here to get full control, and that led them to be part of the final four in this fight here.
Yeah, and the fact that Arkangel Predator, they took the high ground at this stage of the game, it gave them a lot of advantage to take out QConfirm. QConfirm, they were on the lower ground, and it's pretty much an open area for them. That's why there's very minimal cover for them to take that fight against Arkangel Predator. So it was well taken by them. Myth, on the other hand, yes, they were on the lower ground, but somehow they managed to fight back against a team that was on the high ground.
Yeah, Sapalue, what a mad lad this guy was, because his eliminations was what pretty much secured it, and Pet Dread, by holding the position in the center there, kept Myth under pressure the whole time, so they were more worried about trying to pick off heads rather than actually moving up as well. And that dual play there pretty much secured them that chicken dinner, so a fantastic show of tactics here from QConfirm.
Yeah, QConfirm finally getting their chicken dinner in the grand finals. I guess we all kind of missed that performance of how they did inside of the group stage, where it was superb. They were at number 1 for most of the game until their second group stage game. They kind of like dropped a little bit, but by that time it doesn't really matter for them as long as they're through straight out onto grand final. So QConfirm, a team that has a lot of potential, and since the points are not that far actually from number 2 onwards, QConfirm definitely will be in page 1.
I think so. It's just a matter of how far they were able to get. I didn't quite catch how many kills they got. We will definitely get that update once the full match results are up here anyway. But again, like you mentioned, first chicken dinner for them in this competition, which like again surprised me so much that it's like I had to check back and I realized, oh yeah, like their best performances were only like 2 second places, and that was in day number 2. But now they've got their first chicken dinner there, and like just in the nick of time too. They did get chicken dinners during the group stage, but that was only during the Tago round. So the fact that they managed to get it in the first map of Miramar itself, I hope this is going to be a sign of things to come here from this squad.
Yeah, we like to see surprises, right? But here comes the question again. After seeing what T5 did, what does it take to take them down? Because they are still consistent. It doesn't look like they're dropping. But let's go through the scores. As we can see here, Arkangel Predator gets the most points because of the kill points collected.
Exactly, but now QConfirm is only like 2 points behind Arkangel Predator though, so they're not too far off in terms of like what progress they can make. But for AAP especially, they're also another team that's even further down that second page. So this is going to be a good piece of news for them that they've actually gotten the bulk of the points here. But nevertheless, made in Thailand and Generation Esports had a fantastic round here. NGA especially were able to capitalize a lot out of their fights inside Chumacera. So 9 kill points is nothing to be shy about. In all honesty here, I think the only outlier really is the Expendables, only 4 placement points but 0 kills throughout this competition here. Compare that to Theerathon FIVE, who didn't get any placement points but still managed to net 4 kills, so that's still 4 points to add to the tally. So if my mathematics is correct, that's 145 points they have in total now overall.
Honestly, it's quite a surprise for me to see T5 only getting 4 points, because whatever they did early on, it felt like it was supposed to be more points for them, but they only managed to get 4 out of the kills. So yeah, it is what it is at the end of the day. But it doesn't matter for them because they're still at number 1.
Here's the thing, like I said, they can still drop rounds and still stay in the lead here. And with new Generation Esports still in the second place along with GE, doesn't seem there's much movements here. Although let's see where QConfirm is, still in the second page, guys.
What?
Like it's still over there, still not able to overcome one call's like score line there of 89. So it's still about 3 points shy of that. Arkangel Predator is able to move up a couple of places though, but still stuck in 12th place, still behind Unicorn Venom by 1 point, still behind QConfirm by 11 points. So I think it's still a lot of progress they will have to make. But like I said, I mean, with them already taking chicken dinner, hopefully this will give them more confidence to start taking more fights here on this day itself, because they are still within reach of getting that top 8. They just need another chicken dinner round like this, and I think they'll surely be able to do it.
And if New Generation Esports can get the chicken dinner next, now the gap between them and T5 is only 15 points. It feels like if they can get a chicken dinner with a decent amount of elimination points and T5 doesn't get anything, then New Generation Esports can be the team to overtake that number 1 spot. But let's look at the kill leaders from the previous round. Looks like we got 2 players from Arkangel Predator on the board.
Algin Bot's 6 kills in hand there. I mean, he's been pulling a lot of his weight there for Arkangel Predator, and Alec not too bad either, flanking around a lot to pick up those kill points himself. So very gratifying to see that Arkangel Predator is having their day, having a good start to the day here. Norins from Daytrade, actually not too bad for him either, because he's tied in terms of kill points with Hakai as well as Rogue Nan, and certainly had been Daytrade themselves had really tried very hard to keep control, but Chumacera is just unfortunately a little bit crowded, especially down south, and a lot of the fighting was happening outside of the compound anyway. But Daytrade still made the most of it, still collected a decent amount of kill points, maintained their 4th leaderboard position here. And as for Myth, it felt so close yet so far there, but Rogue Nan can still back on the fact that, at least in terms of personal performance, he still did very, very well.
Well, speaking of a team that did very, very well, it's going to be QConfirm taking home the chicken dinner, despite them getting a 2nd place finish, because Arkangel Predator just had to have more elimination points. It's still okay at the end of the day. I mean, a chicken's a chicken, right? You can't really complain about that, and they were the team that lasted the longest in that round. So QConfirm, looking forward to see if they can carry on their momentum. especially with the chicken dinner, and I hope that it's not just a one-off round for them.
Yeah, I hope it's not going to be a one-off thing there. But again, with them having not picked up the chicken dinners in the last few days there, finally it all came together for them in this one match here. So hopefully, like I said, hopefully a sign of things to come. But for QConfirm, they still cannot rest on their hands. They still have a lot of work to do for the rest of the day here to accumulate points. But this is certainly the best possible start they could ask for.
Yes, it is a good start to the day, and we still got 9 more rounds to go and 4 more rounds today before we crown the champions. Frankly, T5, okay, just putting aside their performance, right? At the end of the day, it's all the points collected, right? Because they only collect that amount of points. I wouldn't say they're shaky, but it opens up a lot of opportunity for other teams to have hope of getting the trophy.
I mean, again, it still means that the other teams are still not out of reach from that first rank overall yet, and the thing is that T5 had been having that lead for so long now that I wonder how they're going to be able to withstand once that lead starts to dry out for them. How are they still going to be able to perform their very best? They've been the level of confidence they have taking fights, the level of confidence they have making maneuvers. If that starts to affect them, towards the end here when other teams start to catch up, then that could be something for them to have to worry about. But nevertheless, I think that they're still consistently getting kill points regardless. Even the rounds that they do drop, it's not too bad, compared to other teams that drop out almost immediately. I think a perfect sort of dichotomy to put here is comparing them together with Cerberus, because Cerberus had the more, I would say, riskier route compared to everyone else, because they're constantly getting to hot drop fights with AAA right off the bat, and that becomes a bit of a 50-50. If they win that fight against AAA, then they're able to continue and move on and actually get a top 4 placement. But if they lose, they completely lose out on any sort of points, have no opportunity to make the climb, and that's why they're still languishing over in the second page.
This raises the next big question, right? Picardo, when are they going to give up? They're not giving up just yet, and the win ratio between AAA as well as Cerberus, it does favor towards AAA, and if you just look at the win ratio, I mean, it's just too risky of a drop for a Cerberus Esports. I think it should be time for them to think of somewhere else.
I don't know. It's really hard for me to have an answer for that, because I still admire Cerberus's sort of stubbornness, in this situation here. And sometimes you have to be that stubborn sometimes when you have a good game plan, because for them at least, they know that if they win that fight, it's certainly going to be guaranteed somewhere in the top. They could be in somewhere in that final phase, because they certainly have the strength to do so. But now I think AAA has shown that the adaptation it did in those hot drop fights now has shown that maybe Cerberus is finding it hard to actually take that fight in a hot zone now. And I guess in the long run, you can see the huge gulf now between Attack All Around as well as Cerberus Esports here. So to your point, maybe they might want to stop that stubbornness here. But again, I don't know what's going to be the good call here for them.
From an entertainment standpoint, I would like to see them go at it again. But objectively, as a team, and you still can climb up ranks to get a bigger piece of the prize pool. For them to become the champions, I think it's just too far off. But to get a better piece of the prize pool, I think they really should consider moving away from Picardo.
I know. So yeah, I mean, again, when you look at their score line, especially from day 1 and day 2, even to a certain extent day 3 as well, they have so many 16th place finishes compared to everyone else on the map here, and only one chicken dinner in this competition so far, and the closest they even got was only 4th place back in day 1. So yeah, perhaps as much as I admire the stubbornness, yeah, maybe it might be time for a change here for CERBERUS Esports.
Yes. But we'll see after this, right? I mean, it's good entertainment, not gonna lie. It gives us something to look forward to, especially at the start of the game where everyone's at the looting phase. Because imagine if that Picardo fight doesn't happen, right? Everywhere else around the map is just steady looting phase until phase 3, 4 till we see the fights happening. So, I mean, it is something. But I do feel for CERBERUS Esports as well, the fact that they got out early, and it's never fun. If you're the first team to go out that early, basically your wait time till the next game is 40 to 50 minutes.
That's the thing. That's 40 or 50 minutes of like not doing anything. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
So you're not going to be able to keep your skills sharp. You're not going to feel warmed up actually to take another high intensity fight. Yeah, I mean, there's to your point, there's a lot of reasons why Cerberus should probably like try to give up this position, but nevertheless, we will jump into Miramar once more. This time the flight path starts from the south point, goes up northwards, still very east biased though, so a huge swath, like 3/4 of the map are still tempting a lot of these teams to just reach out and get even further out, but still we have still E36 jumping up very early. They tend to stick to the close line a lot, I noticed on Miramar itself. eArena, conversely, looking like they're going to be dropping in the same position as well, taking over the high points down in the southwest of Miramar itself. Yet again, Cerberus still hot dropping onto Picado together with AAA, so here we go. Numero duo.
Round number 358. The fight between these two teams. But this time around, looks like AAA is not going to jump straight into the stadium. So they are kind of spread all around, but looks like a split between the two teams. At least a little bit more gentle this time around.
Yeah, but for Cerberus, at least they don't have to worry about Equinducia backdooring them anymore. Janko 12 is still going to be taking a lot of fire, though. He hasn't found any ammunition for his, or rather hasn't reloaded his shotgun quite yet, and hasn't even found a proper gun to head off against CERBERUS Esports here. Solo Z is actually moving down further south of Picado itself, looking like he wants to try to find even better loot down there, while Cerberus continues to hold the stadium, while AAA stays in their own respective places. So not much engagements this time around. Hopefully not too much of a toss-up for them as well. Looking at where the circle lands, oh my god, similar to what we had last round though. So are we going to be seeing like a rerun of the match we just only concluded just now?
Yeah, if not because of how the current state of the Picado fight is, right? You might think that, hey, are we watching the first game? It's like, should we like fast forward our live stream or something? But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, this is round number 2. I can assure you that. Looking over at the spread of the teams across the map, right? I do notice again that T5, again, their trend is that they like to drop on the northern side of maps, including like Miramar as well. This time around, Arkangel Predator is just behind them, so they drop around the areas of La Coberia for them to make that rotation. Yes, you can go through the high grounds where T5 is at, but you can, if you did your homework enough, which I'm pretty sure they did, they would know that T5 will be somewhere around the area. So for them to like make that straight rotation into the circle through that high ground, I don't think that'll be the case. So they might want to consider like moving towards either the left side, past El Pozo, or right side, passing by San Martin to come into the circle instead.
Yeah, but either way, there are already squads in position there to prevent them from making that rotation. T5, though, they're going to move even further up north, it looks like, getting a convoy to join out at Pantopong, just on the outskirts of La Cocherera. In the meantime, QConfirm currently looking like we're inside of another fight that's going on here. I think that's around where Picado is. Yeah, in fact, they're just cutting them off from the center of the circle here. So just overlooking this fight is still going, the siege is still going on between Attack All Around and CERBERUS Esports. No other teams are making any major movements quite yet. We already got Myth very solidly placed inside Los Leones themselves. Daytrade, they've been one of the teams that tend to hop around from place to place. This time around, they decided to drop closer to Chumacera, and they're going to be encountering NGE, who decided to take up the same 3 complexes they did in the last map there, and that's allowing them to spot one call moving down southwards towards La Driella. But with Belmov and Flash now starting to pressure Hakai's position here, I wonder if the other 2 members of Daytrade are going to be coming here to make this a 3-way fight.
Ooh, okay. One call is making that rotation out to ZZ. ZZ's all alone. He probably heard the vehicles. Now he's onto his own vehicle, getting away. Good call there for ZZ. Hopefully he'll be able to get away safely. There's a decent amount of open area between him and one call just landed into the compound, not ready to take that fight.
So last match, I was saying that one of the mistakes that eArena did was to not take control of the 2 cliff sides further west of the circle. But you already got Global Esports Xsset actually moving very quickly to take over that position there, and so eArena loses out on a possible strategic advantage there, and they're going to be conceding that now to Gex, who's already got themselves much closer than they eArena eArena probably expected. In fact, I think they might actually catch Lyrics by surprise here if they just come on top. Oh, lots of damage done. A knockdown for sure, and eArena loses control over the cliffside, just like that. So, nevertheless, though, eArena, the rest of them are continuing to stay in 2 other complexes further down south. That still puts them under fire from Gex. One call in the meantime, under fire from, rather, they spotted Bell move and Flash, so they're forcing a bit of a fight now further into the inner reaches of the circle itself. Daytrade's Belmov having to take onto the ground. Very interesting to find out that he doesn't wear any shoes in this fight here, completely barefoot. I guess he just want to feel a little bit more closer to the ground, I think.
Well, fun fact as well for all of you watching at home, the reason why these players they don't wear shoes, because if you wear shoes it actually makes a bit more sound as compared to that's how realistic it is, right? Like you wear boots versus you go on foot. But the part that is not realistic is that if you go on foot on a hot sand like this, well, you don't get burned.
Like, yeah, I mean, that's really funny. Like the tactics is such that, you know, just removing equipment actually gives you an advantage. That's, wow, I guess. But then again, you know, these teams will always find whatever advantage they can anyway. So, nevertheless, Gex now moving very swiftly onto Zixie's position here, trying to storm this chapel, try to force him on the outside, but he's still up on the rooftop, it looks like. So, Leo's going to send a frag grenade up into the bell tower. That's forcing Zixie now to get onto the ground. You got Upchen now moving in as well. Gex completely surrounding his point. Even KM99 trying to fire from distance isn't going to be able to find him, though. Leo takes him down and takes out Zixie. So that's them taking control over the south point in La Jurella.
You gotta feel for Zixie, right? He ran away from one call and then he chooses another compound which he thought would be like, it's okay, I'm gonna be safe here, but another team just comes in and take it out. It's like, guys, give me a break, guys.
No breaks on this train, unfortunately, as one call also hearing all that commotion has making some moves now to try to take control over La Driella. CERBERUS Esports still stuck in this fight with AAA this whole time, though, and they have not actually made any progress in that regard. Still staying in most of the positions. They actually spread themselves out out west of Picado itself, keeping AAA surrounded, so that gives them only one option to pull away from here, which is going to be further eastwards. But that doesn't look too tempting because that's putting them even further away from the center of this circle. So either way, attack all around is still more or less incentivized to still take this fight against CERBERUS.
Well, I guess these two teams, alright, you gotta think about it, right? CERBERUS, realistically, is just too far away from becoming the champions. So, I guess to their thought process is like, we become the champions. We might as well disrupt that team who has disrupted us for majority of the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think what's important as well is that for CERBERUS at least is by keeping AAA bogged down in Picado right now, they have no potential to increase their loot position throughout because, you know, they're stuck in the same place. You know, whatever loot they will find is pretty much what they have to keep for the rest of this phase now. And Attack All Around knows this at the same time. And they also, I think now they've been completely cut off from trying to get to the eastern side because Purple Moon has already moved to take control over the hills at that point. So maybe they can try to move down south if they can just get past a solo Z. That might be an option for them, but things are getting very crowded now indeed as the blue zone starts to center all these teams around this point now. A bit of fire still coming out, and I think at the same time you also have QConfirm just lurking on the outskirts of Picado too, so they're also ready, you know, to start picking up like some scraps as soon as CERBERUS and AAA collapse onto each other and start taking kills.
Or maybe if they just choose to come out of the Picado city, then they could take free long-range shots and, you know, secure those elimination points from there. So far, these two teams, they're not budging just yet. I think the only thing that will budge them or force them to move is when the circle moves away.
Yeah, QConfirm seems to be staging themselves a lot closer to edge now, so they're also sensing the tension that's coming out Picado here. So, my goodness, they've just been sieged up in that position for such a long time now, but AAA continue to try to shuffle the position, still reaching into other complexes within Picado itself. AAP in the meantime had moved very swiftly to take the western side, and actually, by my estimation, has a much better position here to take sniper shots against the other squads further down on the lowlands here. And Elgin Bots and AAP know that, you know, by accumulating by being able to accumulate kill points like this in the last round, they're looking to try to go for a sequel once more here in match number 2.
Well, this sequel ain't stopping anytime soon. Looking at the current situation, Attack All Around is kind of clumped inside Picado, whereby their opponents, CERBERUS Esports, they kind of got them surrounded. But we got to knock down somewhere else, so a little bit of fights happening here, and it's going to be Daytrade Gaming getting the knockdown. It's a little bit of a long to mid-range, so it's probably going to take a while before they secure that elimination point. But anyway, we talk about the circle moving away from Picado. It is happening right now, so I guess the fight inside Picado has to end.
Has to end at some point. I mean, the problem though is that QConfirm's compound is still in the border of this next safe zone. So if anything, they're in a prime position now to gatekeep anyone coming up Picado. So that's adding more to the woes of this siege here. Like I said, the longer this goes on, the worse off it's going to be for both these teams. Cerberus has done well to keep AAA suppressed, but now they're going to have to cut the losses at some point and start to make a maneuver towards the center of the zone, which right now is breaking out with fire here. Daytrade and NGA under attack here. eArena as well under fire from eArena is under fire from E36. Star-Lord having a Mini 14 in hand is trying to get some knockdowns. UV is moving in from the north side as well, and they are under fire from one call who will have set themselves on the compound on the higher ground here. Star-Lord now trying to take opportunity to get some pot shots. Does a bit of damage onto Smell, but not enough to get a knockdown. Still, he unfortunately though is stuck in the middle there. Will be eliminated to one call, so there's another one taken out here by from Unicorn Venom.
Unicorn Venom now losing players against one call. At the same time, eArena keeping eyes onto Unicorn Venom from the other side as well. So Unicorn Venom pretty much stuck between two teams. A little bit of a sideways situation for them. The rest of EA, they are starting to move in. They want to pick up those points.
It wanted those points indeed. Unicorn Venom's Smell able to heal himself back up. Gets a nice ping against Insight there, forcing him to duck down into the lower floor. One call is still keeping the fire going though onto Unicorn Venom's as well as EA's position the whole time though, and they're in the prime position to keep them sieged up over La Griella. Daytrade is not really making any moves to keep the pressure there. They just want to let them fight it out while Belmov continues to try to take pot shots against one call who are shuffling about and looking like they want to try to reposition themselves to get a better angle to take this fight against Unicorn Venom, who are still hurting by the way because they're still bogged down out here, with Silhi getting taken out. They're certainly looking like they're in the same kind of quandary they had in the first match, where again it's these two members that will have to fight it out for the rest of this phase.
Oh, here is the fight between the Expendables as well as Purple Mood Esports. Looks like they're trading off each other at this time. Oh, Purple Mood Esports takes out the entire Expendable squad, and they will be the first one to go up. Purple Mood Esports, I mean, when it comes to taking fights, they are the team to do it.
They are the ones to do it indeed, so they will have control over that compound for now. Unicorn Venom still in that siege right now against eArena. AAA is also making a move. They are starting to get out of Picado now that the blue zone has already crushed into the town, and they're starting to give Cerberus a bit of a slip right now, but unfortunately I don't think they found any vehicles, so they still have to proceed it on foot, and that's certainly very risky, especially at this point where Cerberus is still having a good sightline onto them. Solo Z is still inside the safe zone right now, but we'll soon have to move on. Taikon and Himas are still staying inside the blue zone for now. Haisaki now moving across the road to try to cut things off. The trick from one call in the meantime, also moving out to get closer and closer to the complex that both Unicorn Venom as well as eArena are based in here. Haisaki having just going to be popping some pills here to get himself fully up to speed as well as full energy bar as well to continue to weather out the storm that is the blue zone right now. Blue zone, but the safe zone continues to move even further and further away for them right now, so they need to find some vehicle somewhere, but AAA still has to hoof it on foot.
Look, the fact that CERBERUS Esports still isn't living Picado, meaning that they are playing like there's nothing to lose for them, but attack all around. They are ready to get away. CERBERUS Esports, if they want to take them all out, they got to do it fast right now. Oh, what a good angle by Haisaki! It was a close one. Can he still finish him off? Can he still do it? He's trying to get them. Equalicia will be needed up by Haisaki. They still manage to get on time. Jakutu off as well. Shot down by Haisaki. CERBERUS Esports really don't want to let them go.
Whoa, that was like too close for comfort there, and tackle around. Look at how low they are. Equilucia unfortunately will be left behind and pretty much will be swallowed up by the blue zone eventually, unless CS decides to move up and finish him off for good. But nevertheless, that was a very, very late E pickup there for AAA to use that T5 in the meantime, collapsing onto Arkangel Predator while NG is under pressure from Daytrade coming in from the south here. Let's have a look at the replays. Haisaki a little bit slow, a little bit late there, but nevertheless still managed to catch them in midair and got the knockdown onto Equilucia as well as taking down Jakutu off.
Oh, Cerberus really dislikes AAA. We can see that till the end. Imagine if there wasn't any emergency pickup there, then probably Triple A would have been taken out based on the position that we last saw them. But now we're moving over to NGE versus Daytrade Gaming as Wuchels will be taken out. Barboards will be gunned down by Chloris as well somewhere else.
Yeah, PLM is trying to move into the inner reach of the circle. Now under fire from both MIF as well as GE. Now another knockdown to Tanawatt. Another knockdown to Thunderous and Fluky. Last one standing here has to hoop it on foot. But Zest has it dead to rights. Takes him out with a remaining 14. And Purple Moon is out in 15th.
Purple Moon Esports, number 15. Good firepower onto them, but then again when it comes to the long range, another team has the advantage. And now speaking about long range, Balmore putting pressure onto NGE. That's still currently inside the compound. 2 knockdowns, one by Balmore, one by Norris. This could be the opportunity to crash in.
Yeah, in fact, Genius Esports might be thinking about it as well, pouring fire into NGE's position while all that fire is breaking out inside this one tiny complex. Nurin's almost dodges a frag grenade, couldn't dodge the shots coming Hokkaido. He will get knocked down, both him as well as Nurin's, and oh my goodness, Belmo comes out together only to get knocked out by Hakkai, so that's the end of Daytrade.
Oh, that is it for Daytrade Gaming, but we still have the rest of them here. We can see that eArena is going to go up against Unicorn Venom. Unicorn Venom just on the other side, on the other building. But if anyone were to step out of this building, one call would shoot them down.
For sure, and the one call is already taking position on all the high ground that overlooks this one complex that UV as well as EA are currently set in. So either way, like they will, there's a huge amount of pressure being put here on this fight. They can't really pop out. Oh, and KM99 taking out some power. Smell will be able to get a trade onto him immediately and takes him out from the map completely. So Unicorn Venom is still within this fight, but eArena's inside now. Last person standing is still trying to find a way to get this last knockdown here, but frag grenades or flank grenades going to be coming out, not going to be clearing out this point. Oh, he gets up on the staircase there. He finds Mel. He takes him out. Saparo is also down, so that's going to be the end of Unicorn Venom.
Nicely follow up right inside. Inside now, the last man standing for eArena. While we move over to other teams. So before that, let's check the circle and where they are. We still have a good amount of teams on the outside circle. CERBERUS Esports, one of it, passing by Myth. Try to get into the circle, but it would be fun if CERBERUS Esports can spot on Skirt, who's on the northern side, but they're not taking that route.
The Cerberus is moving very rapidly into Chumacera now, and almost Myth was trying their very best to knock them down, but then E36 might have another chance as well as Deva sees the convoy come across him. He tries to go for the spray, but then Haimas is able to duck behind the dudes there to avoid that fire. But Pantopong on the other side, T5, they use an E pickup to get themselves in this position here. That could actually try to head up CS, but nevertheless, CS will try to move further down south to get towards the main road instead. So Pantopong loses his opportunity to get another knockdown here, but then you also have NGE set up further north of where T5 is. So that's another point of pressure that NGE is able to do onto T5, so they can't exactly go down to try to beat the Cerberus out in the field.
Oh, and one call, losing players in the hands of QConfirm. But then again, Arkangel Predator also getting something for themselves onto Jexi for one call. Came up with the long range, putting pressure onto the other side, down to T5. T5 currently within the circle. T5 is A-OK for now, but their position all compromised as E36 moving in.
Yes, only Star-Lord though. Deva, XK1, and Sylvia are still staying in Chumacera right now because they need to head off Myth, preventing them from being able to go into anything. Star-Lord is trying to set up another forward position here that perhaps E36 can back up into. Sylvia, in the meantime, still having his hands full, trying to keep Myth off of their backs here. QConfirm started to collapse onto One Call's position too, so Erzapalui is going to have to watch out because he's not exactly in a position now to try to stop One Call from taking over the compound because actually they're already there. They're already starting to push through. Not a good frag grenade and kills there coming in from GE, so they will be able to eliminate NGE on that side, so they will take control over the compound instead. QConfirm continuing to feel the pressure coming from One Call here, but again, they're trying to assault out from this northern side. Jacob just been knocked out, has made it. Thailand tries to make a break for it to get to the eastern side and just get into a collision course here with attack all around.
Oh, but Myth is going towards Triple A right now. Triple A trying to defend their area, and Triple A skirmish getting knocked down onto Exorcy and take him out. Triple A is still holding on strongly, but they're on the outside of the circle. Now Ro has the high guard advantage instead. He went in for the wraparound. He's able to see Skirt, and he'll take the shot, and Triple A is out.
Triple A is out. Now with Myth taking control here, it's not quite secure for them yet because E36 continues to keep fire going on them. T5 and GE are still locked in their own battles right now, and Pandapong a little bit on the outside is taking some damage from their own, but he's still getting a knockdown being done onto Myth. And in the meantime though, QConfirm and One Call still continuing to fight on the north side into 466 inside the blue zone right now as Chumacera is completely swallowed up. They were going to have to reposition. Starlo has been knocked down, and Cerberus decided to get onto his position there, so they don't exactly have a good point to hold back. Now Sawat takes a kill onto Tanadol there. Now he will try to use a frag grenade to try to force Chloe's out of position. Hopefully we will nail him down. Another frag grenade coming in from his teammate there. Not going to be connecting, unfortunately. He will still come down and finish him off the good old-fashioned way.
Oh, nicely done there by Hasawa, but I noticed as well that Tanadol mollied himself, probably denying the point away, and that makes the T5 only having two players for now. Now, QConfirm, Pawns, put the pressure onto the other side, not allowing teams to rotate freely, but then again now we have inside still, just right beside one call. The rotation from one call left them close by with inside, but they seem to not know that he's there.
Yeah, player 3 is starting to end the game too. Arkangel Predator is now inside the safe zone, and they're going to keep QConfirm tied up on the high ground while one call can focus on trying to take inside out of their compound here. Cerberus is still taking control over the south side. They still have the main road somewhat, but Gex is also taking control of a compound closer to the border there, but it's still a good staging point for themselves to try to cover the amount of open space that's just in front of them up north. In the meantime, frag grenade is still coming up. Ball almost catches it there from Utah, so now he's going to be forced to get the first aid kit up. The whole time GE is still continuing to move up onto the position, and T5 is very much under pressure here. Only 2 members still left on their side, and they still have to fight against a full stack.
Alright, T5, now they're on the other side of this hill, but we have Yuta putting pressure on the T5. Patapong on the high ground. Patapong has a high ground advantage, but Patapong's not taking the shot just yet. He doesn't have a good visual because of the smoke. Yuta on the lower ground. GE looks like they're falling back because there's another team coming close to them.
Another team that is going to be E36's Deva and Starlord. Starlord having been revived now, but E36 still has to play as a duo from this point on, so they can try to pincer them in GE, and you also have Duckmans moving into the same zone now, and he's under fire here from Starlord's side. 2 remaining members of E36 will try to move up to get a good staging point. Pandabon trying to take shots against GE, still not able to get enough knockdowns quite yet, although he's still attempting to try to get in front. Unfortunately, he'll get knocked down by Zest, unfortunately, and will get removed there completely with his nice, well-placed shot.
Well, E35 is still there, and they can take advantage against GE. GE right now on the outside of the circle. Duckman coming in from behind. Duckmans will be taken out by 30. GE spots him out.
Yeah, GE is now moving rapidly down south here to try to head off Deva and Sylvia. And they already got a knockdown on one. Now they're just trying to get a second one there. Starlo will get knocked out as well. So E36 is taking some casualties there in this fight. GE is still very much in a collapse position now. And Haimas, in the meantime, taking the opportunity there to try to finish off 2 members of E36. Now goes on to XK1, who is still under pressure from GE and has his hands completely tied. So this is just easy pickings here for Cerberus' Haimas.
Oh, they'll be happy with that, but they won't be happy with the fact that the circle moved away from them. Now they must take the fight against E36 as well as GE on the other side. And now they're starting to move in closing onto E36. Starlord is currently down. Solozi is moving in. Starlord be taken out by Hima. Solozi tries to find where the rest of the members of E36 are at. But they are on the other side of this hill. Nate's been tossed out just to be sure, and they won't spot him just yet.
Yeah, won't be able to take him out just yet, but SK1 is very much sticking out like a sore thumb because of that ghillie suit. Tycon will still take the kill anyway with the frag grenade, so he's going to be out, and that's going to be the end of him. Opons in the meantime holding off against AAP, but unfortunately will not be able to stand the ground. QC gets taken out in 7th place.
Oh, Arkangel Predator ranking in those kills there earlier on, but now it's going to be CERBERUS Esports time. They're going up against GE. Long range coming in from Kimas. It will not connect just yet. This is a fight that's necessary for them as the circle will close anytime soon. Now we move over back onto Global Esports Xsset. They spot out where the rest of the team members of Arkangel Predator are at, and both of these teams are on the outside of the circle. This is a fight that they must finish.
This is a fight for the high ground pretty much here, and Gex knows how advantageous his position will be, and he still has some frag grenades to use. Unfortunately, Upchan has just been knocked down, so they need to try to pull back a little bit to get a revive there, and AAP may be able to use this opportunity to move down south, and that would get them supreme control over the western side. Nevertheless, frag grenades still coming in onto them and forcing Zenan to try to pull out of the way. AAP still moving down south here. Nan leading the way right now. He sees Zenan over the crest, takes him down now. He also sees Leo just ignore him right now because he needs to push out the rest of GEX. They find the last member there, Zenan, and will finish it off. GX is out in 6th place.
Arkangel Predator still maintain the full squad with 9 eliminations to their name, but now we move forward back to Genius Esports. still not finishing this fight yet. Cerberus Esports want to finish it up quickly because it's over, put pressure on the door many times soon. But Utah is still alive. Utah, can he pull off a clutch here against Cerberus Esports? He needs to win it. He needs to win it before he moves in.
Tycon Hymas moving up as well aggressively under the cover of the frag grenade. Utah is very low, very much injured right now. He has to back out. He needs to try to think about the longer game here because he is still in a position to try to cut them off from the next zone. He's still taking a lot of damage though. Tycon now on the chase here. Tries to find him around the trees here. Goes on the top, finds his shot, takes him out, and now GE is out in 5th place.
Oh, Cerberus Esports, 8 elimination points to their name in this round. But look who has the full squad. It's going to be Arkangel Predator. They have the numbers advantage. They have a vehicle. They're coming into the circle as well. They don't have the compound. The only 2 teams with a compound right now is going to be One Call as well as eArena.
Yeah, I think the main thing for AAP is just to eliminate the remaining members of CS. They are very much weakened right now. They have spent a lot of their resources to take that fight earlier on. So now they're certainly hurting. Tycon trying to duck away there when Nan tries to take shots against him. One Call in the meantime can just hold steady inside the compound here. The only person they need to worry about is Insight. But at the moment they're just focusing their attention onto AAP. Now that circle moves even further up north here. So Cerberus is in the worst position here out of everyone else. So I think AAP is in the best position here to try to keep them away from this next safe zone.
One Call in a decent position as well, but look at the movement from inside. He's moving up though, he's sneaking into the circle. No one knows it's there, and he could backstab any team that could be fighting at that point. But now putting focus onto Cerberus Esports versus Arkangel Predator. We can see that Cerberus Esports, they have the high guy advantage. Arkangel Predator, they are closer to the circle, but they don't have the terrain to play with.
That's the thing, so that's why 2 members are moving up to try to take the high ground here. Alec got a shot on the high mass though, so Cerberus is starting to hurt a lot more. Tycon and Solo Z forced to back away from Algebaz as well as Nan, trying to put some distance between themselves, but that's putting them even far worse off compared to before now, because with AAP already taking control over the high side there, they're certainly looking to try to keep that western control over this circle here, and the whole time Alec can continue. He still has a range to find both Tycon as well as Solo Z, so he's still pouring fire on them, keeping them under pressure on the other side of the hill.
Oh, Solo Z being spotted out by Alec. Alec is now just going to stop them from coming in and let the blue does his work. And let's see how Tycon is going to evade it. He's dancing. Dance, boy, dance. That's what he says. Alec, not letting it go just yet. But Alec can't seem to land any of those shots.
No, it's just not so easy even at that range though, because he had to consider the bullet drop as well as the time taken. But Alec will eventually find the end there. Takes out both Solo Z, and Abel Patrick finds Tycon as well. So that will be the end of Cerberus Esports. 3 teams still remain inside the only solo member. AAP still has a full stack right now, and One Call has been huddling themselves in the compound for the longest possible time here, but now it's going to be time for them to fight.
Arkangel Predator has the high ground right now. We can see that 2 teams. Okay, I don't think they know that Insight's on the other building, so they're going to put focus on the Arkangel Predator. Now, Insight can pull off a surprise here, but the long range coming in from Arjun Boss, managing to get the knockdown to Jackson. Beautifully done by him. With that knockdown, this could be an opening for Arkangel Predator to crash in.
Yeah, the thing is that they're flanking the other side by taking the high ground on the opposite end of the circle. You can see both Abel Patrick as well as his teammate already set up in that position now, just trying to pour some fire into One Call. Arjun Boss continuing to poke through the windows there, does quite a number onto Nando J, forcing him to dig into the corner of the house. Now, he still has several smoke grenades, so he can potentially even cover his approach going in, but nevertheless will try to surf around the blue zone as it starts to close in. Now we're in the final phase here, folks. This is going to be where it starts.
Oh, this is where it's going to be super duper exciting. And the circle! Evil Patrick has the circle! There's no way, unless they get a knockdown to Evil Patrick, there's no way they can go up to the high ground. It's not Evil Patrick there, there's someone else as well. There's going to be Alec, and now Nandu. He's kind of low, he needs to reset.
He needs a reset, but he still wants to send the frag grenade out to force Algin Bots out of position. That will give a little bit of relief now for One Call, because only the blue zone is really the only thing keeping them from being able to come out. But no, the frag grenade comes inside. Inside takes out Nando J. The back door has just started now. Nando J on the ground, bleeding out. Alec will try to take the shots. One last one, he will be able to finish him up, but unfortunately he ducks in the corner just in time to avoid getting eliminated.
Oh, can Inside be the one to steal it away?
Yes, he will.
Wait and see, but Nando will be taken out by Alec. That's going to be a point secure for Arkangel Predator. Already 13 eliminations to their name right now. Arjun Bond is guarding the other exit. Pretty much surrounded. One Call has no other option but to exit onto Arkangel Predator.
That's the thing. Arkangel has control over the circle, guys. I cannot stress this enough, because they have the high ground. They have Nance and Algin Bots keeping One Call completely suppressed inside the compound. Inside is pretty much a non-factor at this point, although he's keeping the pressure onto One Call the whole time, which is actually working in Arkangel Predator's favor here. But nevertheless, they're still keeping their eyes pinned on those windows. As soon as one call moves out, they're going to be in for a world of hurt. It's going to be raining lead all across the map here from Arkangel Predator.
And inside is still alive, but Arkangel Predator, they're going to put focus on the one call. Now Arjun Boss at the forefront. He sees where his opponent is at. Try to peek onto the window. Managing to knock out the Jackson. Only one more left to go. He should be able to wrap things up. On the right, there you go. It's going to be Arjun Boss, and somehow inside survived to a second place finish, giving the extra points from placements. But however, it's going to be Arkangel Predator hailing from the Philippines to take home this chicken dinner.
Yet another team, and this time I can confirm this is the first chicken dinner for Arkangel Predator in this competition. What an amazing finish now for this second match here. And wow, the boys are certainly going to be feeling so relieved right now. They had every advantage in hand for them. It would look a little bit worrying for me when Arkangel Predator decided to move down south, but because they really wanted to take the fight against one call, and they decided that they sort of like were gambling that the next circle is going to favor down the south side. Didn't quite turn out to be. If they actually stayed in that position there, I'm actually not sure how the fight will turn out, but nevertheless, Arkangel Predator, by cutting off like any possibility from one call being able to maneuver out of the way, they had full control of circle in the final phase. It was their round to lose very much from that point on.
Yeah, they win a lot of fights as they fight their way into the circle, so gotta give it to them as well. And not only winning fights, but they also managed to maintain a full squad, and that's really, really helpful towards the later stage of the game. With a full squad, you can cover multiple angles, like how we saw earlier on. Evil Patrick as well as Alex, they took the high ground, the rest of them took the low ground, so it was a good split even at the 8th to 9th phase of the circle.
And low-key Gex as well had done very well in their maneuvers to control the western side, because they very early on took onto the cliff side, and that allowed them to have a good staging position for the next phase of the circle. But nevertheless, with Cerberus keeping attack all around completely tied up, I think in the end of the day, neither team really capitalized too much with the second match here. All the delaying tactics has pretty much left them with very little points hauled out overall. Even though attack all around survived a little bit longer and did get into some fights here, especially against Myth, but ultimately they were not going to be able to last long enough to get to the final phase.
Well, speaking about attack all around, I have a gut feeling that our Picado fight will last until the last day.
I know,
on
right?
the last Marama game. CERBERUS Esports, they have the mindset right now of like, okay, we got nothing to lose, guys. We just want to have fun, and we want to take the fight against Triple A just because. And it's just because.
This is just revenge, I think, because
Revenge,
because attack all around, they limited them so early on, and so they really wanted to try and recover a lot of their kill points there. But nevertheless, once we get to the final phase there, it really was the Arkangel Predator show, because they took such supreme control over the circle here, leaving one call with no options to run. They pretty much had to huddle in. It's only when Arjun Boss moved out and finished them off that really spelled the end there for one call.
Yes, and at the end of the day, there was a sneaky second place finish as well. Inside, somehow, he was there all the time, the entire time, but nobody knew he was there. So he was like, shh, don't tell anyone I'm there. And he managed to get a second place finish. He'll be really happy with that.
I mean, there's a frag grenade kill, especially that's completely ruined one call's position at that point, because they were under assault heavily from Arkangel Predator's Elgin bots the whole time. But then Arkangel really couldn't make any good progress because they were so dug inside the compound and just avoiding all the windows, all the doors. So if it wasn't for that frag grenade, I don't think Elgin bots would be able to move up anyway. So if anything, it's kind of like an assist coming in here from inside to help them get a chicken dinner.
Yeah, so pretty much there was a double agent there.
Oh wow!
To a certain extent. Arkangel Predator again. Okay, 2 rounds in a row, they got the most points out of everyone else.
I know. Whoa, yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. 13 kills in the last round. And then now 15 kills as well. Whoa, they're making a comeback here, ladies and gentlemen. They're trying their level best now to get to mix it up in the top 8 here, and having hoarded so many kills from themselves. Look at everyone else only getting what, 2 kill, 3 kill points, 2. That's going to be eArena, 1 call, Global Esports, Xsset not able to capitalize too much on the final phase fight. Then you have like Genius Esports. They took a lot of those kills. I think over in the north eastern part of the circle. That was where they were under siege from a couple of teams, but managed to mop that up very easily for themselves. But nevertheless, New Generation, no placement points at all for them, but still 4 kill points on their own. Theerathon FIVE though, no points here, so I'm hoping to see that with Genius Esports having picked up a lot of points here, hopefully they'll be able to close the gap significantly now to Theerathon FIVE.
Yeah, well, no difference in terms of gap. It's still a 15-point gap between number 1 and number 2 at this point. So it's still a race here between New Generation Esports and P5. Yes, Junior Esports in Thailand can still catch up because we got like 8 more games to go after this. So it's still something that is still possible for them. I'm just going to put it out there, right? So historically, Arkangel Predator, they have done it a couple of times before, whereby they were behind and it took them like maybe the last 2 days or something like that to really catch up to whoever was at the number 1 in previous tournaments before. So right now, I'm just putting out there that they're showing that they have done it before, and so far they are still in the running to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, if history repeats itself, Arkangel Predator might be another team that will have their stonks continue to rise here because they're already in 100 total points now. So that's putting them in a tie-up with Purple Boot Esports, which currently still holds on to the 8th place, but by only a hair's width right now. And with Arkangel Predator having this resurgence over Miramar, one wonders how this takeover round is going to benefit all these other teams here. Evil Patrick taking the bulk of the kills here, along with his teammate Alec having 4 kills. Cloris from GE certainly pulled his weight when GE was under siege on the northwestern part of the circle, but nevertheless, the kill points are certainly going to be important now because GE is within a touch of a distance away from overtaking New Generation Esports.
What if I tell you that Evil Patrick looks like someone that we know? What if I tell you he looks like Ikuto?
He actually does. He actually does.
Oh no, we can't unsee that now. Okay, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's a talent in our region as well. Just for the benefit of everyone. So we got 3 players from Arkangel Predator now up on the kill leaderboard. I mean, impressive. They got the most elimination points in a single round in that previous round at least.
Yeah, and Algin Boss as well. I also completely forgot he's also in 5th place, overall when it came to the kill points there. So fantastic team here that we have in Arkangel Predator. Slow start for them, but then it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. And what a finish it was in that couple of rounds here on Miramar for Arkangel because they hoarded so many kills. Remember, every kill they basically take is kill points that will be denied to other teams here. And having taken control over the western part of Miramar twice in a row here. This is supreme tactics that Arkangel Predator was able to do, especially in the final phase fights. So all credit to them. This is very well deserved.
And the previous survival time, maximum survival time of QConfirm is somewhere around 31 minutes. This time around it's a little bit faster, so it's 29 minutes, about 2 minutes faster. So Arkangel Predator, 2 rounds in a row with the most points inside of today.
I think
looking good.
I think an honorary MVP for certainly will be Insight from eArena. The frag grenade will open things up for them for sure. So yeah, maybe they should buy him a drink next time we see him around.
Yeah, but when will be the next time we see him around? Will be after the break, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be taking a breather here. We'll allow our teams to reset themselves and get ready for the next map inside of Tego. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Arkangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Arkangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace-32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Arkangel, Miramar, and Destiny. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Asia Super Cup Summer 2023 edition. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Cloud. We're going to be looking at match number 3 now. We've already finished off our rounds on Miramar there, and a fantastic performance from both QConfirm as well as Arkangel Predator, finally getting their first chicken dinners of the tournament. Actually, when you look back at it, and even when you look at the scoreline, I also realized that more than half of the teams in this competition have gotten chicken dinners throughout these 5 days tournaments. So if this was a regional tournament, this is a very, very competitive region, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is absolutely. We're starting to be able to count like only a handful of teams not getting chicken dinners for themselves, right? But hopefully everyone by the end of this grand finals will be able to take home at least one chicken dinner. At least you got your poster up and something to celebrate.
Indeed, they will have. Arkangel Predator certainly cannot do the early celebrations yet. It's still this match on Takeo to worry about as we get themselves warmed up and ready for this next drop here. And I wonder what will be the game plan from them coming to this one here, because most of the west part of this map here is mostly on water. They could try to maybe take control over the east side. It seems like taking that sort of approach has worked out well for Arkangel Predator in the past, but then again, lots of other teams have have varying sort of strategies coming into this map here, and I don't think anything is quite like set in stone or like sort of like normalized here as far as team strategies go. So it's still pretty much anyone's game, I think, whenever it comes to Tego every single time.
Yeah, because it's such a small map and anything can really happen, like the hot drops, you've seen it time and time again. And not only that, teams are still, sometimes teams are still studying, like, okay, what other teams do we do and how do we deal with it, because it's such a new, it's a new map as well in the competitive scene. Yes, it's been in casual play for quite a while for now, but in the competitive scene, it's all different. And the mindset of players, of course, you're putting at this stage of the tournament, you're also putting in the 16 best teams in this region as well. So, I mean, that is how they try to really overtake or counter each other within the game as the rounds go by.
And that's something also to consider, right? That even though Tego has been in in play for like 2 years now, like it's been in development for 2 years from Krafton's side, but you know, competitive teams, they will usually only focus on the maps that are in the competitive pool. So that's why I think they will practice more on Miramar, Erangel in general anyway. It's only now that under this new rule set that they finally added this map into the pool. So that's why I think a lot of teams just kind of have to quickly get themselves get to grips with this new map here. And so far, you know, they've had like to be fair to them as well, you know, they already had like the experiences from the group stage as well as the last chance qualifier to really rely on, you know, to see what sort of data they can get from other teams. But again, once you're down on the field there, you know, that familiarity is just not really there, I think, for a lot of players, because it's like first time it's ever been played competitively here in this region, you know, officially. So I think like there's still a lot of room for these teams to kind of figure things out.
Okay, keeping my eye on some of the hot drops now. E36 and QConfirm just next to each other, but QConfirm still gliding all the way down south, so no early fights there between them. Previously, we saw early fights in South Terminal. Godot had an early fight as well, just because they're kind of like in the center-ish map. Well, maybe not really Godot's, but maybe more on Terminal. So we might see the same fight happening again. But now it's going to be QConfirm and Arkangel Predator, probably sharing the same compound.
Yeah, like literally dropping down between Okyang as well as Studio, and they're going to try to get themselves into some of these compounds quickly on. Arkangel Predator, though, they decided to stick closer to the road there, so that kind of splits up their squad somewhat. That forces Evil Patrick and his teammate to try to find a vehicle to join up with the rest of them, and they leave QConfirm to, they basically allow QConfirm to take control of the Studio quite early on here. Purple Mood as well, smash there from the Haizaki, and kill there from Zendan onto X-Crusader as Biff tries to get into the compound there. Zendan will be able to finish him off there. So huge contact going on here out in the terminal.
Dustman is going for the huge wraparound, so he will be on the northern side of Terminal. And as what we've observed so far, Terminal is one of the really, really hard drops. I mean, we've seen time and time again that Terminal, there's always like two teams hard dropping into this area. And so far in this round, Global Esports Xsset, they have the advantage against Made in Thailand. Made in Thailand only left with 2 players, hoping that the Global Esports won't find where they are exactly. It's at Terminal and able to loot and able to get out safely.
That's the thing. I consider both Terminal as well as Godok to be the biggest like hotspots on this tournament. On Tego itself, because these are the 2 biggest sort of like cities here. Terminal obviously having much bigger like urban compounds to fight inside of, so that becomes a good preference for a lot of teams, because you know if you can't take control over the by the Terminal, FIVE getting overrun now by CES as they get onto the rooftop here. Hamasan as well as Solo Z already taking control there. They're attempting to try to force out the rest, and that's forcing now the rest of NG to try to come in. Hakai is still staying in the compound, still trying to watch out for CERBERUS Esports, waiting for his teammates to come in to back him up. Nevertheless, he will get knocked down anyway, so now it's going to be up to the rest of Regeneration to try to hold things on, but unfortunately Grant just got knocked down. At least only one more member left to try to hold it, which is going to be that Blue. He takes up on the rooftop, still has a frag grenade in hand, still trying to hit up CERBERUS Esports, but with Hamas being on the rooftop there, that's certainly a disadvantaged position here for that Blue.
Well, let's see if that Blue can pull off another clutch, just like how he did it in Miramar earlier on. This time against the 2 members of CERBERUS Esports, going to be Tycoon as well as Himas. And CERBERUS Esports 2v1, obviously, they're going to try to finish up the job. They don't want to allow that Blue to get away, because of course it's points in the board for them, as Tycoon is closest towards that Blue, but that Blue is going in for the wraparound.
That's a hefty frag grenade there, so it's forces him now to try to back down. Hamas actually sends a frag grenade towards that blue. Looks like it does connect a little bit, but not enough to get the knockdown. Obviously, Hamas and Taikon continue to try to come in. That blue is still huddled in the wall, just across where Taikon is. So close yet so far. That blue is going to move across. He's going to be spotted through the window, and Taikon takes him out.
Yeah, no heroic moves this time for that blue. And for NGE, they're at second place. They're supposed to be in pursuit for the number 1 spot. Only 15 points difference. T5 will be the happiest team to know that NGE will be the first team to go out.
Yeah, enter Force 36 on the move right now. They don't really have a lot of resistance going around them. In fact, they're trying to get themselves through the southern side of the circle, and they may be able to have a staging point around the school area. So that would be great to see from them. Attack all around. So further inside the circle, though, they actually have a better position to try to keep control, especially around like the water track just to the east of Hosan Prison. In fact, you already got Otusgrid just setting himself up inside there to try to get some loot. So you can see that circle is mostly moving a lot of these teams now towards the eastern side. One call is probably the team that's the furthest off because it's decided to land near the airport, but now they're just going to have to get a road trip to get themselves to the next safe zone.
Now since the fight has ended, we get a good view of the map. Looks like everyone is well spread across the map. So again, for tomorrow's Tego as well, I guess keep your eye on to Tego, keep your eye on to maybe Road Dogg, and those will be the hot areas that teams would like to take fight upon. And after that, it's all about the rotations and depending on where the circle is. So far, speaking about the circle, there's some percentage of the northern island within the circle, but because it's an esports mode, it's very, very likely that the circle will come into the main peninsula instead.
I mean, there's still like a 30 or 20% chance it will land on the island anyway. So I think T5 is still trying to hold on to Goldog Village there and just move down south if they need to. But the path going down there can be a little bit tricky, especially if I go down southwards. Go Esports spotting Duckmans does do a lot of damage with that spray though. Out of that buggy, still attempting to try to get a knockdown. Does get the knockdown though. Zendan now should be able to finish off Duckmans if he can just land the bullet drop. Yes, he will remove Duckmans from the competition there. So Biff down 1 man.
And that's going to be elimination number 3 for GEX, thanks to Zendan as well. Made in Thailand, still has Rogue, okay. So he somehow managed to stay alive for now, but he's on the bike and the bike is not the most protective of vehicles. Balmond could land a shot to him. Now Rogue is trying to get in, and finally been taken out by Balmond. Again, it's because of the bike. It is really, really fast, but not the most protective.
He was moving in a line like that, pretty much allowed him to get like the angle he needed, but it was also a fairly lucky shot actually when I look at it too. Let's have a look at it replay again. Like he was moving in that line, that slight turn there. He was thinking about trying to move to the right, but unfortunately that little window of opportunity there was just enough for him to get that drop onto onto him there. So very unfortunate for Rogue Lands. In the meantime, attack all around. Currently, the spotted Lyrics trying to get into the compound here. He's all alone though, so if Jedi can just line it up there, he might be able to take him out quite quickly.
Use the power of the Force, my friend, and the opportunity is still there. He can take a shot, okay?
Oh,
all
nope.
right, nope.
Nope.
Okay, nope. Nope.
Not quite yet. But again, he's alone though, so you know he could still try to toe for the shot anyway. But nevertheless, Lyrics I think is deciding that no, it's better to try to regroup with the rest of his teammates because they're still spread out across the land here. Janku Tuab is still going to try to spray him down anyway though, getting a couple of pings onto him. Not enough to get a knockdown quite yet. Lyrics still trying to zigzag around to avoid the shots because he doesn't actually have any cover against attack all around right now. Still struggling to try to keep some distance away. Look at that, Zill zigzagging to the left and right. Janku Tuab just trying to get the beat, but still not able to get a knockdown.
Okay, he's still trying to tap away with Mini 14, but finally he gives up. So fair enough. I mean, the target was just too far away, and the terrain was not friendly to him to land the shot. So that's okay. But good thing, managed to get away. So now we are still at 55 players.
Yeah, Unicorn Venom right now, they are getting closer and closer to Hosan Village. The thing is that there are already 2 teams that are inside the area. They got Daytrade taking control of the crossroads. That will potentially spot the UV as you come into the town. Then you also got the Expendables currently trying to loot around the northern part of Hosan, and that puts them in contact with Daytrade as well. Then you also got Gex further up north. One call as well, just moving down south. They were bypassed, Arkangel Predator was even further south compared to them. I think they found an E pickup somewhere that allows them to drop closer to the school. So one call is only just now making the way into the safe zone here. Daytrade, they see exactly where the Expendables is. They're set up inside the same village as them. So right now, they're mostly going to be focused on this fight here, I feel.
Yeah, but speaking about fights, I guess everyone's just going to stay put for now, waiting for the next piece of the circle. Everyone seems to have their own area, except for one call who's still on the outside circle, making that late rotation, but that's still okay for them. We can see from our view, there's a lot of space. There's enough space for them to rotate and park wherever they want to go.
Yeah, still even like tiny compounds that litter the outskirts of Hosan, they could potentially try to pick one of those. Although they are in a collision course with QConfirm, should they reach further inwards of that past the border of this next phase here. But nevertheless, you got AAP at the same time moving quickly to try to take control over the T junction just south of Hosan, and that should be a good staging point for them to keep control over the south side. Should they not get pressure from QConfirm, that is. But as of right now, we're just waiting to see where this next circle is going to land. We got T5 also moving down south. Oh, if they take control of a palace over there, that could be a good place there for T5 to gatekeep anyone trying to get across the river.
Wow, we did talk about like what it takes to stop T5. Right now, just look at their position. Nobody's going to challenge them. The entire Northern Island is theirs. Until maybe GE makes a rotation inside, then they'll have a challenge inside out there. But even so, there's so much space for two teams to be in.
Oh boy, Arkangel Predator probably going to get collided together with one call who are moving in rapidly onto the position. They've ducked out their cars right now to maybe try to scan around the area, and they're going to see one call coming at them rapidly now, so they're going to be turning around to take fire against this. This is going to be a huge contact now. Algebot's going for the spirit of Simoy, doesn't quite get a knockdown quite yet, but he's receiving a lot of damage coming from Trace's side. And then a couple of pings there for Evil Patrick, actually pulling Simoy all the way down.
Oh,
he's going to
nice.
get knocked down now, and there's going to be time for Arkangel Predator to pounce.
Beautiful, but Evil Patrick, I mean, you can always count on this guy to pull off those kind of shots. And with that knockdown, they're going to come in to mop it up, and one call is in trouble. Evil Patrick has a nice angle and no vehicles for Seymour and his teammate to get away on.
Yeah, pouncing straight on them, finishing them off, no problem whatsoever for Algebot's shooting out the window. One call forced to duck away closer to the blue zone. Not exactly what they hoped for, actually, coming down the south side, so they're showing the trouble to them. Purple Mood now caught a frag grenade there from Zendan, so Boros is currently down and bleeding out. Fluky attempting to try to stabilize the situation here, but Zendan continued to encroach onto Purple Mood's position here. This is looking like a fight that will favor them a little bit.
Okay, here we go. Purple Moon Esports, we know that they have a lot of firepower, and the long range coming in from Thunders will not be able to knock down anyone just yet, but this area that they're in is within the circle. Now we can see a lot of teams actually migrating across the bridge onto the other side, but Purple Moon Esports not done yet, as Tycoon will get a knockdown onto Barbodes.
There's a chance. There's still a chance that the circle might land closer to Palace, so that's why you got GE as well as AAA using E pickup, getting themselves north of Palace itself. Gex has just got himself across the bridge, so they're trying to avoid taking any more casualties from PLM and successfully stayed away from there. But PLM is also giving chase, coming across the bridge now. GX in the meantime trying to keep this compound clear is actually quite clear for them, so they will be able to take control of that, no doubt. CES in the meantime still staying on the fishing camp side and perhaps in a position now to try to gatekeep Daytrade, although there are a bunch of care packages just landed in the river just across. Tanawa now is just trying to get some shots onto Hamas in order to try to gatekeep anyone trying to get across the river here.
Nobody's going to pick up that care package in the middle of the river, so yeah, it's pretty much going to be just there. But for all these teams that have migrated onto the northern side, I mean, it will be heartbreaking if the next phase of the circle, somehow the circle shifts all the way down onto fishing camp.
Yeah, but again, if the teams that are making the gamble now on Palace, if it works out for them, that's going to be supreme opportunity for them to control this next circle here. So it's really 50-50 right now between these 2 points. It's really down to the next phase to find out. Nevertheless, Sylphia sees a convoy just cut across from him there. That's going to be Arkangel Predator. They're attempting to wrap around from south all the way to the west here, avoiding the main road for the most part, and that's because most of E36 are already set up at the junction there. So now this next circle circle is starting to crowd around. We still got eArena on the outside as well as One Call still headed towards the terminal side, and that one should be good. One Call is actually just out of the view there near the terminal side, and wow, my goodness, still definitely biased towards Palace this next circle, certainly. But the teams that are on the other side of the river, though, they're going to be very much in the squeeze later on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's only one bridge basically that they can go through, unless they choose to make that left and right rotation to take out a little bit of the blue, but they need to calculate how many first aids do they have to be able to do so. So that's a consideration for these teams. Just like what EA is currently doing as well. They're avoiding all the fights at the middle bridge. They're taking the left bridge into the circle because I guess they're confident with the amount of healing utilities that they have.
And the problem with like the care packages that landed on the top of the bridge, only one of it is on the bridge itself. The others are inside the water, so it's not even a lot of cover that teams could use out of this care packages should they try to make the way across. So they're going to have to be a little bit more creative. Maybe they can try to find a boat or something that should allow them to get to not have to use the bridge to make the crossing there, but that could put them in the crutches of GX. We got actually Arkangel Predator and eArena decided to brave the blue zone instead to try to get in. Daytrade Gaming spots E36 trying to get into their compound now. They're attempting to try to keep them from getting into the bridge, but E36 gives them the slip anyway, runs themselves across the bridge right now, braving all the fire that's coming in from the south as well as the north. As Tanawat spots them as well, tries to pour fire onto them, hasn't quite got the knockdown yet, so E36 is still on the run, still on the prowl. They still can't, there's not really any compounds that can go in around here at all. Zixi now on the bridge here, trying to catch out AAP. They're inside the blue zone. He gets two knockdown in a row there, eArena. Wow.
Oh, almost got a fall, but Alec got away. But Alec only has like what, 20% of health left. He's still tanking out the blue. He got to get on the safety and use his first aids immediately. Yes, his life is ticking down. He should be able to get in just in time. Alex praying that no one else is there.
So close.
Alex should be on the clear.
Should be clear, like he should be clear, but damn, there's a lot of damage he's taken, and unfortunately he had to abandon all of his teammates there. Let's have a look at the replay again. eArena, they got to the bridge earlier compared to AP. They set up knowing that the team was coming that way, got the perfect ambush position, and that's pretty much decimated most of APO and Alec caught out by GX, who were in the compound in that safe zone, so that's so unfortunate for Arkangel Predator.
From 2 rounds back to back, having the most points in those rounds, unfortunately, Arkangel Predator will bow out this time around without a single point. Oh no, they managed to get 2 elimination points, so that's okay. But for them to be in pursuit for the number 1 spot, they need to do a lot more than this. So unfortunately, this round is just not theirs.
Yeah, now it's a bit of a gamble here. This circle still lands on top of the body of water that splits up the island to the mainland here. The Expendables now making that crossing. That's putting them into the path now of Purple Mood, QConfirm, as well as One Call still out on the blue zone there. Decides to take the jump across the bridge there, and it looks like most of QConfirm are able to make it through. eArena in the meantime taking a lot of fire as the Expendables gets right on top of them, finishes them up, and takes over their position.
It's going to be E36 being taken out right now. Interestingly, we don't see any teams actually getting the emergency pickup item. So all these teams, they use the natural route, which is just to get a vehicle and get across, and they just need to pick whichever choke point is there. So speaking about the emergency pickup, okay, so we have Daytrade Gaming actually using it, but they're dropping around the area of GE.
Yeah, and in the meantime, eArena is also moving on to T5's position, so that's going to be another fight that's breaking out. eArena, in the meantime, still on the outskirts there. They're still trying to get themselves closer and closer to the palace there. GX under fire from AAA as well. You already got Leo being knocked down by Jankutuov just now, and eArena just reaching into the palace here, but under fire from Rogue Purple Mood as well as AAA. Daytrade Gaming in the meantime has already landed, taking out the compound across the road from where GE is, so that should be a safe staging point for them to try to take the fight. And Zixi in the meantime gets knocked out by Jankutuov. That's going to be the end of the road for him.
Zixi, the hero of that second place finish for eArena. Unfortunately, he'll go out now, but he still has his other teammates to actually hold on and actually fight for more points. But eArena still making that rotation, but they can't find somewhere
nowhere
to call himself home.
There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide here for Lyric, so he's pretty much out in no man's land. Daytrade Gaming now under pressure from Unicorn Venom, who are coming across from the coastline here. They're spotted No Rins, forcing him now to try to duck away and join up with the rest of his team there to try to head off this assault, but that's also leaving the compound exposed here, so if GE decides to capitalize, they could come down south and keep Daytrade even further under pressure.
Tanawa takes out 777, and now Sapao is starting to move in as well. He has a nade in hand. He'll toss it onto the side of Daytrade Gaming. The nade will be tossed out onto Nurins. Nurins managed to evade it, so that nade will not be used On to Daytrade Gaming. At the same time, you can see the zone is coming in. And Nurin's knocked out by Sapao. This could be an opening for UV to come in.
Yeah, Smell is trying to flank around. He's going very far forward here while the rest of his team continue to pour fire onto Daytrade. In the meantime, the bridge behind him, CS has just gotten across. Drag Grenade going to come down. Oh, so close to flash there. But nevertheless, no dice. UV still not able to push Daytrade out of position. Looks like the cause come true from them to take on the compound. That would be the good call for them because that would be a better place to take cover compared to UV.
Oh, Daytrade Gaming going to the compound right now. They're going to use this as the fortress against UV. UV moving into the circle. UV needs to push further forward. They're trying to find their target, but no one's at the coastline at this point. UV hugging the coastline, but they're not putting focus onto the compound. The compound is where Daytrade Gaming is at.
That's the thing, but the crest is allowing UV a bit of a cover against Daytrade. They could potentially try to lob drag grenades there onto the corner of that compound. That could catch out the Norins as well as Pachils. But nevertheless, Daytrade are having a much better dig-in position here, especially with GE not forcing their hand at the moment, still staying in the Palace compound right now. TE in the meantime, they're the ones who are still on the outside, just at the exit of that bridge, and CES has just made it across, but aren't able to force TE out of that position. The circle still lands on top of Palace though, so GE and AAA are actually in a prime position here to control this.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a city fight towards the end, but now putting focus onto the outside. CERBERUS Esports, we got Kimas taking one out
Nice.
of the Expendables, and Solo Z will take a duck use. There's going to be 2 knockdowns for the Expendables at this point. CERBERUS Esports trying to secure those points, but they're still on the outside of the circle. They are gatekeeping the Expendables from coming in.
Anytime anyone asks why I picked the SLR over any other rifle, I would just show them what Hamas just did just now. Just two knockdowns at a distance and no risk for himself. He will eliminate Ninja 2K, so TE very much hurting right now because only one more member left. T5 and GEX also moving down south here. Oh, they're going to be running straight into AAA, making a 3-way fight on the northern part of Palace.
Oh, T5 moving up further north, but if they go north, they're going to meet up with QConfirm instead. Attack all around, needs to defend this area. The shots fired out by Skirmish, get a knockdown. Can they get more out of this? Looks like it's going to be a second knockdown onto the side of GEX.
GEX not looking too good right now. T5 taking this opportunity to move up forward. Hasselblad gets inside the house now to try to hang up the Jack 2 off. Attack while Kalisa is already down. Hasselblad Tanadol already picking up kills onto AAA here. So even though they were tied up with GX, now they're under pressure from the other flank here as T5 moves into control. This is the north part of Palace.
Oh, but T5 still managed to win the fight so far. I believe they got a couple of kill points out of that. And now GX is now down to Zennan to pull off the heroics here. Can he actually pull off a clutch? And now Zennan goes in and Zennan taken out by AAA. That is it for GEX.
And under the cover, all that fire, QConfirm takes up position by the Nova Palace too. So now they're putting pressure onto GE. A good frag grenade from Utah from GE as well. As UV as well as Daytrade now pushes in from the south side of the Palace here. So 2 fights breaking out at either end of the Palace here, and neither of them are going to be able to counter each other. Petred takes a high ground there, takes out Pantapong. So now only 2 members of T5 remain.
Oh, but T5 still 2 members, but they have 4 elimination points at this point. So right now they are still holding it strongly. They'll definitely still take that number 1 spot. Very, very likely because right now NG has been eliminated. Only G is the closest one to them. 19 points gap at this point. Skirt taking out the blue. He has 2 first aids, but how Skirt? Okay, Skirt. That's a blue grenade there that he still survives.
He cannot risk getting out to the doorway there because T5 is set up in that position, so they can easily gun him down. So that blue zone grenade is pretty much meant to flush him out, but fortunately he had the first aid in his hand. QConfirm is still on the outside of the Palace though. They haven't really found an entry point into the compound quite yet. Molotov is actually preventing the rest of T5 from being exfilled out of the position. Another blue zone grenade on the Chochil. He's down. He'll get him with Belmo too. 13 with the comeback.
Beautifully done. It was a combination of a frag grenade and a blue zone grenade as well, and that is how they were eliminated. And now for CERBERUS Esports, somehow they are still alive. They managed to take down MBK from UV, and now for UV, they're down to 3 men.
They're down to 3 here. The zone is still going to be going further upwards though, so TES has to collapse onto UV here to take them out. Tanfu now in a direct confrontation. He does force O2 Square out of position, and Tanawan takes the kill away from him. But nevertheless, the Expendables are still in play. With the 1 solo member in Tanfu still heading up by the remaining 3 members of T5 to manage to get a revive onto Rositet just now. So now GE still has control over the south side somewhat. They've managed to head up both Daytrade as well as as EA. So both of them are just hanging around on the outside of the compound at this point. Cerberus, in the meantime, wrapping around. They're still in the south point of this safe zone here, but they're still outside of the next circle here. So deciding they want to try to wrap around west, that will put them in collision course with PLM. And Tanawan, in fact, spots Tycon and Hamas, puts some fire onto them, and makes them reconsider their choices.
But Cerberus Esports, they need to cross the road as well. So open area road doesn't go well for them. But for the rest of the members of UV, at least they have one player. Oh no, actually they don't. It's actually GE inside of the compound. So now UV is pretty much in the same situation, but they're taking the right side, whereby there are airdrops there that they can probably use as a cover to get in, but they're still being shot at from afar by QC.
That's been the problem for Lyrics and Flashes, that they cannot move from their position. If only they could call a temporary truce, but here comes Cerberus coming across the road right now. Lyrics is going to be spotting them. Utah actually sprays down and takes out Solo Z here, so they're taking a lot of damage there, but Utah has been traded out as well. Hamas now trying to exfil out, trying to find a staging point here for them to start toss some grenades, but Surti already beats them to the punch, puts out a grenade to take out Lyrics there, so he's already out for the count. Now the GE can now fully focus on the CS here, and they're keeping them by the doorway, gatekeeping them from coming into the palace.
Oh, and now the utility's been tossed out onto Cerberus Esports. They need to get away from the nades. Gotta be careful there. Surti wants blood, and Flash is going to come in from the other side, and Flash will finish off Sly High, and that's going to be another point. 3 points for Daytrade Gaming. They still have Flash. Really, he's just staying there as a ghost, not letting his position away.
Yeah, Sly High just basically came across the road and just didn't expect to see Flash over there. GE, though, they're getting closer and closer to trying to head off CS, but the UV is using the opportunity now to try to move up towards the wall too. And Zest and Surti are finding their attention kind of split between both of these squads right now. And you still have Flash just hanging around there, being opportunistic for anyone who just happened to be out of position. So it's not going to be an easy fight here for Genius Esports.
Oh, Utah, he uses the rooftop right now to his advantage, but he can't seem to spot where exactly his opponents are at just yet. But this is a good angle for him to gather information, and also for him to stop any other team who's trying to come into their position.
That's the thing, but CES has already moved on. They're going to go further westwards now, so I think GE has a focus onto Flash. They will find Flash to take him out, and now they can fully focus onto UV, who are wrapping around the eastern side, while CES actually being held up by Thunderous. He got a knockdown on Hamas right now, and it's keeping Solozy and Tycon inside the blue zone and tanking a lot of damage right now. Frag Grenade's going to be coming out, not going to connect though, as CS is able to get themselves somewhat into the compound and somewhat into the safe zone. So Solozy unfortunately gets caught by Clory, so he's going to be down and out out of the game.
I probably wanted to deny inside to the blue, but then again, he was spotted out there. He was taken out, so his point was given to another team. Now, Genius Esports do not have the circle. Look at the circle. The circle shifted, and T5 is in the circle. Not only that, they are on the other end, and no other team is going to challenge their position.
And QConfirm has gone to take control over the main palace building now, so they're in the perfect staging position here to head off Genius Esports to come in further from the south side. And you got Panawat as well moving along the corridors here. You might actually find Cloris if Cloris decides to drop down from his position there. Then you still got Tycon still surviving for now, able to put out a little bit of a flash there. Utah will get caught up on the top side though. He's going to be down. So he has to pass him by, and Frag Grenade is going to be coming true. Cloris forced to try to hunker down and heal right now as PLM continues to move up forward. They find Utah, they find him, knocks him down completely. A blue zone grenade forcing Tanawan in an off position here, but nevertheless he's very secure from any shots coming from GE side.
Oh, Purple Mood Esports managed to find a way into the circle, and they still have the rooftop to play with. At the same time, Tycon gets 5 kills for himself, taking out 13, and GE now down. And right now we can see that Tycon is trying to win the fight against UV. He's trying to win the 1v1. He has an AUG in hand, goes for the wraparound, tosses out all the utilities, and he still has an AUG in hand. Not reloading just yet. He moves in and he'll finish up the job. Tycon with 5 health survives it.
That's the end of GE and as well as the UV now, but Purple Mood has already taken control over the entrance into the main palace building. So Tycon, in any case, will have to wrap around the eastern side if he wants to avoid that kind of contact. QConfirm in the meantime still trying to keep an eye out for T5. There's still 3 members of them roaming around on the west side of the palace there. The walls is pretty much giving them perfect cover away from QConfirm right now as they try to control their sectors. Now Purple Mood Tanawa is moving up closer and closer to Tycon's position there, but he's really also watching out for QC's positioning there. You can see from the top of the map how much ground is actually being covered here by QC. They really have the best control over the circle so far.
Okay, Zapaloy closest towards Tycon, but Tycon is being approached for 1 member. Okay, now he sees Tycon. Tycon behind the tree. Tycon super duper low. Only 1 shot on the Tycon and he's out, but who needs that shot if you have Tanawa from behind? to take out Tycon.
Stole it away from Earth's Upper Louis. That was so rude, isn't it? But nevertheless, this next circle will land still on that main building. Q confirms Leon's Q is making sure that they keep that compound secure for themselves with the open ground all around. That's going to be a huge challenge now for Purple Moon to challenge Q confirm on that position. T5 has not moved out at all. In fact, they were still their side of the palace is still inside this next safe zone, so they can't. They don't really have any incentive to move quite yet, other than just trying to spot out the rest of Q confirm. PLM though still shuffling around, still trying to maneuver, still trying to see which side or which angle they want to try to take this fight.
Woo, and right now T5 unchallenged at all, and considering that all the other closest challenges to T5 have been eliminated, they'll be the happiest. But now T5 still staying put. They're waiting for other teams to make their first moves before they come in.
Yeah, Tanawat still hiding in the hallways there. Hasselwatt still not able to spot Thunders up at the top of the roof. He's taking the high ground while Tanawat stays on the low ground to try to finish things off. Thunders spotted on top. He gets spotted by Hanawat now, so at least he knows that PLM is up, just hiding inside that side there. But in the meantime, Q confirmed still holding in their positions for now. Tanawat, Thunders still considering what kind of options they have at the moment. So still no kills quite yet. We apologize for the network issue there, but I can still see on my side, Tanawat still continuing to move up onto the compound. He may get into counter Leon's Q really soon, but it's going to be crucial for him to get the first knockdown.
And Thunders is waiting behind just to give cover fire for Tanawa in case it's needed. But now, since that all the teams are within the circle, I guess it's just going to hold on until when the next circle shifts. But right now we're back in the game. We have visual onto T5. T5 on the other side. T5 is not going to put the trigger just yet. They are waiting for the commotion to start before they come in.
Thunders has just been knocked down. Thunders has just been knocked down, so Tanawat is going to be alone, and T5 could continue to rain down some grenades on their side as Starset Jr. starts doing that on his own. Unfortunately, he's not going to connect onto him though. Thunders is trying to crawl his way slowly towards Tanawat's position, but unfortunately he can't really move out to get him there because Rossiter is keeping under fire. In fact, he will finish off Thunders in that regard, so now only one left for BLM, but unfortunately Upsupple finds him and finally gets the shot and takes him out.
Okay, this is the moment between QConfirm and also T5 to wrap up the game, and it's T5 and QConfirm, so these two teams, they're going to duke it out. It's going to be a 3v3. Let's see who gets the upper hand. So far, T5, they're kind of fresh because they didn't really use much utilities, but Leon gets a knockdown to Panadol. Rosita tries to get a knockdown onto their opponent on the other side, but Rosita being gunned down. Hatsawa is now the last man standing for T5.
This is not looking good. Now the rest of QConfirm are moving in forward, sweeping for the kill, removing the other two members who have been knocked down now. So Hasselwatt is surrounded on all sides. He's under confrontation with Petra. He does get a knockdown though. Leon's Q is going to be coming around the corner now. He sends out a frag grenade. They know exactly where his position is, but they can't exactly collapse on him yet. And again, because the circle's inside the compound, one person still has to stay close there. But Hasselwatt gets spotted by Leon's Q, and QConfirm takes their second chicken dinner of the day.
Well, we waited almost the entire grand finals for QConfirm to get the chicken dinner, and when they serve us with one chicken dinner, they say, nope, you need to eat a little bit more, especially me. And that's where they gave us 2 chicken dinners in the day.
Oh boy, QConfirm eating really good tonight, I think. Right now, 2 chicken dinners when the whole competition, they haven't even been that close at all. I mean, this is brilliant. Brilliant now for QConfirm here. So, not exactly back-to-back chicken dinners, but nevertheless, this is certainly going to increase their chances getting that top 8.
Oh yeah, absolutely. QConfirm. This is the performance that we missed from the group stages. This is the QConfirm that we know of. Now, coming back to the highlights, there was an early fight here with NGE, and the moment NGE got eliminated, in fact, they were the first team to go out. T5, they were the happiest of the bunch.
And that's the thing, like, looking at the way they maneuvered as well, you know, instead of moving quickly down south to take control of Palace, instead they took a checkpoint just outside of that Palace itself, deciding that instead they want to try to move in along with another team at the same time. It just so happened that GX was also having the same kind of quandary, so when GX moved up, so did T5 at the same time. There was a perfect cover that allowed them to sweep around the further north part, and yeah, eArena, perfect place there to just suppress and completely ambush AAP. Alec, you know, even though he survived, eventually he was taken out when he got into the safe zone anyway. So it's a massive L there for Arkangel Predator.
Yeah, but it was, I gotta give it to eArena as well, because they were at the bridge for the longest time. They were kind of anticipating that teams would take that long rotation into the circle, and it so happened that Arkangel Predator happened to be that one team to go there. So it's going to be 3 points given to eArena, and gotta give it to them again. It's very, very smart of them to be there.
Yeah, and Cerberus, they had the most difficult approach out of every other team to get into the Palace. It's still good on Tycon to be able to kick up those kill points, but frankly, QConfirm, they moved in so fast to take control over the main building Palace, and that was a key part for that final fight, because the final, where the circle is going to close around was in the Palace itself. So I was worried that, while still trying to take the fight to T5, that one person still had to stay behind to maintain position should the circles end up closing around them, but they still found Tanawa at the end of the day and finished him off, and QConfirm gets the chicken dinner that way.
Yeah, QConfirm 2 chicken dinners today. Now, I know the points is a little bit far. If the Iron the champion plus T5 got a second place finish, that was pretty nice as well. So for them to really catch up to the #1 spot, it's still a lot of work to do. I'm still holding it on for them.
But if they get another top 3, I mean, just like how Daytrade did yesterday as well, they could have the potential to have a massive, massive comeback now. So let's see as we get to the full scores here. QConfirm only 1 point ahead of CERBERUS Esports, who surprisingly had the most kills out of everyone. And again, they had the hardest path, like I said, but they still met every single challenge head on and still managed to earn so many kill points out of it.
You know what? This is what CERBERUS Esports can do if they don't take early fights with AAA. Like AAA is their kryptonite, basically.
Yeah, very much so actually. And with AAA, mostly tied up in that fight with T5 as well as GX, that pretty much put them at a disadvantage. Even though they got into the Palace early on, it was a siege for both of these teams coming at once that proved to be their downfall. So only 4 kill points was the best they could do. Global Esports Xsset, wasn't able to get into the final phase of the fights, but still earned a lot of kill points there in that encounter between T5 and Attack All Around. Theerathon FIVE though, still earning a lot of points here. So again, if either Cerberus or New Generation Esports especially, just basically washed out so early on too, with only a single kill point in the name, it's still looking harder and harder for them to try to catch up here, I think.
Yeah, well, what matters is how far are they right now in the kill leaderboard, so in the overall leaderboard. So right now we can see that T5 obviously still ahead, and they have a 20-point difference. Before this was 15, and now it's 20, so they kind of open it up a little bit more. Genius Esports, however, they went up onto second place, overtaking New Generation Esports just by a 6-point gap, but with the 20-point gap between them and #1, it is still doable.
Yeah, and low-key, Purple Mood still making some moves up the board here, because 113 points is enough to get them up in 4th place ahead of Attack All Around right now. Made in Thailand, Daytrade unfortunately dropping down to 6th and 7th place respectively. Global Esports Xsset, I think, have just made it, just barely hanging on there in that 8th place. QConfirm still outside of the top 8 right now, but only 4 points away from overtaking Global Esports Xsset, so they're certainly still on that upward trajectory.
Yeah, and there will be a difference in terms of prize pool if they're able to do that by the end of this tournament. What's interesting as well in the overall charts, we can see that T5, they are 97 kill points, only 3 points shy away from getting that 3-digit mark in terms of kill points. So they are really still on the roll. Again, I would like to pose the question again: what does it take to take down T5?
Yep, they only got in the fight with what? Only 2 squads? 1 more squad. Yeah, just need 1 more squad in that fight there, and maybe T5 would have been taken down.
Okay, I have this theory, right? Because we had a few rounds where we noticed that T5, I think we see the trend right now. T5 likes to drop on the northern side of the map, irregardless of whatever map, right? And when they do that, they are unchallenged. Nobody tries to take them out. Everyone's just busy doing something, whether in the middle of the map or the southern side of the map, left or right, but nobody really disrupts them at the top.
That's the thing. So I think T5 as well, that's part of their strategy, is to not go into the heavily populated areas, just really taking only compounds on the outside. So even when that circle, right, they were one of the early teams to get on the island in the first place. They actually landed on Goldog Village, and even though the circle looked like it was going to get down towards Palace side, they distinctly did not make the decision to get on the Palace early. They allowed AAA as well as Genius Esports to take that position instead, but look at where they ended up in the end. Both of them got taken out quite early on and were not part of the final phase fight. So I think T5 recognizes the dangers, of going to these populated areas without enough information or without enough advantage. And certainly when they're so far in the lead right now, by not taking those kind of unnecessary risks, they still are able to maintain a healthy lead above everyone else.
In other words, somebody has to find them up north.
Someone has to purposely like track them down and
Yeah.
specifically like siege them like in that match itself and take them out before they could even get out of phase 2. But the likelihood of that happening, especially with like the lack of information for all teams, I know.
Well, the likelihood of this happening is also quite rare, whereby we see 2 players from CERBERUS Esports up on the kill leaderboard. So we got Tycoon there, we got Himas, they've been performing really well, and Tycoon with 7 kills to his name with 700 damage. Thailand has been there quite often as well.
Oh yeah, I mean he was taking a lot of the fights for Purple Mood in the south side of Palace, and in fact was like the biggest thorn on like T5's side that prevented them from getting into the compound to directly confront QConfirm. So PLM actually held up for the longest time there, and the kill points earned off of that allowed them to still stay in that in the top 8. It looked like they were going to be dropping out of there, but thanks to Tanawat's efforts, they will still stay in contention.
Yep, let's check out the top performing team in this round, and it's going to be QConfirm again. Second time today we see their poster coming up. Of course, it's because they got the chicken dinner. Not as many kills this time, but anyway, because of the total points collected is still higher than any other team, they still warrant themselves as the team MVP.
Yeah, the kills are very tactical here because it's only against teams that were threatening their position. For the most part, they were all about making sure they had control over the palace compound. In fact, like getting into the main building was what gave them the most advantage in the final fight, because eventually that circle was going to collapse around that building anyway. So really all they had to do is just make sure that perimeter is clear, making sure that other teams is not able to flank them easily, and given that the palace is very maze-like as well, it's very hard to actually just directly move into them, and with the main building being in the middle of an open compound, no one's going to be able to get through without QConfirm spotting them in the first place.
Yeah, not only it's a maze on the ground floor, but it also has the rooftop that teams can actually be creative in using it. So so I guess that is it for round number 3 for today. So after this, ladies and gentlemen, we will be jumping into the last 2 Erangel maps for today. And so far so good for T5, again maintaining their number 1 spot. Not only maintaining, but they opened up a 20-point gap. It was 15 points before, and now it's going to be 20 points coming into the next round. I mean, again, like what we talk about, the way to really take down T5, the teams just need to challenge it out. Don't give them the comfort zone of having to do their thing. No one does anything to them. They get whatever weapons they want, whatever utilities they want, and they can move to anywhere they want, basically.
This is the advantage they will have whenever get in that position. So, nevertheless, with now things going to Erangel here, is still going to be a full reset for everyone here. I'm not too sure statistic-wise which are the teams that typically will have like the best performances inside Erangel itself. Like I would love to have that stat actually, because now that we're coming to this like final closing stages of this grand finals, there are certainly some teams that perform very well on Miramar itself, and that's allowed them to get a good progress, a good amount of momentum for the start of the day. But there are also teams like, for example, T5 that also had an outstanding performance in Erangel on the first day that was what kept them in the lead in the first place. So yeah, this is still going to be very the thing I need to stress is like every single point is important here, ladies and gentlemen. Like they cannot afford to leave anything on the table now, and with other teams, to be fair, they're still tripping over each other right now because GE has just overtaken NGE. But T5, they know that as long as they can maintain a consistent amount of kill points per round, on average, they will still be on top nevertheless.
Yes, so because if this continues, right, everyone else will just cancel out each other. So this is the thing, right? Of course, if you're a T5 or if you're fans of T5, you'll be really, really happy with that. You'll be like, yeah, fine, sure, you guys do anything you want. We're good up north. And speaking about up north next, it's going to be Severny and also shooting range, and I believe that's where T5 would normally drop as well. I would like to say that, okay, if in previous metas before this update, I would say that if the circle is a military-based circle, that if you drop into Severny, it's very, very hard to counter the circle. But because now there's the emergency pickup item, so it's no longer a factor in case the circle does go away. So that still allows a team like T5, considering they like to drop into Severny, then they will still have free reign there. And the only way to stop them is for like teams to just drop into it. Of course, the risk is that you might get taken out by T5. It's not like you you drop onto them and you will win the fight. No. But again, it also comes to the question of like, if nobody does anything on the T5 will be like, yeah, we're happy what we're doing.
Yeah, but again, the way they make their maneuvers around the map is always to avoid those direct confrontations early on. It's only like they only start being more aggressive once like a majority of teams have already been taken out, and as far as like being risk averse is, that's a perfect way to kind of play it, when you're that far in the lead. So again, like unless it's a really strongly concerted effort there to just track down T5 every single round and just keep them from being able to get past phase 2, it's quite unlikely that they'll get themselves into fights that are unnecessary for themselves. Again, it's like they make all the right kind of decisions for themselves, and that's just really off the backs of their of the lead they've already taken from day one.
Okay, so I'm looking over the drop of T5. It's not as northern as what we discussed, so it's going to be UV dropping into Severny instead. T5 somewhat north, but not really there. Maybe they're going towards Jogopo. That could be the next drop spot. But what we should pay attention to inside of Arkangel is the fight inside of Pochinki. I'm looking over it, and it's going to be TE and AAA again. Both these teams butting head against each other.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that AAA, I think like because they've already like won fights against the Cerberus, I think this should be another one for them to it'll be their like fight to lose pretty much. But then again, this is still going to be a very tight one here because this complex on Pochinki doesn't have a lot of high ground to speak of. A lot of tiny buildings all around, so they can never be too sure where exactly TE is. They're going to have to watch every single window and every single rooftop inside Pochinki itself. Nevertheless, the circle lands on top of them anyway, so I think this is still going to be a fight right now to see who makes it into phase 2.
Yeah, this could be a fight that might take a while now. Now, we do see one knockdown on the side of AAA, but the revive is kicking in. It should be A-OK for now, but TE is not a team that likes to back down. They want to finish up fight quickly, and as quick as it is right now, they managed to get 2 knockdowns.
Ninja found the second one to ulti Squid, so now AAA is under deep trouble. 777 will take out Janko 2 off, and I think Squid is a little bit too far away, and Ninja 2K should be able to finish off. In fact, TE finds Equilucia as well, takes him out completely now. J-Dai is the last person standing for AAA. This is not looking too good for them. I was saying it was going to be their game to lose. Looks like they are literally on the losing end now.
Oh, Jedi all alone in the shack. They know he's there. Do they? Yeah, they know they're going to rush in together. It's going to be 2v1. That kills me.
What?
What? Jedi! Jedi! What? And Jedi still has time to reset, so he has enough health. Jedi's winning this fight, but finally we're taken out by Ninja 2K. But at what cost? At the cost of 2 players.
That was a straight up Jedi mind trick going on there. Like these are not the kills you were looking for, for really much. Oh boy! But nevertheless, it's still a finish for TE. But then they lose 2 members in that fight, so at least AAA can bank on that fact really that they didn't exactly lose out that badly in that fight. Nevertheless, GX also in a counter right now. eArena, they are currently just trying to push them off of the Ferrocure. This is another hot drop that we're seeing constantly between both of these teams here. GX as well as EA, although Leo finds both Lyrics as well as Zixi, takes out Zixi with a headshot as well. Now eArena just scrambling and trying to get themselves out of this quandary here inside under fire fear from Leo. He almost finds him on the outside. He gets him away. Perfect timing for him to take out Insight.
Oh, amazing game sense there by Leo. But now Upchan is going in. They want to find the last member of EA now. They're trying to find... Okay, they probably know that he's on the other building. They've probably heard the footsteps now. KM99 going up to the 2nd floor. Trying to find a good... Okay, he only has an M16 and nothing else. An M16 is a burst weapon. So there is a certain disadvantage to having a burst weapon, but now he picked up a shotgun instead.
Yeah, this is, anyone comes up the stairwell is going to be in for a lot of hurt. But then again, KM99 has nowhere to run. He's pretty much going to hang on this roof here, camp here as long as he can. Xavier also has a shotgun, although this is a double, this is another model here, so it may not be as fast as firing compared to KM99, but nevertheless, plenty of damage to come up the top. So they're trying to use frag grenades to try to flush him out. Hopefully that does quite a bit of damage to KM99, so one shot from the shotgun should be enough to take him down, but nevertheless, still very afraid of trying to get into the doorway. They know how risky it is to try to take up on the top here, especially KM99 already having a good position here. Smoke grenade is also going to be popped up, so there's not going to be a chance for anyone to snipe him out from there. I don't know, like right now, it's either they got to do the hard way and just risk losing one of their own, or like just basically try to flush him out.
And Leo is going to go in for an off angle. So on the other side, it will be Leo. That means there's no exit route here for KM99. He needs to win this fight somehow. With only a shotgun in hand, no further utilities. Luckily, he has a helmet together with a vest, but that's about it on his body. They're not going to let him go. They know they have the advantage. In fact, if they rush in all four of them, they can still take KM99 out.
Oh, he just unscoped at the wrong moment there. KM99 was still able to come down, still gets a shot on Xavier, but Upchen finally finishes him off with the Vector, but that could have been so bad there. Upchen, just a split second moments there, almost gave KM99 the advantage there, but nevertheless, still outnumbered, still outgunned. eArena out in 16th place.
Whew, okay. 2 common fights, one inside of Fairpier, one inside of Pachinki. This time around, it was quick to finish. Not as compared to the last time. So both teams just putting on the mindset of like, we got nothing more to lose, let's just do it, and that is how it ended.
Yep. We got Myth coming down from the north side there, together with NGE. We already got QConfirm to set up along the road to the right on top of shelter itself, so they could potentially keep themselves, inside of both NGE as well as Myth's rotation down. You still got T5 still hanging out very much at the hospital site, very far away from everyone else, and that's again to my point. They don't actively go out there early on to try to take crowded areas. They always try to stay as far away from everyone else, and I think E36 as well. They found an E pickup, so that's putting them all the way up. They actually flew all the way down to Milta, so there's no one else to contest T5 as they come in from the western side.
Oh, Daytrade Gaming will lose Puchus, and that is the point given towards Arkangel Predator. It's going to be Nan that finishes him off. Daytrade Gaming, just as when we thought they were on the rise, today has been quite a rocky day for them.
Yeah, Flash is actually cut off from both Norins and Belmov as they have to back up away, knowing that AAP is in that compound just closer to the coast. So Norins and Belmov will try to move up north towards Pachinki instead, while AAP still stays around these 2 compounds here that are split up into. Evil Patrick joining in with Algin Bots here to take up the northern compound, while Alec and Nan are down to the southern part. The next circle still lands on top of them and actually still keeps Sovnoka Island somewhat in play, although I think like all the teams crushing around the northern side, it seems like the main point of contention is going to be along the coast here, Milta especially, and that's where one call is already set up, both on Milta as well as Farm, so in a position now to gatekeep, or rather to have a staging point there for this next circle. We also got E36 who dropped on top of Myth actually using the E pickup, so that's why they're currently down south, and now they're trying to see if they can force Myth out into an open fight.
Ooh, okay, this will be really interesting though. I believe that Myth has a little bit of a high ground advantage. Yeah, actually for the both of these teams are pretty much on the same ground right now, with E36 having some compounds to work with, and they have the information that another team's around, but nobody's going to make the big moves just yet. And I believe that's also because like we got 52 players still alive. So with that being said, it might not be worthwhile for these teams to really take the fight. But if you're E36 and you're at number 16 right now, I mean, you might have the mindset like, oh, we got nothing to lose. Let's just see what we can get out of it.
Memphis is actually going to pull out away, and they're going to take to the main road now, going towards Milta Power, and I think they're going to try to find another place to get some additional loot. T5 is already on the move. They've moved from Hospital through Georgia Paul, probably going to be on the way towards Rosehawk if they follow along this road here, and that's putting them into the north part of the circle, which is not heavily contested actually. Like I said, most of the teams are still along the coastline, closer to Sovnoka Island. So again, the T5 constantly taking these northern rotations here, constantly staying out of like the main sort of hot areas inside this circle here, and that's a strategy that's allowed them to stay competitive in these final phase fights.
Yeah, then that comes back to the question of like, but if we could tell that that's that kind of play style, that's that kind of rotation, I'm sure all the other teams would know that as well. And for them to really catch up to T5, the only way is to try to take them out early. If not, T5 would just happily be on top and they just remain consistent throughout. And by the end of tomorrow, they will become champions.
That's the thing. New Generation Esports, nevertheless, under pressure here from QConfirm as well as UV. NG is actually also a bit split up here, 2 for 2 here, 2 close to shelter, 2 in the compound north of the shelter. So they're not exactly in the best position to take fights. They can try to poke around onto UV and QC's Leon's Q, but not going to be enough to invite them into an open confrontation very much. But next circle still has plenty of space, really. So you can even see Myth has now made their way to Milta here along the coastline. Leon's Q still keeping an eye out for Van Ung, but I don't think he's going to be able to get a good shot for him. Nevertheless, he also has a good position to keep an eye on UV as well, so he's playing a very important role for QC in terms of scouting out any other teams that might be crushing down southwards should this next circle come further down into the middle here. Myth now under fire here from one calls Jexy as Duckmans and Jacob try to take control of Milta here. Flash still out in no man's land, I think, although no, I think he actually managed to get away there from AAP, so now he's linked up together with Belmont as well as Norrins. They took control over this pier right here on the south side and actually lands in the middle of this next circle here. This is good news for one call because now they can regroup over the farmhouse side. For Myth, they still have Milta to base out of here, and with E36 Enter Force coming down from the south side, perhaps Myth can get into another encounter with them.
Okay, E36 coming in, but they should be on the clear right now. But for Myth, on the other hand, I guess the options are kind of limited because they're hugging the coastline in the circle, so there are a couple of teams that you can see over there. But now Thunder almost getting knocked down, and Jaxie knocked down by Thunder's beautifully shot by him. Yeah,
there's it. Pillar Mode Esports were on the roadside. Now they're coming in closer and closer to Nando Jade's position. And Trick and Simoy are currently tied up with QConfirm as well as E36 maneuvering just north of them, and NGE will be moving into the position as well. Then you also got T5 moving in onto UV's position. They will have to redirect around though to avoid the fire coming from that side, but again with Jexy still being knocked down, PLM Thunder's moving up forward. Back there to take out Nando Jade. Perfect angle.
No. Wow, that was an amazing nade. The door closed in at the right timing, not allowing his opponent to move, and the nade landed beautifully inside the compound. There was nowhere for Nando to run.
So bad here for one call because Strick and Simoy are way too outside. They will not be able to save Nando nor Jexy in this case here, and NG is able to give them both the slip. QConfirm in the meantime is taking control over the main farm compound there, so the woes are just adding up now for one call here. Trix and Simoy are very much under pressure. T5 in the meantime moving all the way in the middle of GE here. They're trying to spray down, haven't quite got a knockdown, but Hasawa is getting a little bit too close for comfort there. They're still trying to find another compound, but everyone is all occupied here. There's no space. There's no room to rent.
I have to take a moment to appreciate our observers for that visual earlier on that name. That was beautiful. Please give them a raise. But anyway, here we have it. T5 coming in and they're taking home the points.
Woo, quick kill to Flash actually. Taking control of that compound there. So now Daytrade, Norrins, and Bellball are left out in a lurch. So they will not be able to contest T5 in this position here. Now Duckmans is going to go around north here side here. Pantapong still peeking out the window here. New Generation still in confrontation with CES right now as they attempt to try to keep them out of the way. Hakai, Dat Blue still trying to corral around this building here. Thunders has just been taken out by Jacob from Myth as Myth is also attempting to try to vie for control over the south side of farm.
Oh, right now T5, who's going to challenge them? They have the compound, they are somewhere in the middle of the circle, and just waiting for any team who's willing to challenge T5 right here. They still maintain a full squad, so they're looking good so far, considering that they make a long rotation for the northern side in.
Ooh. P90.
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 We've seen that before.
We've seen that a lot of times. We've seen how he can spray down very well. It's going to be a very tempting care package to pick up. Nevertheless, circle starting to close up right now. Daytrade still held up pretty much by T5 with only water on their backs. The Expendables also still hanging in there. Tanvu and Ninja 2K is taking another compound just further west of T5's position. Fights is still breaking up between Purple Mood as well as one call. Myth is still trying to find a way to maneuver up northwards here. The circle still favors PLM a lot more though, so they're in a perfect position to gatekeep the Indonesian squad from coming into this next safe zone. E36 is still in the dark confrontation with NGE right now, and Hakai and Fab is still having the work cut off with them, trying to spot anyone from outside the windows here. And with UV still having control over the northern side, they don't really have a lot of high ground to work with, to be fair. But then again, they're not really under pressure until Myth starts to move in on their position there, and Smell might be able to sniff them out.
Oh, Tianvu seems to be moving in a direction where another team is there, but now putting focus onto Myth, playing by the edge of the circle. We have UV. They have UV to deal with Smell. Oh, they don't know that Smell is behind them. Smell's going to come in. Smell gets a good clear shot, but then again, Smell trigger discipline there, not exposing his positioning just yet.
Just let Duckman cook. He's going to come out of the tunnel. It's a power we want to take the spray, forcing him down to come down. I think Smell might be in position to try to catch him as he comes across here. He goes with the spray as well. Duckman's taking damage. Not enough to get a knockdown, but forcing him out of the car because he's on fire here. Whoa! One shot there will take him out. Now, NGE as well under fire here from E36. They will be able to find Tanvu as he comes across the road here. Sapao and Silky still trying to hold their own here on the top side as Myth, Jacob, and Exquisite continues to try to push in on the position. He does take out Duckman's completely though, so that leaves only Jacob as well as Roguenan and Exquisite to try to hold out into this position.
Oh, look who's coming. It's going to be QConfirm, but QConfirm, they have a couple of players still gliding down, and QConfirm at the crosshair of Myth. Right now we can see that Thunder has been knocked down as well somewhere else with the AWM being held down, and at the same time, QConfirm, looks like they dropped, and they're on the outside of the circle still. They need to fight their way.
And they fight their way in. It's a three-way confrontation here in the northeastern part of the circle here. You got QConfirm just on the outskirts, UV on the northern side. You got Myths completely hold out, just stopped in their tracks here as they try to come across the road, so they're in the worst position compared to everyone else. And if QConfirm continues to push in there, that's going to put Myth under a massive amount of pressure. So Jacob just try to spot every single position here through this shack, but there's not really much maneuvering that Myth could even do at this point.
Oh, QConfirm, how are they going to get in right now? There's two teams waiting for them in the circle. Right now, Purple Moon Esports has a clear entry. Same goes for One Call as well. One Call unchallenged, but we're back onto QConfirm. Made in Thailand, playing by the edge of the circle. Sees where QConfirm is at. They're ready in case QConfirm comes onto them.
Yosuke and Opon's moving very rapidly down south to try to cut off Myth, and actually will put them in the path towards One Call's his trick here. In fact, the rest of QConfirm will be piling in together, so they're now just trying to make a break for it to try to take onto the eastern side. Trick sees them, tries to take a shot, isn't going to land enough though, but then the rest of QConfirm still running around. Petran, 1%, so close there, but yet so far still able to stay out of trouble for now. They find themselves in this little tower here in the middle of nowhere, but then again with PLM and still firing upon them, E36 as well, seeing One Call Simoy trying to come across Fluky, attempting to try to find a way to get out of this quandary here because Thunders has just been knocked down. He needs to try to hold his position here.
Oh, One Call, still quite a distance for them to get into the circle, and look at the amount of teams shooting at them at this point. Unicorn Venom as well could take that advantage. One Call, oh no vehicle for Seymour, he's on the outside still.
Yep, and that's going to be E36 now, able to try to keep the fire on him, but they're still under pressure from the south side by NGE, so the tension is a little bit split right now. Drake actually lands into the compound, close away Generation Esports. Insert T finds him, takes him out completely. That's going to be the end of the journey for him.
Oh, Drake is out right now, but Haisaki actually stole it away, so a little bit of a heartbreaking moment there. If only they could secure the point. But anyway, there's still Myth on the outside circle. Exquisite is still on the outside. Unicorn Venom has eyes onto him. Exquisite spots out Sly High right now, just behind the tree, blocking the vision of Exquisite. Exquisite knows exactly where he is, though, but Exquisite needs to move. Time is on his side.
Opon's trying to assault into the tower. The Enter 436 is holding up in. Starlord now trying to reposition himself now to head them up before they can reach into the inner reaches of the compound, but it's still pushing in so hard, forcing Deva and Starlord now to back up towards Sylphia and XK1. That's giving an opportunity now for Seymour to actually get into the mix because he got knocked down onto Leon's Q, forcing QC now to turn around. He gets knocked down as well as opens up a Louis. This man is just mad here because he's completely alone, and yet he's still able to take these fights.
Oh, and seems that Rogue is actually caught in between a couple of members of Unicorn Venom, and now does smell where exactly he is. We only want to come out just now, and Rogue easily takes it out with the spray on the barrel.
Oh no, this is fouling apart so hard here for UV. 3 knockdowns already to finally get a knockdown of Rogue Nans, but he still got Exquisite and Jacob around the outside. They're trying to find NBK, the last remaining member standing for Unicorn Venom, as the blue zone closes in around them. This is looking not too long for the world here. Rogue Nans gonna be taken out by the blue zone here. The rest of them still continue to try to collapse onto it right now. We're watching Arkangel Predator in direct confrontation with NGE at the same time. They got into the same compound too. Evil Patrick coming forward. Unicorn Venom has just been taken out there by Myth, but unfortunately it's a bit of a pyrrhic victory here. Evil Patrick tries to get up to the top floor, gets knocked down. Nan and the other members of the Action Arkangel Predator still trying to get up, finally get on top there and take down FOB.
Oh, and with NGE eliminated again, T5 will be happy with this result. GE is now their next contender for the #1 spot, and GE, we don't see any action from them just yet. They're waiting for the right moment before they start, and right now we can see Daytrade Gaming, Balmov shot down by Fluky. It's going to be Purple Moon Esports onto them.
Yeah, Daytrade now under massive pressure here as PLM tries to move in down south. Blue-Raid's last one standing tries to get the spray on the Tanawa, but PLM moving rapidly all the way up here. They're going to be surrounding this rock right now. Blue-Raid's still up on the top there. Purple's comes in behind there, gets the shot, gets the kill. Daytrade is out.
Daytrade is out thanks to Purple Moon Esports, who still maintain a full squad right now. Because of that win, they'll have an easy entry on the southern side at least, but they need to manage the road later on. But there will be a story for later. Right now, the circle moves away. It's going to be Arkangel Predator in the middle of it.
Yep, the only one of two compounds and the biggest compound compared to Gex's one that they took on the north side. Tanvu still the last remaining member from Expendables, still in this fight somehow. But then he's surrounded by both PLM as well as T5 down by the south side. GE is still close enough to the border that can continue to try to stay within this compound to try to head up, enter 436. Cerberus is now trying to make the move down, but they still have a compound there trying to work out on. Unfortunately, Hamas has just been knocked down along with Haisaki, so Solo Z is going to be the one who has to try to salvage the situation here.
And E36 is still alive, so right now, not only they're still alive, they still maintain a full squad. So Lozi has to fight his way into the circle. His teammates are currently down, so Lozi pretty much all alone at this point, going up to the sniper tower to pick up his teammate.
Yep, Cerberus still trying to hang in there. Hamas is going to get himself revived, but Haisaki is being left to bleed out right now. E36 is not really pushing too much pressure onto E36's compound quite yet. In fact, taking a very slow, methodical approach. PLN in the meantime under fire now from AAP as they try to come across. Two people has been knocked out so far. Trying to get a third one is Algin Buzz. He goes for the spray onto Fluky there. True to smoke, still not connecting though. Although Thunders has just been taken out though, so PLM is definitely hurting very bad.
Oh, PLM, right now, how are they going to get in? They have to get across the road right now. And they now need to fight up against Arkangel Predator, who's coming towards them. They're taking the active approach, and not only that, T5 is coming in.
Swift running by and driving by and shooting out of the window right now. T5 wants to take over PLM's position. They already got down Purples now. Now just trying to focus fire onto Tanawa as well as Fluky here. Rossington Jr. coming around, trying to seize it and finds Fluky around the smoke here. Fragment is still going to be coming out. Unfortunately, he's just been knocked down by Alec, who are also firing upon them on the position here. Coming down south, trying to crush T5 in this position here. They are finding themselves a little bit headed off now by AAP as they continue to send whatever grenades they had, frag grenades, stun grenades, all going to be sent in their general direction.
Oh, right now they're not only caught out on the outside of the circle, but the blue is going to put pressure onto T5 as well. T5 now down to 3 members. T5 needs to fight their way in, but Arkangel Predator is letting go of T5. They're going to go back into the center of the circle where the compound is at, getting ready for GE to come in.
Yeah, that's the thing. GE just decided to make them move right now and try to take over the compound that AAP is in, so they're forced now to turn around and find that gets a bit of reprieve for T5 as they try to escape that situation and will escape that very handily there. Knockdowns onto Zest as it was Chloris. GE tried to take this fight against AAP, but they haven't been able to find a knockdown quite yet. Algin Boss still around the outside. The Molotov is going to be burning both members of GE that have been knocked down alive there. Alec will finish up Zest, but still needs to try to find Upchen because Upchen has just found trying to find other members of GE. Here's Surti still around the outside under the cover of smoke right now. Algin Boss now assaulting in his position. He comes in front through the smoke there, tries to spray, cannot find the other two. He cannot quite see.
Oh, he can't quite see there. If only he can have vision. But now GE is counter-firing upon them. But GE is still eliminated. And T5, they still survive above of GE and NGE.
Oh my goodness, he couldn't see through the smoke, so he couldn't finish him off that quickly, and GE will be down and out. Algin Bots fortunate to be able to survive that encounter, but now here comes T5. They're coming in for round 2 against AAP now. This time it's going to be inside their own compound.
Oh, they want to be the mop-up crew at this point. They want to pick up those points to just widen the gap with GE as well as NGE, and now T5 is in the compound where Arkangel Predator was at. Arkangel Predator now suffering heavy casualties from that fight with TE coming in. TE is well and fresh.
That's the thing. So right now, Algin Boss and Naz is just going to be digging into that position, not exposing themselves to T5's wrath here, and they're not going to be under too much pressure because Gex is currently having their hands full, trying to keep Solo Z out of this next safe zone. So they're not really interested to try to take this fight. Instead, they're just going to be watching, overlooking this whole encounter here. And you also got Haisaki coming in. He picked up the P90. Whoa, the spray taking down Algin Boss. Oh, he's going to be the interloper now. Player tree has entered the game.
Oh, that's the beauty of a P90, ladies and gentlemen. And now Haisaki is coming in as well onto the other building where Arkangel Predator is at. Molly's was tossing, but now they need to find the final target. Player 3 could be the one to take them out.
What is Caliber when you have the highest rate of fire compared to everyone else. Solo Z coming in clutch here with the Jeep. Unfortunately, will come under fire with GX. He will get knocked down by Leo instead. So Haisaki is going to be alone in this fight here against GE here. Against AAP. Oh, he just gave Nan the slip there. Unfortunately, he comes around the corner. Oh! Nan, one shot, one kill. Haisaki is out, and Cerberus is eliminated in 5th place.
And now we're down to the top 4 teams. But look at this. GX and T5 have 3 players, while Arkangel Predator down to 1 as well as TE. Long range coming in from Tanado. He will secure that kill. And that's going to be Xavier out.
Yep, he's already out now. The rest of GX crashing into this party here that T5 and AAP have been doing all this while. Elgin Bots is still on the ground, still beating out. Thunderball trying to spray down the rest of GX on the outside there, but still not connecting any form whatsoever. T5 still has the most people at this point though, as GX is only has Upchen and Leo left to try to take this fight. Pantapong still on the outside, spots Upchen down by the side there, but cannot quite get a beat onto fire. He needs to try to get a reload.
So T5 trying to find a good angle here, but the smoke is not helping him. At the same time, we can see that GX is at the lower ground. Tanado not letting his opponent go. He's keeping eyes onto them, keeping the crosshair tight. At the same time, we can see that Upchen, Leo together, but how are they going to counter upon this? Now, we'll leave that thought for about 10 seconds later as the circle will move, and in case the circle does move away from this compound somehow, then it's going to be all-out warfare.
I think it's still phase 7, so again, that circle, if it moves further north, that's going to be advantageous to GX as well as T5. If it moves down south, it's going to advantage AAP. Nope, land still in the middle. We're still in the status quo here, ladies and gentlemen. Neither team incentivized to move out. Oh boy, it's just all about spotting things out. Tanadol gets a nice ping there, but unfortunately takes a bit of damage. Now forced to get a heal here. Tanadol and Hasawa not moving out of position quite yet, and Gex using his opportunity now, moving a little bit down south, trying to keep his compound secure for themselves. Ooh, the frag! Oh, that blew up and did a lot of damage there. The Global Esports Xsset, just lucky they didn't get knocked down.
Well, because of this kind of circle, it's probably going to take a while before we see any big moves from any of these teams. So right now, right now we can see that these teams, they are just putting focus onto each other, and yeah, I guess it's going to be a standstill for now because we're at phase 7, but phase 8 may change everything. Let's see how it goes for here.
Yeah, Agroza has just landed close to that compound, but no one's going to be coming out to receive it, unfortunately, because all 4 teams here, actually, because the Expendables, Tanvu, is somehow still sticking around at the south side. Gex, Upchen, and the frag grenade still comes through and blows up all their vehicles here. Now that's going to be forcing their hand, no doubt. They have to try to get down towards AAP's position now. The moment Elgin Bots is still trying to hold position. T5, Pantapon still trying to spot over these cresses. He has 2 fronts he has to keep an eye out on, which is both on GX's side as well as AAP. But right now, even though T5 has the man advantage, they don't exactly have the positional one, in fact. And Tasso, I think he also spots the care package just behind where T5 is. Perhaps they want to go ahead and try and pick it up.
Well, 1 minute, and we'll see the circle shift again, and by that time we know who has that circle advantage. But if the circle again goes to the middle, maybe we're going to have a slow ending.
That's the thing. So, it's just a waiting game right now. Although GX has done done quite well to get themselves inside, or rather within a safe reach of the compound here. AAP, I don't know if they still have any more frag grenades quite left, but we'll have to see. Back now, so it's still a Mexican standoff between these 4 teams right now. Neither side willing to move. They have to wait it out until the 8th phase here, and when that middle of the circle comes in, it's going to be quite close to T5's compound. So if anything, T5 just need to hold on to their position here, and that will certainly still give them advantage. Actually, it's inside their compound. I think the center of that circle, just barely so. So if anything, GX and AAP, they're going to have to fight their way towards T5's compound instead, and Tanfu can just kind of hold back and just wait and see if anyone comes out in the open and hopefully get a lucky shot there, or rather a lucky kill there to earn some kill points for himself.
Yeah, I guess right now it's more of just like information gathering and trying to have an idea of where everyone is at, because next is going to be phase 9, and phase 9 is not going to have any circle at all. It's going to close entirely, and that's where we'll see everything everyone just go all out. So right now, if any opportunity arises, then the shots will be taken. But looks like there's an opportunity for Nan to pick up Gen.
Yeah, Leo is still trying to corral him, and will try to get a revive there, but that's putting them in a tight spot now. Thunderbomb finds Algebons, knocks him down now, so Nan is also in trouble here. T5 again, they have the advantage here in terms of the positioning right now because of the way this circle landed. So if anything, they just need to get these knockdowns down, keep both GEX as well as AAP under pressure, and they should be able to win it out.
Okay, now we have Upchen down. Leo's not going to pick him up. Probably he doesn't have the space to do that, as Arkangel Predator is close by to them. Just on top of them, in fact, and now Leo tries to win this fight. 1v2, Leo gets a knockdown to Nan. Only one more to go in this building.
Yeah, he's still trying their very best. Algebot's trying to go around the outside right now, while Leo tries to give it a slip. Goes inside the building now, takes onto the rooftop here, hoping to get close enough to finish off Nan over there. So now he's up in the upper floor. Algebot's still on the outside. Pantapom still trying to spot out. Algebot still has doesn't have frag grenades, still had a stun. Already has used it up now, or rather, he's still thinking about where he wants to put it out. But Leo is going to get a jump on him! Oh, but through the bars, Algebot takes him out.
Oh, that timing was insane. And now with Leo out, we're down to only 5 more players left. Let's see who will get this chicken dinner. Looking good so far for T5 because they have the man advantage.
They do, and they don't have to move, and the circle eventually close in on their own compound, so they just need one person to stay within that center there, and they will win this out. 2 minutes and 30 seconds still remaining. This is going to be a long wait for these guys. It must feel like forever now before this next phase is going to come in.
Well, at most it's going to be 2.5 minutes now that the circle will close entirely, but I definitely will see the game close off before that. Now, it's going to be but if you can't think about it, Tanvu from TE has not budged an inch since the start of this 3-way fight.
He doesn't have to, like, just let everyone else fight. Oh, Thunderball goes with the spirit of Algebons, almost eats it as well. 15 health before he is able to duck down. Thunderball not able to bring any follow-ups there onto him, though. Algebons able to get his heals back up here, but with the amount of smoke he's popping around his compound there, is just using up everything he has left now. Oh, he's going out for the move. He's going out for the move on the outside. Tanfu's going to set a frag grenade through the smoke. That's 12 damage there to Algebons, forcing him to back in the compound. Pantapom finds him on the outside. Now T5 just need to flush out the Expendables to Tanvu.
Well, Tanvu just did the second place finish right now, unless he can pull off a clutch against 1v3, but he doesn't have any room to move at this point. Well, Tanvu takes out Pantapom. 2 more to go. Who knows?
Who knows? The circle is closing though. Tanvu is going to be forced to come out. He's very low. Hatsawat keeping an eye out for him, watching the back door, watching him get a spray, but forces fall back a little bit. Again, they just need to hold on to the compound. Tanvu now opens the front door. He's trying to find a way through, but no, Tanadol catches him before he could make a move.
Guys, somebody stop T5. Somebody stop T5 now, for real. Okay, imagine in a multiverse, right, whereby Arkangel Predator finish up the job, taking out T5 when they were still on the outside of the circle. It will be a very different ending.
I know, but somehow T5 still hangs in there, still are able to take good fights for themselves. And again, the way they also make maneuvers in the early phase just avoids a lot of attention, a lot of like pressure on themselves. So if anything, like it's a very hard ask you're doing there, Circle, to ask everyone else to just aim them specifically, because they could be anywhere on the map, maybe a little bit more to the north since that's where they like to drop. But then again, for all the other teams that are on the ground there, how can they possibly find them in this early phase when they're just constantly evading all these other teams?
Yeah, that's kind of true as well, because like, yes, they came from the north, but then they rotated to the east side, and then they were on south at some point, and then they went west. So they pretty much like think of this map as like 360. Like they know that, okay, we have the entire ground to play. Why stick to only the north when we can do everything else? So yes, at first I thought that, okay, they're pretty much consistent with playing at the north, but the moment we kind of like read that out, they start to change their playstyle. So they're showing this level of versatility in terms of rotation, and it's absolutely on point. But we gotta look at this nade again. This is Chef's Kiss.
Beautiful. Full credit going to our like observing team who worked so hard to bring you guys all these images here, and that was so worth it just to be able to spot that. But nevertheless, you know, things got so chaotic here with Daytrade trying to get onto T5 here, and then Myth just caught on the outside when they tried to maneuver and just basically got eliminated before he could get into the inner reaches of the circle. QConfirm were at one point looking like a very strong position, but unfortunately were caught out before they could get to the final phase here. And main Thailand's Rogue Nance had a last stand he had tried to make over there, but it was not meant to be, unfortunately. Purple Mood as well, low-key having a good round here in Porboats, just finding the perfect angle here to get right behind Daytrade there and take on Norman's to finish up their path.
I just want everyone to look at the positioning of T5. North, East, and now they're somewhere on the West, and they still somehow survive. But this is where Arkangel Predator didn't finish up the job against T5. Like the moment they saw that, okay, GE is going to take over their compound that they wanted, they immediately retreated back to defend against GE, and GE lost that fight. And when GE lost that fight, well, T5 was the happiest of the bunch because they're the closest in contention to the #1 spot, and TE still survives, comes into the same compound that Arkangel Predator was at and overtake it, and that's how they got the chicken dinner.
Yeah, well, I mean, especially looking at that final phase there, I mean, the Algae Boss here, just perfect angle there to finish him off. It could have been really bad for him if he got the drop there, but nevertheless, yeah, I mean, again, T5, so dominant now. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what exactly other team can do right now to suppress them. It looks like virtually that path to rank 1 has just been laid out like a red carpet for T5 here. The whole this whole grand finals.
Absolutely. At first, I kind of like doubt like, oh, no one's really challenging them. But this time around, we got more teams challenging them. We saw like they had to take fight after fight after fight. They had to make like long rotations and all that, and they still win. So right now, they're just showing that, yeah, okay, yeah, casters, maybe you kind of doubtless, maybe we're lucky that no one challenges, but now they stood up to it. They say that, hey, yeah, come challenge us, and when other teams do that, they still win. So, I mean,
I guess
they just did the mic drop.
Again,
They're like done.
You know, if you were to do this scientifically speaking, like all the evidence is there, maybe T5 is just that strong. You know, maybe they are D1s right now in the PUBG Asia Super Cup here. 18 points for them, 1 point ahead of Arkangel Predator. Even though Arkangel actually had way more kills compared to them, still not enough to overcome Theerathon FIVE's like brilliant chicken dinner run here. The Expendables still managed to get a 3rd place finish there, and Tanvu deserves a lot of credit for being able to stay in the fights for so long, and they still managed to get a healthy amount of kill points as well. 2 other teams here, Global Esports, Xsset, and CERBERUS Esports, tied right now for kill points, and 11 points for GEX, while CES only has 10, but still fairly spread out across the board here. It's just that because Theerathon FIVE has been able to do a lot better compared to Generation Esports, especially compared to New Generation, who is on the exact opposite side of the page here, the lead between like 1st, 2nd, and 3rd will still continue to widen up, I think.
Yes, definitely, for sure, with this chicken dinner. I mean, look at the who were their closest ones, right? So the closest one was New Generation Esports and also GE. GE only managed to get 6 points, New Generation Esports 2 points, and T5 obviously with the chicken dinner with 18 points. So we will let the experts do the calculation for us, and it will be shown right now, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy the gap here. What's the calculation here? 20... Wait a second, no. It's 32-point gap. Yeah, 32-point gap now between T5 and Genius Esports.
Jeez, that's just crazy. Again, like the teams that capitalized the most out of like that last round were mostly in the 2nd page anyway. CERBERUS Esports, Expendables, QConfirm. These guys are the ones racking up points, whereas like Genius and New Generation, especially New Generation, had found themselves completely at a standstill as far as the progress goes. Genius Esports continue to pull away from them now, 10 points ahead in rank number 2. Global Esports Xsset also creeping up towards New Generation here, but still about 13 points clear the NGE is to the Taiwanese squad here. Arkangel Predator getting themselves back in contention here with that 5th place. They're like 1 point behind GX right now, closing the gap to the top teams here, so a fantastic comeback here for the Filipino squad.
I have a wish list.
Yes.
My wish list is to see Enter Force 36 not ending this tournament with a single placement point digit.
I don't know which one will be the harder ask, like asking other teams to take down T5 or getting E36 up. Only
savage!
I'm just keeping it real here, guys. The score line is still way too far away, I think, for E36 to overcome like 15th place there. But nevertheless, kill leaders all about here for Arkangel Predators. Again, well deserved for them. The performances they've done so far today, just even though they're not really not really been able to nail down those chicken dinners, but these kill points that they've been able to earn has certainly brought them back into the competition now, and they're still in the top 5, so I'm really excited to see where they can go from here.
In a different multiverse, if Arkangel Predator performed like today, like in the days before, they will be challenging the #1 spot.
You're gonna have to find a reality stone somewhere to make that happen, because I don't think it's gonna be that likely anyway. But then again, you know, it also still speaks to the strength that Theerathon FIVE really have in this competition here, because even when the odds are stacked against them, they still are the ones who come out on top at the end of the day. And this was probably one of the longer fights, or rather longer final phase fights here that Theerathon FIVE had to do. A lot of patience certainly needed to be in hand for them, but they knew that, you know, position-wise in that final circle, they had the advantage. You know, if they decide to move out and be super aggressive and just try to take over GX's as well as Arkangel Predator's position, they will. There's quite a high likelihood they will lose those fights, because they're going to be out in the open. There was still plenty of smoke grenades in Arkangel's part, as you can see from what Algin Boss did at the end. So I think it was a good call for them. Again, they always make the right call every single fight. And that's, I think, the main reason why we're seeing them on top here.
I mean, on point in rotation, on point in ticking fights. I mean, they're just the perfect team right now, if you ask me. And all their players have rotated when it came to the top kill leaders. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, speaking about the top kill leaders, well, I can't find a segue to that, but never mind about that. This is the first time I feel so far, right? Give me a break.
It's okay. It's alright.
Yes.
You know, it's been 3 days.
It's been 3 days. It's been many, many days now. And I guess that's the break that we needed here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to enjoy more action when we come back after this break. So you guys don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Arkangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Arkangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
The latest game from Krafton and 5 Min Lab. Fast pace and full intense PvP action brawler game. Use your best combo to send your opponent to the lobby. Select your legends and be the winner. Pick the mode that suits your fighting style, from 1v1, 2v2 to Battle Royale. Available to download and play free on Play Store, App Store and Steam. Let's be legends today!
Welcome to the Update 23.2, where you can now revive your teammates, transport knocked out allies onto vehicles, and engage in a new social feature, the clan system. Let's dive right in. First on the menu is the brand new revival system. To reduce frustration during squad play and promote diverse strategies in normal matches, you will now be able to revive your fallen teammates. Just retrieve the blue chip from their death boxes and register it at one of the transmission towers scattered across the map, or through a wireless transmitter item obtained through farming. They can then rejoin the match via a respawn plane that flies once per phase. Note that this feature is available only in normal and custom matches on Arkangel, Miramar, and Destin. Next, we're introducing a new DBNO feature, allowing you to carry knocked out teammates and place them inside vehicles. This addition provides players with an alternative way to evade danger without having to only abandon or revive your teammates. We are also finally ready to unveil our new clan system. Create or join a clan, play matches, and earn XP to level up your clan. As your clan levels up, you will be able to upgrade your clan tags. Not only that, but you can also earn a BP boost by playing with your clanmates. Definitely worth. And as always, make sure to check out the patch notes for all the details. Update 23.2 has plenty more in store this month, including a DBNO rebalance, general lobby UX UI improvements, a slight buff to the Ace 32, and more. Starting with this update, prepare to become your team's hero, transport teammates to safety, and establish your own PUBG Battlegrounds clan for double the excitement. And we'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. The final match of day number 4 now is upon us. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Sir Cloud. We have been commentating this PUBG Asia Super Cup for quite a while now, and now it's going to be coming down to the wire here, ladies and gentlemen. 6 more matches still remain, 5 more matches tomorrow, one last one here today. T5 still on top of Asia here, ladies and gentlemen. We've still been asking the same question over and over again. What is it going to take to knock these guys off the top spot here? And it seems like the answer has still yet to reveal itself.
Right. I do hope that the points will be close enough as we approach tomorrow, which is our final day, that the last game matters. Yeah, because there are certain instances. Second last game, a team is already confirmed to be champion. So T5, I know you guys are on the roll, but take a chill pill, you know.
I think they're pretty chill. Honestly, just looking at their faces as well, you can't really tell that these are the guys who are right now dominating everyone else on this map here, on this grand finals, in fact. So Theerathon FIVE still the team to beat, even from day 1 all the way until day 4 now, and they know they're just within an arm's reach now. They just need to complete these next 6 matches in the best way possible, and they're surely going to be guaranteed a trophy by the end of this.
Yeah, I remember when they got the chicken dinner, they're still like with their regular faces. It's like, yeah, it's another day in the office.
I think it's pretty much the same story for a lot of these teams, actually. You know, the office for them is pretty much in front of this computer screen with PUBG loaded up, you know. So, again, for those guys, I'm especially surprised from like T5's performance here, because if you look in the past, especially during the Thailand series, they were never in the conversation, you know, for the top 3 teams in Thailand itself. But then now, coming into this, you know, they qualified in from group stage, they qualified in from last chance qualifiers, actually, not even for the group stage itself.
Oh, yeah,
so,
true.
Yeah, like this is if you want to consider like the full journey that this Theerathon FIVE has gone through, this is like as massive as a comeback as you could imagine here.
Yeah, you made a good point. They are a last chance qualifiers team, and if someone were to just follow and watch like the grand finals, they wouldn't believe that, oh, is this a last chance qualifier team? Really? Right, they're pulling our leg now. No, ladies and gentlemen, they are a last chance qualifiers team. And now, looking at the drop, it's going to be T5 at South Johor, going to be unchallenged there. Rosita dropped inside of a hospital, so it's going to be A-OK now. But of course, when it comes to Arkangel, there will be 2 hotspots that we'll be looking at. It's going to be either Ferry Pier or Pachinki.
Yeah, Fairy Pier right now is being headed out by GX and EA. That's certainly to be expected. AAA made their way onto Pochinki, so has the Expendables as well. So 2 hot drops happening all at once here. Here we go. Another round here of hot dropping for AAA. They must be used to this by now.
Oh yeah, it's going to be okay. But the last time we saw this drop was just now. The Expendables won, but it's going to be Skirt opening it up.
They both landed on the same rooftop there, and they're just scrambling to turn around there to face each other. O2 Square is a little bit faster though to pick up the double barreled shotgun, so he will be able to take the kill anyway. Now it's going to be coming down to link up the rest of his team here. The rest they're still trying to scan out the rest to find the rest of TE here. O2 Square comes in the door, gets another one. Oh, another shot, but T777 does take it out. Jacolucia does have a barrel to use here, but he will get knocked down instead. The Expendables still hanging on by a thread here. Ninja 2K still coming into the building now, trying to find the last member, but Jakutuov giving him a slip, comes around the corner, now goes back into the window, go upstairs, 777 gets knocked out instead. Jakutuov still able to stay alive on the outside.
One more to go. It's going to be 1v1 now as Jakutuov takes a 777 out. So it's going to be a 1v1 fight now. Okay, everyone's staying calm, staying chill, but Jakutuov wants going to the second floor. He wants to pick up the jump, and AAA wins! And it's 1-1, at least for today, between the Expendables and AAA.
He had 3 more shots left. He had 3
man,
more
was
shots
that
left.
close?
If he sprayed down and ran out and that lost in the fight there, how bad would that have been? But man, just coming in so clutch there, Jakutuov. So AAA wins the fight, but at what cost? Because like he's not gonna be able to get a revive on anyone else. They've all just been eliminated, so he's gonna play solo PUBG while everyone else is playing squads here, unfortunately.
Well, our entertainment is not done yet. Now we have a very clear fight between eArena versus Daytrade Gaming, versus GX, apologies there. So Daytrade Gaming is just overlooking this very pure area, and they could be a third party. But now it's going to be eArena. Larix misses the shot, and KM99 only 39 bullets in his M4.
Yeah, just closing in on the Savior's shack here. If only there was a frag grenade. The frag grenade gonna come out just in time. Oh, almost as if it was planned, wasn't it? KM99 tries to spot through the window, cannot find KM99, cannot find him through there.
Right.
Goes right forward. Oh, Mike was ready with the Thompson to spray him down. Nevertheless, the follow-up will still come true, but Larix still able to hold his own. Takes down Savior as well.
Oh, here we go. It's going to be Inside coming in from another angle. But at that shack, it's still him all alone winning the fight. And he has time to reset after looting from the loot box.
That's the thing. So now he's going to try to get the revive up. Nevertheless, Insight still around the outside here. Cannot quite keep an eye out on GEX here coming out of the compound, but will not be able to return fire too much because he only has a Tommy gun and a shotgun, so he doesn't have the range nor the ammunition to continue spraying down. So KM99 still has to hold his own here. Larix will still will be able to get him revived. Now they're pulling out of this position here. Zendan as well as Upchen continuing trying to keep Very Pure under control, but it still cannot find Insight nor are able to flush him out quite yet.
Okay, here we go. Inside in the building, we have Upchen going uphill, literally, trying to find a good angle to get into the building. But then KM99, he's going to open up another off angle. He has his teammate together with him. So EA, in general, still has the number advantage against GX, and GX still pushed to a corner.
Yep. Still trying to find him, but then Inside not exposing himself to too much danger. The thing is that KM99 and Lyrics are also going up further up north, so that will be a position that will allow Inside to be able to pull out and regroup with his teammates there, while GX continue to huddle in the Fury Pier right now. It's still within the safe zone, to be fair though, so they don't really have to move out that far even if they want to, but EA is trying to find themselves in a good position to gatekeep GX to get into the inner reach of this next zone, which by the way, the circle lands on the western side here, so that's on top of a lot of teams that jumped out in that flight path like quite late into the jump here. So that's actually a huge advantage yet again for T5 because they drop onto hospital once more, and that's very deep into the circle.
Well, T5 will be a-okay for now, since teams are not really rotating onto their side. I'll be interested to see who really wins this fight. If GES can actually clutch it out against EA. Right now, EA is closing in onto Upchen. They kind of know where Upchen is at, so we can see that Larry Larix is actually doing a wraparound against Upchen, not allowing them any room to escape. But Purple Mood Esports on the AAA.
Yep, they came out from Sofnoka Island. They are just going to bypass Janko Tuov. Are they going to be taking the compound? No, actually, they're going to be passing by him completely, so Janko Tuov can just breathe a sigh of relief right now. PLM's Fluky and Thunder is still teaming close to the ferry pier right now, but they're trying to find a compound to work out of. And I think they're headed more towards the quarry side, where there's a lot more places for them to loot over there compared to Sofnoka. So, nevertheless, EA still not moving out of position quite yet. They still want to stick around the north part of ferry pier, keeping Gex under control here. While in the meantime, like Theerathon FIVE under fire from Unicorn Venom, who decided to come up closer to hospital, but stopped midway on that journey.
Okay, the fight's not over yet though. Instead, now we can see that Upchen is opening up the flanks, and KM99, who earlier opened up, he seems to retreat back. Now the circle is starting to close in. We can see that one call is the last team to enter the circle. They are on the outskirts of shelter, making their way in, so a little bit of a late rotation there. Nothing wrong with that, of course. It's just depending on the team's comfort level of playing whatever strategy that they prefer.
Wow, a lot of these teams actually went into the safe zone very early here. Only one call still left around the outside, but we've seen this time and time again. They sometimes even like weather out the first phase blue zone just to try to find additional loot. I think they still like are prioritizing a lot more on E pickups, I think, and that's as long as they can find one somewhere, they will continue to just farm all the other villages that are outside of the safe zone there in this first phase. So hasn't quite worked out well for them overall, but nevertheless a strategy that I can certainly see one call making that decision to just basically farm for better loot, get a higher loot position compared to everyone else, and only use that to fight.
Loses that fight there, and now it's going to be the last man standing for GEX with Zennan. But he has an exit behind though. But AAA, if he moves towards the wrong direction, he will bump into AAA. But now he seems to be interested to kind of defend his area, still waiting for EA to show themselves.
Solo Z actually came down very far down south here to, I guess, spot out the fight that's happening over in Ferry Pier at the same time. Zendan, very much in the world of his own right now, has only this tiny house here, turning the tower to work out off. KM9 spots him though. Now they're going to be closing in on his location here. Larix is up on the north side. He's moving up as well. Inside still holding position. Oh, but KM9 just got knocked out by the AUG here coming up from Zendan. And now he spots Cleric trying to flank on the other side. Not going to be able to move up forward though. Inside tries to pour some fire to keep him suppressed. But then again, Zendan returning fire very effectively.
Well, the sniper tower is helping him to hold his position, considering that the rest of EA does not have a vehicle, so they can't really crash in. And if they want to really rush into the sniper tower, they'll be on foot, and there's an open space. But KM9 is stolen away by Janko Tuov.
Yep, he was just being opportunistic there, and again, it was just right for the picking. Unfortunately, Zendan didn't finish him off there, so that was one kill point. He's just conceded there. Larix now regrouping together with Insight, and Zendan still able to stay within the sniper tower right now. So it's back to this siege position here for eArena, as there's still not going to be any progress though. Solo Z, like I said, he came down south here, hearing the gunshots coming in. Looks like he's going to be making an approach towards eArena side. Oh, Janko Tuov gets another stray there, catching out Insight, knocks him down.
Well, that's doing Zendan the favor now that attention is given towards the other side. So now EA, unless Insight can be picked up, Larry is going to be all alone. Zendan trying to find a good angle to get that final elimination onto Larix, but can't seem to do so.
Solo Z is actually spying Janko Tuov's position there, so the next time Janko Tuov fires off, that will be the cue, I think, for Solo Z to move up and try to take on his position. In fact, the fires are coming off there. Solo Z is going to try to keep Janko Tuov suppressed now, so that's going to give Zendan now a cover to try to approach onto Insight right now. GX moving in onto the compound here. Larry's going to have to take to the other side of the building here. Insight still holding his own through the window though. Zendan finds him into time, but Insight takes him out with the double barrel shotgun.
Well, you can count on Insight. He was the hero that got EA that second place finish earlier on in Miramar. So now he kind of saved their round inside of Arkangel as well. Good attempt there by Zendan. Not gonna lie, I mean, he was opportunist to try to take that advantage, considering they were kind of busy. But then again, the counterfight coming in from Insight.
Whoa, this next circle moved even further to the east. Half of it is inside the water right now, and that's perfect for T5. Actually, in terms of their position here, CES, they tried tried to head off QConfirm, who cut across the road from them, but now Tycon is going to have to link up with the rest of his team and back away from the compound that QConfirm has taken control of. Fluky from PLM, they actually managed to move up northwards now to try to take control over the coast, and that's putting them in a direct collision course now with T5 in the other side of the circle.
Ooh, again, T5 having the circle advantage. I mean, come on, circle. Let's not give it to T5 anymore. They are having so much fun now.
Yeah, they literally have a guardian angel just watching over them from the PUBG server, I think. Oh my goodness. Sorry, not to give too much conspiracy theories right now, but T5, they've been dropping a hospital every single time on Arkangel. It just so happens that the circle is landed on top of them now, but PLM certainly moving up to try to keep them under pressure. You also have new Generation Esports coming in from the north as well, so that's two teams now that are going to try to keep hospital contested for T5. They also got Daytraders coming in from the bottom side as well. UV is still hung out around the rope. You got Genius Esports also coming across the road, coming under fire from Evil Patrick and Elgin Boss right now, trying to get a knockdown. And you can see Elgin Boss is struggling to try to find a good angle there. He does have a most in the guns, but will not land a shot, unfortunately.
Okay, we'll see the next phase very, very soon as the zone will start to close in. But now, looking over around the area of Jogopool, we have one call coming into Jogopool. Jogopool will want a good spot to park themselves in, but they need to go through the bullets being rained down by Myth. Jacob being counterfired upon. Jacob immediately retreats and resets. Yep,
that's going to force one call to just move even closer and closer to the border of this next safe zone, leaving Myth in the dust right now. Myth, conversely, does have a mountain they could try to use on the eastern part of this, on the eastern part of Hospital. That's going to be a good staging point for them as well. You got also E36 putting the pressure onto Hospital at the same time, but with one call coming from the north side, Deva spots them as well, so they're also pouring fire there. And we're also looking at Daytrade as well. Two care packages landing just so close by to them. That's just that's a nice. That's actually quite nice for them.
Yeah, that's actually a nice blessing there. I mean, you can't complain about that for sure. But for E36, okay, again, my wish list is to see E36 not ending this campaign with a single digit when it comes to placement points. Hopefully we get to see that in this round. But T5 now being sieged out by GE.
Oh, Tanadol, good frag grenade to take down Sir T. So right now GE is still pushing them out of that compound now. So Hasawa and Tanadol will pull out with their vehicles as Rossitet June and Pantabong keeps them covered with the fire coming in from the hospital side. So GE takes over the compound, but T5 is not really under that much pressure, all things considered, because E36 didn't use this opportunity to push onto Rossitet Junior's position. Zest nevertheless will still try to take pot shots using this SLR. Norrin's going out there to pick up those care packages there. What is going to be inside there? He's going to be able to use a Mark, I think that's a Mark 14 that he picked up. That's a nice gun.
That's a nice one, especially when it comes to long ranges. So, but right now, that kind of weapon is going to be an advantage to them because all the other teams are on the other side, so they need to be prepared at least for long ranges as a start. Until someone manages to crash into them, then they switch over. And they have barrels, they have good weaponry in order to defend that, so they are really stocked up right now.
Another team coming into view here for Arkangel Predator that's going to be Myth, as Rogue Nance carrying a lot of his team is just coming around the mountain here just north of AAP's position. Elgin Boss tries to go for the spray, will not be able to connect unfortunately though, but Evil Patrick is moving up to try to intercept them from being able to take the compound just to the west of them, so that's a quick move there by AAP to cover this eastern side. They want to maintain this control right now, especially against Myth, because they know how hard Myth can hit, especially when they decide to go all out.
Oh, MG3. Oh, very nice. MG3, one of the lowest recoil weapons in the game. So if anyone gets a hold of that, that'll be really, really nice. And right now we can see that Myth is coming into the circle. They are playing by the edge of the Gakka Mountain. Arkangel Predator, one of their checkpoints I noticed is that Arkangel Predator likes to be in that house just on the below area of the Gakka Mountain. So there's going to be a good spot that they're familiar with. But for AAA, one of the players made the rotation up on the Gakka Mountain instead.
And E36 has just taken over the hospital compound, and the rest of T5 decided to move down to the smaller compound across the road. So again, they made the conscious decision to not take the fight against E36. They decided to just try to stay out of trouble, let everyone else take that over the compound. So, like I said, it's these kind of strategic decisions that are what allowed T5 to survive so long in these early phases, and that's why you don't usually see them get knocked down too early.
Well, speaking about knocked out early, it's going to be Jacob from Myth being taken out by Elgin Bots. Right now we can see that Solo Lizzie sees where the rest of the members of EA are at. Shots being fired at them. One shot did hit, but EA is still alive. They're trying to get away from danger.
Not out of the woods though. Myth shooting from the north side actually gets a knockdown to the inside. Will remove him from the game. So I think that's Lyrics, the last person left, I think, for eArena. Yes, it is. Oh boy, this is looking so bad for him now because I don't think there's any much compounds he could go in, and this is a very open area here inside this inside this wheat field here. So there's not a lot of cover that can work out of at the moment.
It's going to be the Gaka field. That's going to be his next checkpoint. And there's still a possibility that the circle might go there later on, so we need to wait and see. We have about 45 more seconds before the next phase is going to reveal itself. Right now, it's going to be Arkangel Predator just looking over at all other teams making the rotation. Same goes for Myth as well, as CERBERUS Esports gets into the crosshair.
Yeah, they're just running straight through the wheat field right now, somehow avoiding getting knocked down by Myth, but it's still under fire from AAP somewhat, who actually spots Lyrics and actually focusing more fire on Lyrics himself. But CS now comes out. I think they also, are looking to try to take a fight against Lyrics here. Sends a frag grenade down his direction. I don't think that's going to connect, but he does do some damage onto him though. 41 in fact. So Cerberus now, having already done that, are just going to be moving on though to try to find another compound. But again, all of it has been occupied here by all the other teams. So they really only have this slight bit of ground here to use as their staging point.
Oh, and finally Lyrics taken out by Himas using a nade, and eArena is out at number 14. Yep. And now we have CERBERUS Esports and QC.
Coming in, Pawns get knocked down straight away by Haisaki. He takes the second one as well. Deletes off all high pawns. Should be watching out for Petred. He's still in the distance there. He's going to be moving up together. Cerberus regrouping right now to try to head off this, but Petred is going to try to pull away. Now coming under fire from Daytrade as well as UV at the same time. Now CES under fire from T5 at the same as well, because all the firing has certainly drawn in attention to all the other teams in the compounds around this field here. So Cerberus, even though they tried to make the move to get up to here, but it's a very precarious position to try to use as a staging point.
Xrosette tapping away onto his opponents onto the other side. CERBERUS Esports chooses the Gaka field as their next checkpoint. And now 10 more seconds before the zone starts to close in. We still have a good number of teams on the outside of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. We still got E36. Now the circle has already moved further down from the hospital. They might want to try to take a fight against one call just next to them. Daytrade Gaming also watching out for UV, who have been staying around this roadside here, taking out 2-3 compounds. In fact, only Silky is like close enough to Norins that he could keep him under pressure. But now you got Puchil's also regrouping here, so they want to try to take control of this compound and make sure they have a good place to anchor in when it comes to that western part of the circle.
Well, Jankutu, somehow still survives. Triple A, he's still on the outside. Hakai finishes off Flash from Daytrade Gaming, and that is it for Flash. That blue spots out the rest of Daytrade Gaming. He sees them in the compound, taps away onto them, just providing warning shots, not allowing them to come out of it.
New Generation moving quickly to secure the compound just to the north of Daytrade Gaming, so two teams kind of vying for the control over the western side of this circle here. And the whole time as well, T5 is still hunkering down on their own compound there. Attack all around. Janko Tuwab is still trying to surf around a blue zone. Unfortunately, he's going to engulf him, forcing him now to stand up and run. AAP though, they suddenly collapse straight onto Made in Thailand. Rogue Dance is going to get knocked down immediately here. Wild Frag Grenade is going to be coming out to try to flush them out of position there. Algebot's still trying to find a good position now to try to take on Duckmans. He's going to come over the crest right now. Duckmans just to his right. He goes away. He takes the kill. And Arkangel Predator is out. Arkangel Predator takes the kill against Made in Thailand.
And now T5, they're on action. Taking out Starlord from E36. So that's going to be their first elimination point in this round. At the same time, we can see that Nandu J has been taken out by Zest from GE.
Yeah, one call decided to move straight to this water tower here, but it's going to come under fire from CES as they spot them trying to move down south. E36 as well found himself in a bit of a quandary here because under fire from Theerathon FIVE, who are currently watching out watching all these teams that are coming out in the open here. Good shot there to try to knock down Samoy. Trick is still using the smoke to try to cover their position, but right now they are certainly in a very tight spot here.
Wow, what kind of X-ray Astanadol has? The smoke was still active when he took that shot, and he still managed to get a knockdown.
Yeah, this AWM is actually very close to where UV is, so still he probably could come out to try to pick it up, but he's still under pressure from Norins from Daytrade Gaming. In the meantime, PLM still has a compound that they have already taken control of on the north of this next safe zone here, so they're actually finding themselves in a good place now to gatekeep both T5 as well as E36 coming into this next safe zone.
Okay, here we go. Movements coming into the circle right now. 30 seconds more before the zone starts to close in again. Cloris moves in onto one call, then push back. Cloris tosses out the nades, but Cloris has been gunned down. His teammates need to come back him up.
Yep, Trick has also been knocked down as well. One call just hanging on for dear life, but unfortunately a shot still comes through and removes Trick from the game. Simoy is going to be under pressure here from Utah, who comes out just in time. We'll only see him get taken out by another team completely, as Cerberus have been pouring fire onto one call's position the whole time, so now Utah is finding himself in the same position here. The AP in the meantime trying to wrap around. CES was doing very well to gatekeep the teams coming in from the eastern side, and is already finding their work actually pay off.
Okay, here we go. As Sapao still on the outside circle, but the rest of UV, they're currently in it with the compound, so he has a marker for him to move in. It should be A-okay. But for Zaz, he's being shot at from the long range. Zaz as well as 30 in the vehicle, but still on the outside of the circle.
Yeah, still on the outside. CS can easily keep them gate kept right now, but they're currently under pressure.
I
decided to move all the way down through here. Unicorn Venom under threat. As Smell gets knocked down, they lose out the compound, and it was their anchor initially. Now they will be able to pour fire onto NBK and Sapawa, forcing them now to regroup together with Silhi.
And Hatsawa knocked out, but Tanado is there to take out Sylvia, so there is a little bit of a trade happening around the areas of hospital. Arkangel Predator, T5! Wait a second, eliminated Enter 436.
Purple Moon as well as GE pouring fire onto there, leaving Rossitet Jr. as the only survivor right now from our rank 1 team. And now Purple Moon are moving rapidly onto his position too, but forced now to fall back, realizing it's way too wide open. But a frag grenade coming with Tanawan will finish off Rossitet. T5 is out in 9th place.
But they still got 5 elimination points in this round. Not too shabby for T5. They'll definitely still be at number 1 by the end of this round. They open up enough of a gap, and now it's going to be UV, but Sass got down by Hema. Cerberus Esports has eyes.
They want the direct confrontation right now. They try to move up, but Sass just been knocked out. Tanawan able to take on Haimas right now. The rest of GE are moving down south, but CS still has a lot of people here. Another frag grenade will take out Himas there, so CS is down 1 right now. Shot at Sortie. That will finish off GE for good.
Cerberus Esports netting themselves 7 elimination points so far. Beautifully done indeed. And now we move over to Unicorn Venom, going up against Arkangel Predator. The long range coming for NBK, but NBK counter fire upon, and Nan is the one to take him down.
UV still has control over the compound right now that Arkangel is trying to take on. Nan still trying to scan over the top of this cliff here, but not in a good position. He will try to dodge the frag grenades. That seems so close there for Nan, but again, not a good position here to try to take some fire, but it comes through. UV takes out Arkangel Predator.
Arkangel Predator is currently out at number 7. We still have UV still defending their ground, but the circle does not favor them. Tycon putting shots from the long range, now tossing out a nade onto the other side, and will then land onto the rest of the members of UV. UV should still be okay, but they need to reset quickly.
Cerberus moving down south here. Solozy is linking up with Tycon, and at the same time, Daytrade actually beat UV to the punch, getting themselves into the next safe zone, cutting off UV's path towards the open ground. So now CS keeping the pressure going onto UV. They're looking like they're going to be surrounded on all sides here, as Solozy and Tycon boost their way up the road right now, up the cliffside, providing plenty of cover now for Solozy to close the distance between himself and Unicorn Venom.
Solozy with the nade, but the nade is a little bit short thrown. Oh man, if only he went for the long toss, but never mind. UV, they left the compound anyway.
Yeah, they're gonna run out, but it's putting them under fire from Daytrade. Sapawa has been knocked out. Still here, and MBK moves right in the middle of them. A spray down in the end. Unicorn Venom in 6th place. That was absolute disaster here for UV.
They had nowhere to go anyway, but New Generation Esports, they were ready for them. The moment it came across, Generation Esports, they took them out. And that's going to be Hakai being taken out by New Race from afar. Pedra gets on the high side.
2! He got 2 knockdowns, takes an elimination on Tycon as well. Solozy is now trying to salvage this, but again, Petret nowhere to be found quite yet. He gets a kill once again. Trade there for QConfirm. He is part of the final 4 now. This is where the fun starts.
This is where the fun starts. We're only at phase 6, ladies and gentlemen, and now we're not done yet with the action in this final round for today. Wenger, Sports House is open on the right side, but he's not going to take the shot just yet. Daytrade Gaming still alive.
Still alive and still kicking right now, having control over the south side. Purple Mood now moving down from the north here. NGE having control over the west. Pedret, the only outlier right now in the middle of the field, and still very deadly indeed. Hakai almost being spotted there. That Blue still trying to keep a beat onto PLM as they try to move down south. Fluky attempting to keep Hakai honest there by making sure he doesn't keep his head popped over the crest too hard. NG's staging position there allows him quite a bit of cover, but not a lot of room to maneuver unless NG decides to move up north, take over PLM's anchor point, which is their compound, and maybe they might have a chance here of overcoming Purple Moon Esports.
The one last play for QConfirm Predator is still alive and in the circle as well, and he's out in the open, but nobody spots him out.
Nobody is going to be able to pressure him. Even Purple Moon tried to move down, but they're under fire from NGE, and Hakai and FIVE also has to watch out for Daytrade because they're still out in the open, but down by the south side and still able to keep them under pressure. So two of these squads is keeping NGE pressured on the eastern side. The crest is the only thing that's keeping them from being taken down completely. They're still trying to get the sniper shots, but unfortunately, it's still not able to find the knockdowns they're looking for.
Okay, now the circle will close in, and who will be favored by the zone? Let's see where it goes. It goes down south, and QConfirm Predator is still in it.
He's still in it. He's still going to be hunkering down, waiting for everyone else to get corralled and eliminated. NGE now piling into the vehicles. Looks like they want to try to make a move. It's going to be going down south. Daytrade as well, getting into the vehicles too, trying to move to kick control. Oh, fire's coming all around for Purple Moon as well as Daytrade as they try to take down NGE, but it's successfully making their way to the water tower. No knockdowns yet on NGE's side.
Okay, here we go. Purple Moon Esports making a move as well, so it looks like they're going to fight against NGE. Purple Moon Esports coming into the circle. They got two of them in the circle right now. The rest of the two is going to come in anytime soon. The nade invaded by NG besieged now, but finally Venom been naded by Belmont.
Yeah, PLM collapsing rapidly, so is Daytrade as well. Both of them moving at the same time. Wagner is taking out PLM, taking the kills right now. FIVE still trying to hold his own inside the smoke. He's very low. So is that Blue as well. He is hunkered down and has his belly on the grass right now. Hakai cannot find a good angle to deal against Daytrade here because they technically do have a bit of a high ground they can work with here, and with the water tower being such an easy target here, they're just pouring whatever frag grenades they had. Now Fluky is sending whatever he can onto NGE's side. Now Tundras is also going to be joining in on the front as well. That's going to be a good kill onto FIVE right now. NGE is in a world of hurt.
Oh, there's more that Purple Moon Esports wants to take. They want the points on the board as well. So it's either Daytrade Gaming or Purple Moon Esports to take the points out of NGE. NGE now sandwiched between two teams.
Fluky, nice frag there. Hakai is already down for the count. Only that Blue is still left standing, or rather laying down prone position right now. Belmont goes to the spray. Almost takes one member out from Purple Moon, but still no dice.
Oh, here we go. Barbos is ready for it. He has the MG3 in hand. Oh, that is a good weapon there. But Hakai and Dablu finally eliminated, and new Generation Esports is out at number 3.
That's it. Purple Moon versus Daytrade. Purple Moon still has 4 members, and you got Thunders all the way in the back, still able to provide cover fire with a Mini 14. Daytrade is going to be sending out whatever smoke grenades they still have left in the pack, but it's not really much left, especially at this stage now. Belmont still trying to find an angle here. Fluky crawling around, trying to get over the crest right now. Puchills, I think he spots Borbos, is stalking him right now with his scope. Cannot quite find an angle to take him out though.
Okay, here we go. Belmont trying to go in for the off angle. He's trying to go in for the flank, but he knows that he has control of the circle. Plus, it's about 5 more seconds before the zone closes in, and by then, we'll see more fights happening. But before that, everyone's going to hold onto the ground, and now the circle closes, and it seems to favor a little bit more towards Purple Moon Esports.
But that's because they spread themselves out very much so to try to control this circle here, trying to keep Daytrade stuck in the southern side. And with Borbos and Fluky having control over the water tower, and Daytrade cannot really move up to flank them anyway. So they're still pretty much stuck out in this wheat field here. There's only the hay bales they could try to use for cover, but trying to go from hay bale to hay bale, there's so much open ground between the two of them that, again, with Tanawa Thunders as well as Borbos still having sniper rifles, that makes it so hard for them to try to close the distance.
Okay, Belmont with the nade tosses out on the Barbos. Will they land on the Barbos? This will be the question. 2 nades tossed out on the side of Barbos, but Barbos managed to evade it thanks to the smoke as well. Molly been tossed at him. If only they have the kitchen sink, they would do that as well.
If only they had a kitchen sink, just throw it straight at Borbos there, trying to take the MG3 away. Norwich finds Thunders though as he tries to join up with Tanawat, so this could be an opportunity for them to try to flank around here, but Tanawat is already moved up forward here. More frag grenades headed towards Borbos' position. His MG3 still waiting to try to drop up, and his comes across. Puchills gets caught up by Fluky.
Oh, Fluky was there to give cover fire for his teammates, and now Fluky tosses out A stun grenade onto the other side. Belmov is probably blinded by now, and Nur is being taken out by Tana 1. This probably time Purple Moon Esports moment to secure the final chicken dinner for today. Purple Moon Esports from Thailand with the chicken dinner. This will be their second chicken dinner in the grand final.
Nicely done here, Purple Moon. Low key, having some of the most highlighted performances actually, like moment to moment here, and it's only been suppressed a lot by a lot of the heavy hitters in this competition. But this chicken dinner shows that they're still not out of fight. Scream in excitement here. They knew what an amazing round they just pulled off here, and they're certainly still in contention round for the higher ranks.
Well, this is what it feels like to be in a purple mood, ladies and gentlemen. Just look at how happy they all are with this chicken dinner. Purple Moon Esports, the last we saw them, they were at number 6. Yes, the gap is quite far to that number 1 spot, but hey, it's all about getting as high as a placement as possible because it's all about the moolah.
Oh yeah, the moolah coming their way to his Purple Mood now. They're certainly going to be in the mood for some more action. One more day of matches tomorrow. What is that going to be able to bring for all these squads here? Plenty of good fights all around actually in this final circle. It just feels like everyone's just going all out right now, just trying to pick off places. Even if they try to get themselves in a bit of an open field here, they still try to fight. They still try to wrestle control over these tiny bits of cover that litters around this gate here. But then you also had teams like UV who was trying to just basically stay in within their anchor points and just kind of lost out because of maneuvering coming in from other teams. Although this fight against Arkangel Predator certainly kept them in the running. It was just that they ran straight in the middle of Daytrade Gaming and ended their run.
Yeah, we got a lot of drive-by action in this round. I started to lose count, but it's all about the fun of just watching it and how teams really hold on to their grounds as vehicles pass by, and it's just a beautiful sight to see.
Whew, that's vaccinated as well,
yeah.
Straight up. But again, all the teams, knowing that the water tower is where NG is holed up in, can use that as a reference basically to throw their frag grenades in and just spam as much as they can. Daytrade, they kind of failed to spread themselves out, I think, to head off Purple Moon's attempt to control the northern side. But to be fair as well, Purple Moon had a compound that was still within play of that final phase there. So really, they just really moved very quickly to try to take control over the circle and make sure that Daytrade couldn't maneuver out, and just the water tower, as much as I felt it's a very precarious position, was actually a very crucial strategic place because with boards being set up over there, that prevents Daytrade from being able to wrap around the west and try to flank them. And because of that, Daytrade was not able to get any control despite having the southern tip of that circle completely within their grasp.
Yes, and at some point as well, they were kind of sandwiched as well with a couple of other teams, and in that kind of situation, it's always very difficult. And not only the sandwich, that they're kind of in a ditch, whereby if you just focus on throwing all the nades into that ditch, and it's very hard for you to get out of there.
Yeah, certainly. So, nevertheless, though, I'm going to be so curious to see how Purple Moon is going to be doing when it comes to the overall leaderboard. It may even be because they're only between 10 to 20 points of the top 3 right now. So it's also likely they will be able to find themselves moving up a rank or 2, especially with NGE having been limited quite early on. GE still were able to get some good fights, to be fair, but I don't think they managed to make it that far actually in this final match. Let's go ahead and have a look now at the match results for match 5. Purple Moon, 20 points. That's a lot of points here, ladies and gentlemen.
That is a lot there. Of course, we all know that Purple Moon Esports is good at taking fights. Made the record from the LCQ until now. They're still able to show that kill points is something of their specialty, and you can top off with placement points, just like with the chicken dinner. They naturally will get a lot of points. And look at the gap between their points and CERBERUS Esports. It's 10 points difference.
A 10-point difference is a huge comeback here for Purple Moon Esports, who now are threatening the top 3 here. New Generation not able to put in too much, only 7 points in total for them, and 5 of it from placements alone. And then you got Genius Esports completely dropping out here in 10th place here, only 3 kill points to their name. Theerathon FIVE still managed to get 5 kill points, but again, they're still in the lead regardless. I think especially with Genius and New Generation kind of underperforming so far in in these final few matches. Now here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Overall leaderboard right now. After 4 days of competition, this is where all the teams currently are standing here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see where it goes. Theerathon FIVE, of course, we know they're going to be on top. 180 points with almost 33 points clear with Generation Esports themselves. So it's still widening that gulf between them. New Generation was able to recover a little bit right now, but it's still 7 points shy of being able to overtake Generation Esports. Purple Mood opens the gap between themselves and Arkangel Predator. 11 points between the Thai squad and the Filipino squad.
And they're only 2 points away from the top 3, so looking good for Purple Mood Esports. It's just that they need to find that level of consistency tomorrow, as we've only got 5 more games to go. But Enter Force 30 says, come on guys, get that 2 placement points by the end of tomorrow and fulfill my wishes.
So he just wants to see Ender Force get 10 placement points by the end of this, and it's certainly doable. The thing is, like, final phase fights, they tend to lose out a lot, and I don't know whether it's like it's just an issue with like the way they decide how to move into the safe zone or whatnot. But certainly whatever they've been doing is not I mean, again, we're talking about a team that, you know, are from a region that is not as competitive compared to like the Thai or the Vietnamese regions here. You know, it's great to see that they're able to get into the grand finals, but it's still going to be a long climb for them. So, but hopefully, you know, having played through all these competitions here, seeing how tight it is with these other regions, hopefully Ender Force will be able to learn a lot out of this like experience here.
Yeah, it's a slightly underwhelming day for Daytrade Gaming. The moment they got a good day yesterday, that today is like, and we kind of hope that they were able to push on the momentum from yesterday, so at least we will see another new challenger for the #1 spot. But anyway, here are kill leaders as of now for the grand finals after 4 days of fight, and it's going to be, well, surprise, surprise, someone from T5.
Yeah, of course, it's going to be someone from T5, but Rositet got 38 kills in day 4. What the heck? That's crazy. Man. That's crazy here from Theerathon FIVE, just keeping everyone suppressed. GE, actually, you know, they still are getting good kills. Chloe's at least, you know, they do tend to take a lot of engagements. It's just that I think it's just they can't quite finish these fights with them. A lot of them getting knocked down at the start of any engagement, and that always puts Chloris and Utah, especially, both of them are usually like anchors, whereas like their 2 teammates are flankers. So Utah and Chloris always find themselves having to kind of clean up fights afterwards, but having to do so with their teammates already taken out. NGE actually has 2 players that are able to get a lot of kills, so they certainly have been trying to keep up, you know, their pace just by taking more kill points all about. But again, with them having being underperforming compared to everyone else, it's still a very hard ask for them to try to take on a team like Theerathon FIVE.
You know what, our producer said, oh, team highlight, surprise, surprise. I was expecting someone out of the ordinary, but okay, yeah. For the millionth time, we're going to see T5 up on the charts again. Yeah,
you're going to be so familiar with these boys by the end of this grand finals for sure. 5 more matches remains, guys, and they're so far in the lead right now. Again, like it still can happen, you know, it still can be possible that they get knocked, but again, the advantage they have is just already it's too great, I think. Like this today and yesterday as well was an opportunity, you know, to start to claw back that lead, but Theerathon FIVE earning another chicken dinner is just basically reduced or like negated all the efforts that New Generation or Generation Esports has actually made throughout this competition.
Yeah, in all logical sense, mathematically, they could still be overtaken. But realistically, on how they're performing, I doubt it now. They're just showing that they're the perfect team.
So, for you guys at home, if you want to see whether or not T5 will be able to make it to the end, make sure you tune in tomorrow, same time, same place as well. This has been the PUBG Asia Super Cup Summer of 2023 edition, and wow, I can't believe it's already come so far now. One more day of competition to go. So, my name is Victor Cax, his name is Sir Cloud. We've been your casters so far. Hopefully, we'll see you guys tomorrow. It's bringing you guys the final finish here for this grand final. So, until then, good night and good luck. you.